And let's push that Vector Groan. He's going to have to lay down. Vector extended. He's going to play Peekaboo, and oh, the blowback where it causes the damage. Great.
It's unfortunately going to be out of this one, but they will still have a chance as these two players. First one, second one.
Right on top of Twisted Minds, but it doesn't matter. It's the off angles here. Ascend claiming the kills. There's out this compound, so key movement from them. VP can't get there.
Yeah, that is VP now out in 5th place. Secures him a couple of more points. Now Twisted Minds, though, as I say, they're pushing across the street. First one, second one, third.
Oh, they do push back. They're going to hold their little corner of this zone, and both these teams will now focus back on Bumble Squad. I think it's very difficult, but it's 15 kills. Yes, Beef might be able to also apply pressure back. JETZT's looking for the pickup. Someone call that man an Uber because JETZT's trying to save his boy. Oh, he's got caught.
Howler's just cleaning up these edges, and well, deservingly so. They realize.
Oh my god!
Oh, what? Twisted Minds!
They
just cleaning up everyone! Bumble Squad, 1, 2, 3, 4! This team is unstoppable! And what you've just witnessed is exactly the reason for it. I mean, just cleaning out these players. Sure, there wasn't necessarily any kind of competition thrown back at them, but
too huge 14 points. But Hypebeast there. And RV and Twisted Minds, I could say EDL from point average there, really good. Mercy come in, they clear. Another point done, but they're going to be down. They need to potentially get that res where they can, and here comes the checkmate. Aikido.
Done a player from Na'Vi, which would have given them massive amounts of space, actually, but what's supposed to happen? Now Agatari, there goes the shot.
Just to kind of whip in and maybe take it. There's a first knock. A little bit of second, he's single tapping. Why? Because he only got 24 in the back chain. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1, but no more zones left.
Oh, good nades raining in.
No, the finals that are on next week played on the Smash rule set. And if we look at the leaderboards at the moment, oh my god, let's scrap that at the moment. Himmin puts a huge shot down. Sakura Sensen, they send spottings, and he's making an aggressive push.
Warren, of his teammates have been flashed, quite in contrast to VP.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord, only one player has been taken down. Make that 2 now, with Nixie probably being flushed out. Yes, oh no, he's just about 2!
Junkyard away from them. Looks like Ascend, no. They've got long distance shots, and they're getting their third party in this as well. So Sakura Sensen got the cover, and Tropic got to push in. Great nade though, comes out from Tekka, scores some damage, no confirm. We just see now great headshots though.
One finds the double as well, the double elimination,
and it doesn't.
This one's going to turn out because Spyro has just.
He's down. It's time, people. Welcome back. It's the Rotation, the Summer Edition. I'm Up Power, and I'm joined by the amazing Felix. We was here yesterday. We had an interesting day yesterday as Group A versus B really cracked things off, and it was 6 games that didn't disappoint, with multiple chicken dinners from Na'Vi and everyone else putting some points on the board. Felix, day 1 really set the bar pretty high, right?
Yeah, we were discussing yesterday what's going to be the cutoff for today and throughout the day tomorrow, and we were also arguing, is Twisted Minds qualified already, right? So we kind of thought maybe 60 points is gonna be enough already, and I think that's the cutoff that we're gonna have to take a look at after today, because the first 8 teams are gonna be done and dusted for the group stage after today's 6 games.
Yeah, so today obviously we have Group B versus C, but before we get into the groups and obviously introducing the Group C, let's just remind ourselves though of that overall leaderboard, because it is going to have a big impact. As Felix says, we are looking for the top 16. Obviously Group C haven't played, that's why we've got some 0 points. Look, Twisted Minds there, I think they are. I can't argue the point. And actually, Felix, I was talking to them before we kicked off today. It's really interesting for me because Batorins is on the mindset now. He's kind of playing the finals in his mind, and he's really talking about actually getting towards the Smash ruling to make sure they can kind of hit that. I was going to say from 65 points, not 81, from 65 points, they want to try and get to 100 points. So they're really keen to see what they can achieve, because technically it'll be a day 2 for them. Yeah,
I think that just goes to show you how far ahead Twisted Minds is in terms of thinking for the finals already. I know they are technically not qualified yet, but realistically they obviously are with the amount of points they have. And then again, also goes to show you, it's Twisted Minds, right? These guys are playing for the tournament win. There's no debate about this. They are the best team in the world right now, at least judging by PGS4. So what else are they going to do, right? Prepare for the one thing that you have to prepare for, the one thing that is new, which is the rule set going into the finals. So I think it's going to be really interesting seeing them, how they will adapt. And also, if any team adapts perfectly to whatever is thrown at them, it's normally Twisted Minds, whether that be in-game or out of the game when it comes to rule set, like in the instance that we have right here.
I'll also add to that, I can't disagree with anything you're saying, but Twisted Mind's one of these teams that actually I think the Smash rule is going to really favour them. They are a team that can get aggressive quite quickly, they can get points on the board, and I think sometimes they've sort of tapered off a little bit later. Let's have a look though who are playing today. So this is Group B versus Group C. Obviously we get to introduce some new teams, some new names and some new faces into the mix, we say, this evening. Obviously one of the biggest things for me is going to be the FaZe clan. Obviously we've got Foot, Bet, Boom, Low W, we Love Again in Kitchen. Ibadan, they played really well, and Inter TM, they played really well in the qualifiers as well. So some big names, some interesting names here, but Group C FedEx got to be able to sit back and watch as Group A and Group B kicked off yesterday.
Yeah, they were able to take a look at how some of these teams played. Obviously 8 teams that played yesterday, they will be facing today, so that is kind of the small advantage, I want to say, especially we're talking about early phases of the game, right? In terms of loot spots, there's also going to be kind of an advantage, I want to say, to some of these qualified teams, especially the ones that do have to adapt in terms of loot spots, and they will most likely know by now what's going to be open for today. So I expect less hot jobs to be happening. Then again, we almost saw nothing happening yesterday, and there's obviously before such a team, a tournament, such a big tournament, there's always this communication stage, and everyone's trying to figure out where everyone's going. So that might play into this, but then again, you never know. We did see one hot job yesterday, but that was due to different circumstances, wasn't it? Twisted Minds against Na'Vi, which is something we're not going to see today, but at least in the finals potentially. We'll have to
it's worth talking about. It is worth talking about because it is map-based. So we'll have a quick look at the maps that we've got coming up today. But yes, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi have been fighting for that Linux factory / test track. Now, depending on the flight path, if they are unable to split, you'll see obviously Linux Factory will be taken up by Twisted Minds. Na'Vi will go more towards Test Factory most of the time. Sometimes they do swap it around, but so far in scrims, we've definitely seen them. If the flight path warrants it, they will clash. But the maps today are the same as we saw yesterday, and this will be the same again tomorrow, guys. We'll be kicking things off with Miramar. Obviously, we'll then go to that wonderful Tego. Then we've got Rondo, which obviously was a big topic of conversation, especially in chat. But then we close things off in Erangel, and arguably, I'd say Erangel ending on that Game 5, Game 6 of Erangel felt really aggressive. It actually saw some teams really change gear, and they activated, especially on Game 5 and Game 6.
Yeah, Game 5 was Game 6. We saw also how strong some of these qualified teams were, right? If you remember back, we saw so many strong rounds from not only Hypebeam, Sports, to Cruise, and that's maybe also a storyline that potentially we'll have to pick up today. We do see new qualified teams. We have new lineups, for example, from WLA. These guys have performed. These guys have been dangerous. But then again, it's your new lineup now from the last time we've seen them on the international stage. So stuff like that really comes into this whole equation of who's going to be performing today.
Well, performance is key. It's obviously worth a quick note that obviously the points are slightly off. The guys are back on it. They've got it sorted, but we don't need to bring it back. What's really good shout, I'm giving a massive shout out to being Esports again, because they have a live leaderboard, guys. It's live. It's up to date. It appears on the left-hand side as we get to see the action. So that was made in 4 days. So again, massive kudos to them. They took your input. They are adapting, changing it, and making it better for every single stage. Talk about stages. Protality, FedEx. Before we get a little bit more of a deep dive into the teams, especially what we're going to be talking about today, I just want to remind everyone, Protality, though, is there. We've got last chances really to get yourself signed up. So I believe the sign-ups do close tomorrow, but this is the season number 9, but it's Protality EMEA Tour 2. We had one kick off, though, the 2024 season. It was a great event. I really enjoyed casting it. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. There is money up for grabs, but again, just a reminder to everyone, make sure you get yourself on their website, get yourself in their Discord. We'll get you some links, but get yourself in. Just you got to be in it to win it. And if you've not played PUBG Esports, it's a great opportunity for you to go in and try. And actually, they're a Turkish organisation, and it'd be rude of me not to congratulate the news that dropped out today that how and Eternal Fire have merged together. So, but what you will see today, because we only found out like 5 minutes before production, how will be how today. So it'll be that last time that I get to be able to call them how, but obviously if they qualify, which are in a good position too, they will be back next week though under the new banner. So that's a big bit of news though for how, and actually a team FedEx that played really well yesterday, very consistent. That's quite normal for them. We see them, but they were unable to get the chicken dinner, which is quite rare. Especially on the Miramar, we normally see them convert those chicken dinners, but they didn't yesterday.
No, unfortunately not. Then again, how play consistent, as you said. So is it really needed? I don't think so. It's the group stage. When it comes to the finals, though, that might be a bit of a problem. Because as we said, the rule set has changed now. You won't need that chicken dinner after you've reached 100 points to actually secure the W. So maybe there's something that we have to be careful for. I think it's how, honestly, they know it's group stage as well. They know in this type of lobby, with the way they've been playing throughout the last months, that they're not really ones to be scared. And they shouldn't. And right now they're showing exactly that. So I'm not really worried for them going into the finals.
Before we get into the teams today that we're playing, obviously Group B and Group C, I wanted to touch base a little bit more on some of the teams that were in Group A. They're not playing today. They'll be back tomorrow, so we'll see A versus C on Sunday. But I want to talk consistency, keep that up. Hypebeast. Now, they didn't get the chicken dinner either, but they got a couple of second places. They seem to always get the placement points. They're carrying that trend that we saw from the qualifiers. I think they're in a really good spot as well, and they might not be a team and name that a lot of people out there will know, or they're Hypebeast and co, but Hypebeast as general. I think consistency, that team's got it locked down. So for me, definitely one to keep watching out. They're not here today, but I think they'll be in chat and they'll definitely be watching how this Group C play, because we do have some aggressive teams. FaZe coming on the back of the Esports World Cup and EMEA qualifiers, they absolutely destroyed lobbies. They just went full blast. But on the flip side, the Hypebeast, FaZe weren't getting the winner chicken dinners and the higher placement. But what FaZe can deliver FedEx are kills. And they will show us, I think, I spoke to James, and James was like, we're just going to go aggressive, Mark. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get as many points as we can. And it's going to be in a level of aggression you might not have seen before. Yeah,
it should be that way. I don't think they're using this. At least not the group stage. The final is going to be completely different. The final is definitely going to be used as practice. But here in the group stage, I don't think they're going to worry too much. I think, as you said, as James said it himself, I think they're just going to plow through it. I don't think they think about strategy too much. Then again, well, you can't really in a lobby like this where you don't know half of the teams, where it doesn't really come down to rotation time. He's quite unconscious to what they just qualified for, right? EBWC, you have literally the best teams in the world competing against you, and that's also a bigger reason why I'm excited to see these guys. Two teams actually that we have to have today qualified for EWC, so they're coming off of a really dangerous and really strong qualification that they had to go through, and only 3 teams in the entire EMEA region were able to qualify, and 2 teams that we have today actually made it. It's BetBoom and also obviously a FaZe Clan, and I wouldn't say necessarily surprised to see them, but then again, EMEA is so strong at the moment that you would really be surprised on any team to some little degree, because that also means some other top teams like, for example, Na'Vi haven't made it. So that just goes to show you it's so tough in the EMEA region, and I think it's going to continue in this tournament as well.
Let's talk about that Boom actually, because they're a really strong team. And Doozy obviously coming back in. Didn't have time to catch up with him today, but it's another person. We saw the gliders a few times with Ascent. It's another person I'd expect to be in the glider at some point over the map, because scouting that information. But you're right, BetBoom with the qualification, they're looking good, they're looking strong. They didn't kick things off as I expected them to, though, FedEx. They took their time as kind of they got the gears in motion, but they're a team which we know can finish. Now, this is the first day today, so obviously there's a bar that's already been set, and we're saying maybe it's the high 40s, potentially where that cut-off point. So there'll be a team that can't really start slow, though, today. They need to get some points under their belt quite quickly, because they don't want to be cut off from that cut-off point come the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, quite honestly, I think it's going to be higher than the high 40s with the amount of teams that we have performing at the moment. We have very few teams at the very bottom that just don't get anything done. And if that would be maybe 2-3 teams more, then the complete outlook would change, because then again, it's only 8 teams that don't make it in. But as of right now, it's maybe 2, maybe 3 teams. Even Hokkaido, who was struggling throughout the entire day yesterday, has picked it up throughout the last games. We saw Woody picking up a 2nd place yesterday in the very last game. So even these teams are showing us that they can perform. The only team that's really been struggling the most, I kind of want to say, has been Solo. But again, there's only 1 team. So with 8 teams going out, that's gonna make the cutoff, I think, just a tiny bit higher than what we're used to.
Let's talk about that bottom side of that table, though, because Solo are at the bottom side of that table at the moment. Technically, no, because we're not including the C, but technically from yesterday's games. And their last throw was an aggressive push. It was a hot drop that didn't work for them. They were fighting out of boatyards. They got picked up, but it rain eventually coming in and clearing it. They look good in sections, but they're a team that need to look at these next 6 games as, okay, kind of got to write off tomorrow. And is it a throwaway for them? Like, have they got enough in the tank, Felix, to put a decent score in? I think they need to be hitting the big numbers like what we saw from Twisted Minds. They're going to have a big kill game if they want to be coming back next week, really. Yeah,
100%. They need that one big game, and it's always a matter of confidence. If you don't especially if you're not used to playing at the very top level. If you get into a lobby like this, you might be intimidated by all the names you see. All right, you frag someone in the lobby, it might be James, and you're like, wow, okay, so we have 3 another world-class players right behind him. So, you know, that might not even mean as much to you getting the entry in fights like this, and that's gonna tinker with your confidence. And I think that's a very real fact, a very real, quantifiable impact in your game. And if you don't have that, kind of level of success during the first day, it's going to be really tough getting back into it. And I think everyone who plays PUBG Esports knows this. You look back at these games afterwards and you're like, why did we play so passively? That we wouldn't have done this if we would have had good games beforehand. We would have taken straight fights rather than maybe going for safe rotations earlier and then set up ourselves better for the next phases. These types of decisions that maybe won't be done because you lack the confidence are going to bite you afterwards. And I think that's once again, that's a very real fact.
Just add to that with Solo, because they're a team which you see in scrims and qualifiers, they perform. They're able to get chicken dinners under the point. We've seen them put out from high kill games, so they're a team I wouldn't write off just yet. It is a different game style that they're going to have to try and bring to the table, which is interesting. But I think you're right, and we talk about nerves, we talk about getting into swings. It is different when you're in the playoff stage. You've got 3 qualifiers, you're now in a sort of different stage of things. And actually, big shout, Dex is back. Dex is back again. Actually got some time to talk to him, and it was a pleasure to speak to him first and foremost. But actually, he said for the first couple of games, they actually struggled. There was an element of nerves from the rest of the team, though, that they weren't settled. And when they kind of got past that, it was kind of from the Rondo point, then they went into Erangel. That's when they settled. So actually, there's an element of map positioning plus nerves in the game. But actually, they need to I suppose, settle things down. But that's enough from us, especially from a pre-show point of view. We're going to throw the action as we do have Group B versus Group C today. We're going to kick things off, though. It is map number 1. It's a Miramar. And here we go, FedEx. 16 teams. They're going to have to throw it down. But for half of these guys, for 8, they're going to, unfortunately, only have 6 games left when it comes down to the playoffs.
That is right, Mark. First 8 teams will be having the last 6 games of the group stage and potentially the last 6 games of this entire tournament, depending on how they play. A couple of teams that we've talked about are in a pretty good spot already. They might not necessarily need 6 more games, like Twisted Minds. We've seen these guys frag out yesterday, but things are going to change today with 8 different teams opposing them. Howl's in a pretty good spot as well. Well, Reddit, as we see the playing path coming in, it's relatively far towards the western side. Should still give everyone the opportunity to find their desired loot spot. I think not too many contests, even around cars, is what we're going to see. Maybe potentially something across the northern road of Picardo. We see 2 teams kind of flying towards the northern side of graveyards, maybe towards the western side even, to pick up some of these car spawns. But other than that, I think it's going to be relatively clean. I say that, but we might have the first contest coming in. But it looks like Miyakin is actually going for the car. We'll have to take a look and see. While the rest of his team is landing inside the city mark, so I'll take it back. It looks like they will contest this.
This is interesting. This is very much in a north to north east side of the zone. Inter do find themselves in the middle, as I suppose Esports have gone for a 2-2 split. I worry about the south side. The cars obviously being grabbed here from Inter and actually pushing further afield. That's maybe leaving 2 in the middle a little bit to bait. Michael Roy's got the DBS. We know that's a big hitter. AK in hand, but not many rounds though. As the guys from Esports need to be very, very cautious, not to overextend, but they've got to capitalise on 2 already moving away from Int.
I was really surprised. I thought actually Int had a pretty good split with the way they played it, but then somehow 2 players made it across and one even landed outside of it. They originally had 2 of the Esports players relatively pinned down, but now that they kind of split out even further, they will find themselves in a 4-2, and you can see the first knock already happened. Esports is not wasting any time. They want to get into things, so Miyakin has already been taken down.
Yep, and it looks like, unfortunately, there's 1, there's 2. That push, like, the guys were 4 strong in the middle. Yes, you're in the middle of a difficult area with Esports and a 2-2 split, but they send 2 afield, and I think that was a massive invitation there for Esports to go, yep, we'll take that one and put 2 early points on the board.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Once again, when they originally landed, I thought everyone was between the 2 Esports players on the right and the left-hand side. So if they just would have stayed there, looted the buildings at hand, and maybe pushed towards one or the other side, I feel like they would have had a 4v2, but maybe I'm mistaken and oversaw something. I thought Inter had a pretty good decent split there in the beginning, but yeah, didn't work out. They will lose 2 players in the process, and at the same time, isn't really surprising to anyone. We've said how some of these regional partner teams or global partner teams in general will have an advantage in this one coming in. They have the experience. They have the, I want to say, the landing rights to some degree as well, and they are kind of used to hot dropping that exact spot as well. So I feel like it wasn't even a coincidence the way FUT Esports ended. I don't think that was a coincidence either. It was pretty calculated by the way they did it, and worked out perfectly for them.
And this is part and parcel of the flight path, right? We saw that flight path coming in from a northeast, tinkering down towards the southwest, down to ascend Val de Mer. But let's push towards that sort of northwest corner. And that's kind of where we get that zone now, right? We're in the northwest corner, so a lot of teams are going to have to try and move in. FUT Esports obviously make the extension, obviously not making the right call when it comes down to landing. And obviously we see an initial warm drop, not quite a hot drop. I don't think we can call it a hot drop, and I think they might look back again. Number one, as they should have maybe stayed tight here. Looking back over the rest of it though, OW looks like they're trying to. JETZT's going to get some high ground. This is a team, guys, to watch. This is the first time we've seen them. They played really well in qualifiers. They can put big points on the board. This team can be killers. Is there an element of nerves? I'd love to say no, but let's wait and see how they develop. But definitely a name I wouldn't be too surprised, FedEx, to see reigning in the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, this new lineup around Squeaky and Tuhuju and Mini Bear it's been interesting. These guys have at one point they were at the very top of the international scene. Then they kind of, took a little bit of a pause. They tried to sort things out a little differently. They had plenty of other lineups that followed, but didn't feel like they were taking things too seriously anymore. And for them to still come out here and qualify for a tournament like this, I think is amazing to see. Once again, these guys have been part of the PUBG esports scene for many, many years, pretty much since the very beginning. I remember playing against these guys as early access, so these guys definitely are experienced, but I wouldn't be so sure if these guys actually practiced more than a couple of scrims for this tournament. I wouldn't be so sure about this. I think these guys are just naturally talented.
Yeah, naturally talented, gifted individuals. FaZe, looking down there, obviously going to rotate their way down. First time seeing them today. For those that did catch the EWC stuff, they're aggressive. Recent, obviously, on scrims as well, super aggressive. They like to push forward, so definitely a big contender. Argument to say there's no hashtag FaZe Sundays anymore. It seems to be FaZe every day, so we need to get that one going. Team, which I love to support and follow and show love to. It's just nice to see that they're in a good place at the moment. Don't want to jinx them. I'm going to throw out there really early, but I obviously don't want to jinx them just yet. But they are one to watch. Another team obviously coming into fruition is WLA, looking strong as well. They've been on the circuit for a while. For him and for Secure Sensing, I think Secure Sensing really impressed a lot of players and a lot of viewership yesterday. For those that might not have seen them before, they are an older team, but they really did produce though for their first 6 games.
Yeah, these guys have been nothing short of amazing. I think one of the biggest upsets. Then again, we've seen them in almost any qualifier go really far. Legitimately, even EMEA Championship, these guys have gone really, really far. And I like the lineup. These guys are massive fraggers. I think that is their strength. If they get into all sorts of positions like this one, they usually don't miss. And let me see if I jinx it. There is no way. There is just no way. There is just no way. Okay, Emin. I almost cursed you, but apparently it was just about enough. Anybody's goes down. And meanwhile, you can see they are engaging Howl as well. Good third party by him and coming in, and he probably will secure that frag too. Yeah,
and actually with that engagement, the disarray, should we say, WL also did lose one. Code Marco picked one up as well as they are moving their way in through the town. High ground, we know it's going to benefit for a number of teams when it especially comes down to gaining information. It has been spotted though. WA looking to try and get that flush done with Howl a bit further back. Might be a bit difficult now for him. So WA, they're going to take advantage of this while they can. But look at that. The rest of Secure Sensing, they are moving in. And WLA, yeah, they're doing everything they can just to stop. I think him and losing that lid, he second guesses that nade throw just in case.
He didn't secure that knock either. Unfortunately, he went the way of... Oh, it was in the distance. I think it was Bullet Rain.
Yeah.
They stole that one away. I think it was the very last hit as well. Very close to the revive, and WLA will continue as 2 players only. Once again, they did have lineup changes. If you remember WLA from all sorts of different qualifiers, you might have seen Nordskip in there, for example. Not the case anymore. These guys have had lineup changes, and this is the first real tournament, I want to say, that they've qualified for with these lineup changes, so excited to see them back.
He's excited to see them come back. Teams not moving their way in. For Esports, obviously, with the initial 2, they're going to come in that quite north side and arguably very, very clear. Ascend, on the other hand, actually, had a chat with Kara, the coach for Team Ascend, and he put it, a man of few words, sloppy mistakes, lapse of focus. We've got to step it up today. Love it. They are 3 clear objectives for Team Ascend today because they were sloppy. They did drop the ball yesterday. They got some points out of it, but they are down in that solo region and down in that HKD Aikido section as well. They really need to step it up today because they've only got 6 games left.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better. They need to step up. They need to put up the big points. It's not really been happening so far. Then again, they have been playing relatively consistently. I said it at the end of last day, I think, as well. I was surprised to see them on 25 points, just based off of what I've seen. If I wouldn't have known how many points they gathered, and if I wouldn't have counted, I would have said they would have had even less. There wasn't really one big round. Every single time they had the opportunity to do so, like, I think it was Rondo, for example. Suddenly Twisted Minds, for example, is there and just wipes them off clean, runs across the street out in the open and takes them down. Stuff like that just isn't supposed to happen. And feels like they don't really try to take control of rounds as much as they have been earlier. So I kind of want to see them take control again, take fights earlier than what they used to. That's also something that I feel like we haven't really seen as much anymore. Isolated fights early, I feel like they've lost the confidence to do so. And as a result, that's the kind of losing the strength, in my opinion, and what's been so beneficial for them.
It is about being beneficial. Early game. Let's get the words. And obviously, again, big shout. There's that live leaderboard that you'll see on the left-hand side. The guys are still tweaking it, but it shows all teams here. So the teams like Navi, Hypebeast, VP, which we spoke about in pre-show, they are grayed out. Yes, they are not playing today, but they've already set some points up on the board. Obviously, we do have some of Group B. Teams like Ascend, which we're looking at now, they already played 6 games. But they need to now get some more points because they want to try and end. We're looking for a top 16. So just keep an eye on that. That will be one to watch. That zone shift is brutal. It actually comes back down towards that water treatment area. And this is one of my favourite areas. You see where FaZe are at the moment. That corner section, that high ground, the dips you can put the cars into, really, really strong, especially for endgame. But look at that. They're going for a 2-2 split. They want to roll the dice because they're not sure it might play back down to the southeast again.
Very well might. We've seen some really tough hardships yesterday. I want to see if we see all these hardships that have shifted back yesterday, today as well. There's been plenty of instances where we saw, for example, Navi and Miramar as well, where we saw some team not really getting baited by the hardships we've had, instead kind of waiting on the side that it's not hardshifted to and kind of spreading out, using as much space as they can, and then being rewarded for it. I think there were 2 or 3 instances even that we saw yesterday. So maybe some teams today deciding to do the same, because it does seem to be quite consistent. BB, though, we said it before, one of the 2 teams in this lobby that's been qualified for EWC, that have made it through the EMEA qualifier. They've been showing us very consistent and very strong fighting as well. But is it going to be enough for Twisted Minds? Doesn't look like it. First frag goes the way of example. And that's one of the very few players that will put you down just like that.
Spyro's got a FAMAS in hand as well, so that will be picked up very quickly. Interesting move to this compound as well. This sometimes goes central zone. It's not at the moment. We are phase 2, but BB had high ground. They were just sitting outside of Crater Fields, that high section, as best is store up there. Aikido, we spoke about them in the pre-show. They are getting settled here. They are going for the drop down, and they're going for some middle compound as well. We're at the crossroads here. They've got to get some boots in the ground. Quebec leads to some shots. So doesn't quite get one. They make the call to shoot to the second player, but no, he's got someone right on top. Runa has to reposition now. A couple of shots come through the window. Gets a connection there, FedEx, but no knock just yet.
It was the headshot. Oh, it's the second time around where he will take down Woody, though. And Woody just couldn't make it work. The only American player in this lobby actually to qualify with his team. Well, to be fair, there's probably been, I think, I want to say like 4 maybe American players trying to qualify for this one anyway. So that's a pretty good ratio already. But he will be taken down. Hokkaido hasn't really had the best of luck yesterday. I said it. They started playing really well towards the end of the day, securing that second place. We said how important it is to start this day off strong. They have been playing, once again, really, really well in the qualification. But anything afterwards has unfortunately been relatively lackluster. That nade would have been really good. Potentially would have secured them a back-to-back knock, but FaZe has decided to make this extra safe, and I like it. Look at the distance. There's been so many teams potentially even thought that would have had an angle on this rest, potentially at least. So them opting out of this one. Really smart from FaZe then. They will still have us 4.
It is a good play. It looks like they were going to run Fex back, and Fex like, nah, mate, put me in the back of the car, send me down. Teams obviously hunkering into position. I think that's part and parcel with FaZe trying to get aggressive. It's very difficult that south side to play up towards how on the defense. Kid obviously boots on the ground as well. Smokewall, they're going to wrap round for Esports, and obviously they came in late from that north side, and the zone plays back to them. So gifting from the early couple of kills. Smokewall, I'd argue, played quite well yesterday, and they're not in a top position, but they are sitting in that 9th spot at the moment with an impressive 28 points. And there's that shift back. There's that play back towards FaZe. Now, surely FaZe have to give up that second split and collapse back over towards Gustav.
Yeah, and you can. This is the perfect shift to kind of tell you why so many teams are committing for that central compound at the cross section from Twisted Minds and BB, because even if that shift happens towards the north, towards the east, you have so many good bridge lines and options to play off of the position you have in the betting. If that shift your way, it's almost a guaranteed, not necessarily chicken, but a guaranteed top 3. So even with this one, Twisted Minds only in very limited trouble. The Sandstorm, though, might be a little bit of trouble for BB team by trying to rotate on over. Then again, it's also kind of an advantage. I really like this. I would love to see BB team play with this. If you rotate down now while everyone's in the Sandstorm, no one's really going to see you breach. Right? No one's really going to have any sightlines on you rotating down the hill. And that could be one of the few instances where I think it's really nice to have the Sandstorm in there. If you use it to your advantage tactically, which very few teams have ever done, then I really like the implementation of it.
Apart from a doozy, he got saved by that Sandstorm, remember, on Miramar, just south of El Pozo. And it came at the perfect time. It was like the perfect time. He was able to get past with the bike. Well, just the ones they're going to move in, they're going to be neighbouring now. FaZe, again, that's that strong area which we're talking about at the moment. But they are on a split. Now, it's worth mentioning, you have just jumped in, talking to Patolians after day number 1. Next week we have the Smash Rule, and actually Twisted Minds are playing it as if they're playing the finals, guys. So they are looking to go from a 65 points to 100 points in day 2, because next week, yes, it's not 70 points. Being Esports and PUBG Esports have gone, but we're going to try with 100 points. Got to remember, this technically is day 2. If we was in the finals, when Twisted Minds reaches 100 points, or a team reaches 100 points, that is the last game for day number 2, and then they've got to come back and get themselves that winner chicken dinner. But they can't get the 100 points and the winner chicken dinner under the same map.
LW is going to rotate into the backlines of BB team. Have to be careful though. There's another player right around the corner. It's Bestalock. And unfortunately, he couldn't get the last shot off. Maybe he's got the second chance now, as they still have to make a really far drive. And they have to exit the vehicle. They're both going to be taken down. He does get the last hits on both of them. This is really important. Otherwise, they maybe could have crawled behind the car and then just waited for the blue zone to finish them off, but they're not going to happen. Bestalock doesn't even necessarily need to finish them, as they're far outside the zone. That it's going to work out perfectly anyway. So, BB team picking up 2 quick frags on the rotation. It's going to secure them at least a couple of points, because, as I said, their edge is a pretty tough one to rotate down from.
It's such a hard rotation for LOW there, and a lot of teams here. Inter gets picked up. Vard be happy with that one. There's that confirmation. Best does get Schengen down. He's a very strong player. Again, one to watch. James steals. So Foot Esports unable to get the claim, but FaZe will put their first point on. It's going to keep descending down towards FaZe here. Difficult compound to hold there, fellas. You're a pro player. You know how it is. Teams are going to try and crash in. We've still got 16 teams, though. 16 teams. Little elements of hard cover. This is all Miramar terrain now. Pick your fights wisely.
Yeah. It depends. Right now, it's not really breachable, because sure, there's ridgelands towards the east where you can drive up towards the compound, but you're going to be open to everyone else, so you can't really play that until it's really late in the circle and everyone else has already rotated out from the back lines. And most of the time, it really depends on how the circle shifts. Then again, from the west side, no one's really going to breach you either, because if anyone's playing the west side, they're going to play the top of the hill, which they can't play at the moment right now either. So, at least for the time being, FaZe Clan is in a really good spot, not really able to get breached unless someone really just drives in there and picks up the fight, but FaZe is surely going to be ready for this one, because honestly, at the moment, that's all they need to do. Chill, stay in the center of it, and wait for everyone else to kind of finish them off on the edges. For Esports, they're going to a little bit more trouble over towards the eastern side. It's going to be a tough rotation in. They will potentially try to play the ridgelines on the other street, but as you can see, there's smoke wall still on their edge as well, and they will have sidelines on them if they do decide to cross.
But they've got a really good split at the moment. Foot Esports have 2 in the compound. T-Bone and Vard are in a position. Now, Mongo and Empty needs to work their way in. It's going to be a difficult cross because, right, Smoke will sit in the middle. I kind of feel like Smoke will and Ascend will have to fight here. Smoke will have made the first move, but there's going to be really, I suppose I'm going to say small pockets of fighting. There's going to be some really big pockets of fighting because teams will be clawing onto the edge. And it's going to come down to who moves first. And sometimes moving first is not the best when it comes down to these style of rotations.
Yeah. Sometimes it is beneficial, sometimes it really isn't.
That's PUBG.
that is PUBG for you. Bullet Rain making a very late one while we're at it. Still a couple of good sidelines. That was the first time we've seen Dex now. We've had some discussion about him in the tournament, in the chat, excuse me, about this tournament yesterday. But let's take a look at how Sander's playing this one. They're kind of playing the rich line the Smoke Wall would have loved to play, but they didn't quite make their rotation with the thought of Ascent being in mind. I'm not sure how they thought they could play here, but they're being punished either way. Ascent is going to be on the rich line, they're picking up these frags.
Oh, it's 2 fights kicking off now. Twisted Minds on one side, but yeah, look at that. I knew the observers were going to go back for this one. For Esports, they've got aggressive. They could have stayed clearly in their compound. Nika, unable, unaware. He's trying to take the fight with Smoke Wall, and Smoke Wall, you're right, playing to that position. Look, did they not know Send here? I think they were just popping shots at him. I think they tried to get in front of him. I could be wrong, but that's a huge play here for Esports, looking to clear this east side at the moment, and it's going to be Vard leading the charge.
It is going to be Vard. He's looking to find its crease. He's got a cheeky angle. Usually you would be in an advantage because you've got the hard cover in the sec, but then again, there's only so many positions you can peek at, so Ascend in a little bit of an advantage right now, but they have lost Mikan. That's the big part. Sure, Foot Esports, I don't think they're in a 4-man, at least not on this edge. You can see T-Bone is back in the compound, so they have got only 3 people here, but they always have the opportunity to fall back, and Ascent doesn't. Ascent has to push this. Ascent has to clear this. There's no real play anymore for Ascent Klein, and that's why I'm also confused about Foot Esports. With this new shift, why not just rotate back? Ascent, I don't see a single position Ascent has to play. If they want to make it to the compound or the ridge lines, they're going to be open to Foot Esports or to face Clan. I don't see a way. So the safe thing, unless they really want to secure these kill points, is to just rotate on back. And I think that's what they should do, and are probably going to do in the next 20 seconds as well.
Well, I'll add to that with a little bit of, you know me, I'm an agent of chaos. Are they trying to deny Ascend to the finals? They've already got a knock. They've got hard cover. They could rotate back at any given time they want to. It is the safer option. You're 100% right. But they could also put Ascend out quite early here. And that is a team they need to overtake, and potentially a team that might not make qualifiers if they have the same day 2 they had as day number 1.
I just feel like if they rotate back, they would have good sidelines on Ascend anyways. I'm not sure where Ascend, as I said, I don't see any real big way for Ascend out of this one. The circuit just unfortunately isn't really favorable for them. There's very few ridge lines on the northern side that you can play. I think it's going to come down to the breach against Faceland.
Yeah, it's going to be eventually that point, because you're right, that north east side is going to be very difficult. Smoke Water in front, Smoke's going up. LLW already have moved their way around. Ascend are going to have to go full Ascend at the moment. Oh, he shoots a bike, whips back though. Good spray. Mexico, unfortunately, he goes down, but it's from LULW on the other side, and it's clean, it's quick, but Ascend will fall.
No chance for them. They cannot find a way in. I gotta be fair though, that circle unfortunately just doesn't give them anything on that edge, and I feel like they needed to commit to that foot fight, but even if they do, there's T-Bone in the backlines just covering them, so I gotta give credit to Foot Esports especially. They realized that so early on. I think very few teams would have realized that so early, that if they take space there, they're essentially going to eliminate Descent for free, and that's what they did. Good stuff coming out from Foot Esports, forward thinking.
And now they've positioned themselves a little bit further in. To the other side, LULW obviously want nothing to do with it. They rotate their way, and they then clean Descend up because they had the Valley. Now they've got to try and deal with other teams solo. Whatever team trying to move in this position here, Twisted Minds had to go the other way because they were denied entry by Halkido and for Hao in the southwest corner. But they found a new opportunity. Now they can whip the shots up. Two comes over, but no, he goes down. But lucky enough, the cover was there. Example will clear it. And now Twisted Minds, they're on 9.74 in total, as this is their game number 7.
Oh, Lou has got his teammate covered. If you would have been taken down there, it would have only been one more play on the revive, and that is example. He's already in 6 frags again. Ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds is once again plowing through this, and they haven't lied to us. They said they want to test if they can get to 100 points before the second day is ended, and it looks like they could. It looks so possible right now for the potential, at least statistically, the best team in the world right now. Twisted Minds, 3 players strong. There is 3 more teams with a full 4-man, but they're in the zone. Almost all of them are already in the zone. They just have to take a couple steps forward. And apart from them, it's only really FaZe Clan with a clear shot of winning this.
Well, we saw them yesterday. They were bouncing backwards and forwards. They were stopping entry. I think this is going to be the case. But is obviously looking at the north side, and he's going to move, and the rest of the guys will move back around the other side. FaZe Clan have been in the compound. That's why there's low kills at the moment. No one's had to be able to breach, but with the zone shift pushing back this way, there's a ridge, yes, towards their east. We'd expect sort of a foot Esports maybe to play in there, but they can't because we've got Secure Sensor, we've got How, we have WLA all lurking on that sort of south side. So it can be difficult. FaZe might not be getting the high kill game they want for game number 1, but they're in a good position to try and claim a winner chicken dinner. And then the other side of the zone, that's the other position. Twisted Minds have got the higher ground. They are going to be farming information at speed.
Yeah, not only this, look at how far example and Lou have already pushed down towards the eastern side. This is pure intuition. This as you saw, we just saw it from Lou's POV. This is a dangerous cross down there. If anyone would have been creeping up through the eastern side of it, eastern side up from the street, kind of, he would have been immediately taken out, right? He was running downhill, but he knew if no one's playing this by now, the probability that someone's going to peek at this point in time, exactly when I'm running down, is just super low. So he secures himself a really good spot, and he's able to deny that position, that run up to any other team that potentially has an eye on it, especially Secure Zensen and Hal, who still haven't made their way out of this compound.
I'm quite surprised they've not made their way, especially that initial zone shift. They've stayed tight. Oh, T-Bone, he anchors, but he goes down. That's a cheap throwaway. And same for Esports. They're looking strong. Should really be going down there. Esports do position themselves since they've taken an element. Say will get Aintsies down, so that's number 2 for them, potentially unable to get the confirm, but FaZe will just activate now. They can come over. They're trying to watch for low W. Vard's going to try and keep, and I know what Foot are doing. They're trying to stop people moving their way in, but with the low numbers, at some point, FaZe are going to come looking over.
Yeah, at some point, FaZe is gonna look down. But then again, it's really tough for this compound. The more you peek, the more you overpeek. If you do get knocked, it's really hard to crawl back, and someone's gonna be there to cover you. Especially with the way Twisted Minds has positioned themselves now. I feel like there's always gonna be sidelines outside of the buildings they're staying in. You can see Twisted Minds that they're in a prime spot to harass everyone. And literally just a minute ago, these guys were outside the zone. They would have to run down to even find any of these angles, and they did. That's how smart these guys play time and time again. I know it's such a small fact, but it just adds up, and that's why these guys are so damn good. And yeah, good molly. Vard is going to shoot this one, gets traded by example, but doesn't matter. They will secure another one, and now FaZe Clan strikes, and this is what we've all been waiting for. They have waited for this so patiently, and they will be rewarded for it. 2 frags immediately being picked up by them, and these are the 5th frags in total, and also the 5th points for FaZe Clan.
13 kills here for Twisted Minds. We're in top 4. It was a matter of time before they activated. They were checking off at the top. How will go down in 4th. Twisted Minds will have 3. Secure Sensor have got 3. One's DBNO, but FaZe have got 4. They've been in the compound. They've had the hard cover. Gustav, he's really gone aggressive. He played out. FaZe starting to activate now. They're looking to try and clean this up here. I think FaZe and Twisted Minds, I think for me, it's going to be a denial of entry here for Secure Sensing, and then we might see a 4 versus 3.
Ooh, good shots. But yeah, as you said, it's going to be a cleanup. I don't think there's any debate about this. And it's going to come down to FaZe Clan against Twisted Minds. That circle shift could give us an indication on how favorable it is for FaZe Clan. And who's really in the run for this one. Because it really did shift greatly towards FaZe Clan. And maybe running down the ridgeline could be possible for Twisted Minds. I'm not so sure about the sidelines. So maybe running across the ridgeline down low and then getting close to the compound could be an option for them. But they will be at a disadvantage either way. And let's be honest, FaZe Clan, one of the teams qualified for EWC. They should be aware of this as well. 4v3, ladies and gentlemen, as Secure Sensing goes down. Safi's going to deny the point. He did that yesterday too. And we have Twisted Minds against FaZe Clan. 2 powerhouses of PUBG Esports facing it off with 1-man advantage from FaZe Clan.
And what we're fighting over, 20% of zone, because you're not really going to the south, so it's going to be a head-to-head battle here. Fex taking a big hit himself, so he's lost the lid and he's got to reposition, maybe go get a lid while he can before the zone plays in. Twisted Minds applying the pressure, and FaZe can obviously have the foresight to be out of position there. James comes out wide, it's Famous versus Organs. It looks like Famous done the damage, but the Org claimed up at the end from Lou, and now it goes to Evil playing fields. Twisted Minds like, guys, you're not having a player up on us. This is going to be a clean 3 versus 3.
I'm really confused about this. I'm not sure what. I mean, there must have been a reason for James to peek out that far. But they didn't even connect it with Gustav driving down. I think if that would have happened at the same time, it would have been a big play. But yeah, FaZe Clan now just being picked apart one by one. They just kind of find a footing in this one. They tried to make a move. They knew they have to do it now rather than late. And unfortunately, it just didn't work. Gustav and Mixi both being taken down. 3-on-1, it is Fex. He's done amazing things for FaZe Clan time and time again. He's got the Panzerfaust as well. He waits a bit. He does hit him as well, and it's going to be too late in time. And Twisted Minds, it looks all the more likely these guys are going to crack the 100 points today. 20 frags and a chicken dinner, and they just cannot be stopped, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way for them to lose this round, and it feels like there never has been.
What? Right. If we was in the finals, people, let's just wind into the future, get a cup of tea, and understand what might have just happened there. Day number 2, right, of the finals, if this was the finals, Twisted Minds have just got themselves into 5 points of ending the day. So if Twisted Minds get 5 points in the next game, that technically there would be the end of day number 2, because it'd be the first team to breach 100 points. Then they come back on day 3, and it'd be the first time that Twisted Minds get the winner chicken dinner. That was interesting. Great game number 1. Twisted Minds obviously claiming the victory. They had the control. They had a difficult time to get in as well, FedEx, because they had to play in from the west. They came down towards that southwest. We've got Hakido and we've got Hal, which were very focused, trying to stop them from working their way in. But they opted to go towards the other side. Let's debrief, though, that one after the break. When we come back, though, it is going to be map number 2, and it is going to be the final Miramar for Twisted Minds.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker. The return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features. So be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, guys. After that very short break, we was able to crown game number 1 winners, which was Twisted Minds. Good game. I should be just saying before the break, Felix, how they had a difficulty trying to get into zone because they were denied, but they've got that such high IQ. Well, if you get denied entry some way, there's always another opportunity to play into zone.
I mean, it is Twisted Minds, right? At this point, I shouldn't be surprised anymore that they pick up this round as well. The one round that honestly looked so dangerous for them. They lost Perfectis early on against FaZe Clan. Out of all the teams, they lost against FaZe Clan, actually, the one team that they were able to still take down on a 4v3 at the end of it, right? That's how absurd this round was from start to finish. But yeah, they played to perfection. But whenever they were in trouble, someone was there to pick up everyone else's mistakes. We saw the rest, for example, from Luke coming out while he was covered by, I believe, Batulins, and there was one player that could have ruined them the round, but it didn't happen. He hits the one-shot headshot against the player on the rock inside the blue zone. So it's this very small kind of stuff that just adds up, and I've been saying that in the round as well. If you have a team that is as consistent as Twisted Minds, all that small stuff looks risky, but it really isn't if you're as good as Twisted Minds.
Well, let's see if Twisted Minds where they are. That's an impressive 95 points for them. As well as obviously mention a couple of other teams there. How obviously they're doing well, they're climbing their way, 47 points. They're arguably moving up. They were in 6th place by 4, but it's more the right side. Most of the teams on the right are able to get off that 0. It's only Inter where we saw the initial fight with them, and for Esports where they lost 2 quite early. I think they need to review that and go, actually that was a major mistake for us. We should have stayed as a 4. And Banana, obviously, they get held out by Twisted Minds as well, and a bit of the commotion that came down to those zone shifts, because I did feel like game number 1, the teams were playing well, the players were playing well, and then PUBG doing PUBG things, the zone shift, very, very difficult, and a lot of teams got left behind.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Ascent during the rounds, and I just gotta say, that was unfortunate for them. I feel like I gotta look back at the game and figure out if there was a way for them to maybe realize that they're in a really dire situation. But usually, if you play that compound from the northern side, you don't really expect it to center up on the southern side of this compound 3-4 more times, right? You maybe expect it to go northwest of it and somewhere around the hillsides, but not as close to the compound, and definitely not as close to the street on the compound as close as it did. So for them to really fight, for them to have a chance to fight themselves in, I think FUT Esports, yeah, couldn't have done that play. If that play wouldn't have happened for FUT Esports, maybe there was a way, but with the circles and FUT Esports doing that brilliantly genius play, I thought there wasn't really an option. That's just how PUBG goes. Sometimes in a best of 12, you will have these types of rounds. Unfortunately, it is in a spot where we said they need a good round. They need it to get their confidence back. And we also said this tournament as a whole is a way for them to get back into things. And unfortunately, by the looks of it, right now, that isn't going to be the case in match 7 for them as well.
Let's break down for Esports, because I do want to talk about them quickly before we get into game 2, and game 2 is starting, so we'll be there very shortly. They played it well, but I think there was a little bit of a statement. Maybe I'm reading into a bit more. They didn't need to take the fight with Ascent. There's an argument to say they wanted to try and clear that east side, and maybe they wanted to take the ridge before they were played in. I'd also hazard a guess that they were going for kills, and if they got that first knock with Mika, I think they were looking for an opportunity to deny any more points for Team Ascent, because they need a big game today. So I think that is a big say, because remember, this is FUT Esports' first day. That was their first game, and that's a statement. That is a real big statement. Yeah,
I mean, that's the big question. We've got to talk to them after the games today. Was that planned? Was it played on a name-to-name basis, which is totally legitimate, right? I mean, if I'm in this lobby and I know there's a way to potentially harass a team that definitely is a contender if they play at some point. They have been in the prime. At the point where they're in the prime, they were a definite contender. Sure, they haven't been playing as good recently, but you know, that can happen any time. It's PUBG Esports. We've seen how teams can turn things around, and a fast that can happen. So yeah, I mean, it's a legitimate strategy. If that was the case, we're gonna have to take a look and see after the 6 games. We don't want to disturb them during the games, obviously, but I could see it both ways. Even if it wasn't a play on a name basis, I think it's still a legitimate play, because no matter what, you have another option to get the kill points, and it comes at no real risk of you. They knew that that ridgeline was going to be clear potentially, and there's no third-party action from any of the teams. And they still had T-Bone on the back of the compound, so they still have someone supporting them, even if they get a knock at those ridgelines. So, great play coming out from FUT.
Definitely a great play. Well, it's game number 2 for day 2, Group B versus C, and here we go. Flight path this time. It's going to be a north down towards the south. Don't forget, guys, we've got the map stream as well. Exclamation mark map stream. I'm sure we'll get the link for you guys if you want to just follow along with the map. We get, obviously, insight into the map as well. But good flight path this time. Will we get a contention? Will Inter drop with FUT Esports? I can't see it. I think they made a mistake. I think it may be a bit of nerves, what you spoke about earlier on in the pre-show. Maybe they're just shaking off those nerves, leaving it too early. They're going to have to come back. They have to refocus, but this is that was their first game technically, so they've still got another 11 games to be able to put points on the board. I can't see anything crazy happening from a drop this side.
Fair playing path. You haven't really seen many of these. Straight down the middle. Everyone's definitely gonna get you the spot that they want to play at this time around. Obviously, it's gonna be a little bit different with FUT Esports, with the way that FaceClan obviously has access to this one. It's gonna be FaceClan picking up their old preferred loot spot, and now FUT Esports has to play the south side of Los Leones. What's to be expected with the way the plane flew. This is how prepared these guys are. Obviously, these guys know themselves so very closely. They've played against each other thousands of times. Well, it feels like thousands of times. Maybe it's actually thousands of times by now.
Easy.
And
easy.
As a result of that, we will not see a contest in this one, at least not in phase 1.
Nope, zone does go a little bit late, and actually very late on the flight path, and it goes and favours someone like FUT Esports. So, Ascend go for an early drop, they don't go late, and they don't go for that rotation to Val. They're going to get caught out. Hound taking long distance shots now over back to iBanana, but no connection shots just at the moment. Actually, we're out of ammo.
Yeah, nothing there anymore. But let's be honest, I don't think he would have hit that either. If he would have had the bullets. JETZT is trying his luck as well. He did hit a player once, but unfortunately, nothing else. Code Marco, though, finds himself an M249 and a 4X, and that's a dangerous combi, especially shooting down from the top of a hill downwards. He's definitely not running out of ammunition anytime soon. He will pick up that frag as well. This is a good start for Howl. They haven't had a good round in match number 1 of the day, but also they're not really in a precarious spot on the total leaderboard, so we said at the start of this broadcast as well, not too worried about them.
Oh, it's just Inter losing another one early. I just don't like to see it. I don't like to see it. I like to keep the numbers up, guys. I'd like to keep the numbers up. Interesting zone. This obviously has multiple ways it can play. Hopefully, it's not going to be like game number 1 where our teams had to try and make something out of nothing. And I think that was part and parcel of that zone shift, all right? So, one of these teams, actually, enough, the producers I want to talk about is LW. They unfortunately, due to the zone shift, they had left 2. Now, we're on a 2-2 split. But 2 had to rotate really, really wide. And actually, arguably lined up perfectly for BB. As they had to drive on by. So hopefully they can stay a bit tighter. If they can keep the numbers up, we know they can hit really, really great shots. And actually, looking at their game plan, even with a duo, don't forget they got themselves ahead of Ascend, ahead of our smoke wall in on that north side of the zone. So mechanically gifted, and also when it comes down to strategy, they're a team that are very, very keen to keep an eye on.
Definitely. They did run into a little bit of trouble in match number 1. Towards the northwestern part. And this time around, they are dangerously close to smoke wall as well. Does smoke wall know of them? I think they do. They've kind of looked at each other for a minute there. You can see Knife has already pushed out of the compound as well. He's looking towards, I do believe it is Sparta, it is. And with him and pulling up, maybe. Well, we'll see a couple of shots being traded back and forth, but with the way smoke wall is positioned around the church, there shouldn't be a way for Sakura Sensen to secure any of these frags, even if the knock does come through. So, I think this is more of a position play, and Sakura Sensen is trying to secure this very, very good compound towards the east of church.
Do they know of the solo? We've seen how impactful even the solo on the qualifying stages can be. They might even opt to go for a 2-2 split. That car goes on. That's dangerous. If they start picking up, there's only 2 here. It might be a position they want to take. At the moment, with the zone positioned as it is, they're more towards the centre. So no real early push will happen just yet. But this is it. Nath is going to be in a position, potentially could pop up. They cause some damage. The Secure Sense and overstep their mark. It might be slightly different. Early rotations coming in. Inter unfortunately did lose one towards House. They've got to be cautious themselves, as most of these teams will now work their way in. So we only lost one, so 16 teams, 63 players remain, and we're just gone over 5 minutes on the clock.
Next phase is going to be starting around 17 seconds. Early rotations, earlier than what we've been used to, I want to say. A pair of teams deciding to go for prime real estate relatively early on. And with the way these circles have been playing out, especially towards the northern side, that is obviously a good adaptation to be done. And there we have them. Kitchen. A team that's not really been on our radar, I want to say, in terms of favorites. They haven't really shown us that in match number 1 as well, but always a team that is good for an underdog pick. And now that I realize, we haven't really talked about predictions so far.
No. Well, early predictions. We'll talk about predictions. It's a bit early. I'm going to put you on the spot down halfway through this one.
And is there not a qualified team for you that you say is definitely going to qualify out of Group B and C? I'm looking at this right now, and I'm like, it's interesting. There's so many strong qualified teams, but there isn't this one qualified team that you normally have that is just, why are these guys not a partner team anyways? And so far, it's I'm missing that one team kind of between these two groups.
We exclude the Twisted Minds because they're qualified, right? I think FaZe will go really aggressive today. I think they're secured a spot. I'll be interested to see what Foot and BetBoom will do as well today. Foot Esports will go, if they continue aggressive, I think they will go well through the playoffs anyway. BetBoom team, obviously, unfortunately, they've done that wide rotation into Twisted Minds. That's never great. And obviously, losing numbers, very difficult to come back from that one. I think Low W, they're going to be one of these teams that I'm kind of keep on the outside bet. And Secura Sentin, actually, is a team which you might have come into going this, going, oh, don't really know who they are. I don't think they're going to qualify. For me, they'll be the teams that I'll be expecting to get through to the grand finals.
Yeah. By the way, have you seen FaZe's comment after the last game? Are we allowed to swear on this one? I don't think we're allowed to swear, but it's a quote. Don't ban me. FaZe said,
you have to bleep it. You're not allowed to.
What the bleep is going on is what he said. And I understand the sentiments. That was the reaction to Twisted Minds. If you haven't heard it, if you're just tuning in, the way I gotta start at the very beginning. Why is this so crazy? It's because we have a different rule set for the finals. Yes. It comes down to who breaches the 100 points mark first, and then afterwards gets a chicken dinner.
And you can't do it in the same game.
You can't
do it in the same game. You can't do it in the same game. So you can't get 100
points. So you have to breach it and
energy.
then get a chicken dinner. And Twisted Minds, with this game, is most likely, if they get 5 points or 5 points off, actually, let's hold on. Let me delay this for a bit, because we have FaZe Clan in a bit of trouble at the moment by the looks of it. Bullet Rain has traded it out, though. Gustav went down. Grown has been taking down Mamexi as a result, though. And they are in a 3-on-3. There's shots raining in from the distance. This is a pretty tough spot to be in. James, though, takes down Grown, and there will be a flash towards the side of FaZe Clan. It looks like it's a pretty good spot to be in. Question is, though, how much third party is there going to be? Because Zolo has already got their sights locked on them, and Mexi has already been taken down. Flash 2. This is disastrous for FaZe Clan. They're being picked apart from 3 sides at the same time. Olzeng is still alive and kicking, and he's going to take down James too. I think it's only 1 player left alive now for FaZe Clan, unfortunately. That is Gustav, and he's been taken down really, really low. Actually, never mind. I think it's Fax who's been staying alive as well, who just hit that trade before being brought down to his knee as well. Chaos is happening right around Picardo. And I feel like everyone's been getting a piece of FaZe Clan here.
Oh, just in time. So, but it went on a 2-2 split, guys. FaZe obviously rolled into the middle. That's before Solo come rolling on in as well. Nearly Reliant picking up the final 2 players there from FaZe. The shots nearly to perfection, but they're able to tuck in. Now, this is a dangerous area because, like Solo, there might be another team that might roll in. They don't know that. We know there's no one else coming from the north, but they might just opt to get in the cast, just rotate away slightly at the moment here. So repositioning, I think they're hoping for a north shift, but I think they're more cautious because they don't know whether they're between 1 or 2 teams that are taking shots at them.
I have brought Scooby back up. So it's going to be 2 quick frags being picked up by Zolo. I have talked about these guys. You might think 13 points is pretty good, but these guys have played 6 matches already. That's the sad part.
Yep.
They just haven't been performing in the playoff. And something's got to change. Good pickup by Ascent. At least timing-wise, this is a pretty clean emergency pickup. There'll be right around the center when the circle closes. And wow, this is perfect. Is this going to be a breach in Twisted Minds? This could be so interesting. I think Ascend is going for it. FaZe Clan is on the other side, potentially third-partying this, and it looks like they want to commit. Brex is coming down. Twisted Minds, they are going to see this in time, but how much can they do? Brex might just be shot out of the air. 2 more players landing sometime soon. Brex is being spotted out. Almost takes down Example. I don't think Mika's going to be there in time. What's the rest of Twisted Minds going to do? Are they going to group on this one? It doesn't look like it. Example, he's so scared of this one. He shoots at Batulins there for a second, but I think he is excused.
He's excused. Loot is collapsing now. The Batulins obviously is further back, so supporting on the third party action. But yeah, quick reaction speech, we say. Twisted Minds obviously were here first. Ascend obviously trying to go for the E pick up, and it was the right timing for them. Perfectors will get Mika down. Now they're on a 2-2 split themselves. Now they're going to be potential. Twisted Minds going to try and collapse this one out. Ascend E pick up right time, but they cut that one straight down. I don't know if they scouted that. Don't know if they knew anyone was there. Could they dealt with it a little bit better? Potentially, for now they're down to a duo. They're in a good position. We might see the zone play back their way. But for KLICKEN and it's Chris, well, it's Chris has got the M249, and we know what a weapon he can be with that gun in his hand.
Yeah, but as much of a weapon as he is, I think Twisted Minds, look, we know these guys. They're not going to let this happen. They want to take control of the round, and you don't have control if you have someone in the compound in phase 2. That's not even going to happen in phase 5, phase 6, or phase 7. Let alone phase 8. There's just no phase in which Twisted Minds is going to let Ascend live here. They're going to group at some point. I think they're just going to wait for the next phase shift and decide whether or not it's going to worth it. But I can totally see them just doing it right now too. There's no real third-party potential for anyone else. FaZe Clan is not even playing the compound. They should know this, otherwise there would have been more shots towards Ascent in the first place. So FaZe Clan's just being playing the rich lines up top and only being a 2-man as well. I think it's going to be an easy decision for Twisted Minds to clear them out. It's just going to be a matter of time, and then it's going to be down to 2 players from Ascent doing it. Yeah, I've said it. I thought it was going to be in this phase as well. An example is already there with the Panzerfaust. It's Chris. There's just no chance. There was no way in hell he was ever going to win this with the Panzerfaust in hands. And there goes the 3rd player for Ascent. It's just going to be all down to Mika. What more can he do? Excuse me, KLICKEN, obviously. In the compound, throws down a Molotov inside the smoke. Can always be pretty dangerous. You can see Perfect. He's walking straight into it. That at least gives him a little bit more time to think about what his next steps are.
He's put the shield there, so they won't be able to get up as quickly as possible. Oh, there you go. That's another tactic as well. So Ascend's going full defense mode at the moment. He'll go down. Perfect. He's able to get the med on. KLICKEN, he's got enough ammo in his back pocket. He's backed up against the wall now, and a very difficult position. It is a 3 versus 1 push between us, though. He's not here. But it is a matter of time. You're right. You don't really want to be living with someone in this compound, especially when that zone pops. If it pops further away, you want to be in position to leave. And the best way to do that is to kill and delete the person in the compound.
Yeah. I've been talking about this whole taking control of round. That's what we've been missing from Ascent. That's what Twisted Minds in quite a bit contrast is doing so perfectly. They never give up control, even if it means engaging someone in phase 1 to take that control. If that is what you need to do, they're not scared of it right now. And Ascent didn't used to be as scared of taking control either. And I feel like in my very, I want to say very, no, not necessarily a deep analysis, but at least a very light analysis. I think that is kind of one of the problems that Ascent is facing right now. Look at this, Twisted Minds still pretty scared of approaching KLICKEN though. I'm very surprised by this. I feel like they're missing their utility.
I was going to say, the beauty of plus as well, we see the mortars coming in, so it's clear. It's going to be a very clean, perfect zone. We'll pick up KLICKEN. I did try to get some shots out on the other side. Didn't quite work out, but Ascend lose another round. They've got to come back on Tego. They need to have big games. They're in the cut-off point. They are in 13th place at the moment, so if we were to end it, we'll be qualified. Oh! Solo.
Okay.
Well, they're going to a solo push FaZe Clan. They were in the kill feed by taking punishment from Hal, so I was going to wonder how long it was going to take for Solo to push over. But we said early, these guys need a big game. They need kills. They've got to chase as much as they can now. So they've picked up another 2. Now they're going to have to move on in zone. Zone's played. It's down back towards Lostly Owns. Secure Ascension taking a huge amount of area. But look at this. How? Well, the last time we get to say how. It is today. They're now pushing in on Kitchen.
Nice shots are coming out from Hal. Haven't, unfortunately, because of the Sandstorm, haven't really been able to third party as much as they want to on that phase against Solo fight. I think the sidelines would have been perfect without the Sandstorm. but they will need to refocus towards that eastern side. A couple of shots being taken towards Kitchen. They've lost Tuhu, unfortunately, already. And, well, that rotate not going to work out either. There's just too many teams. Bumble Squad is, I think, is somewhere towards the... I'm saying Bumble Squad. I think it was Lil W, obviously. Lil W is shooting somewhere towards the western side already. And I do believe there was Sakura Sensen somewhere in the distance as well, poking some shots. So maybe 3, maybe 4 teams even shooting at Kitchen. They will have to retreat, turning things around. That's going to give Hal the opportunity now to breach this compound and find an entry for themselves. And a 4v2, that might just be a pretty good breach to take.
Kitchen, well, they're going to try and hold out. They've lost 2, unfortunately. There's a rookie there. Really bad. Going to try and hold out as well. They're in a good position now. I think they're waiting for the zone to play back. For me, it's going to play back. It's worth mentioning. Twisted Minds, well, they've reached the 100-point mark. So technically, if we were in the finals, guys, it's not 70 that we see on the PUBG. Bing Sports and PUBG have made a decision for this event. It's going to be 100 points. But technically, this potentially would be the last game if we was in the finals.
Unbelievable. So that would be an 8, maybe 9-game final. If they would win this round, it would be a 9-game final. So in case you're still wondering, how the hell does this work? How the hell do the finals work? First team to 100 points, or any team essentially to the 100-point mark, as long as they breach the 100-point mark, and then after breaching it, get another chicken dinner, then they will be the winner of the tournament. So the earlier you reach it, the more chances you have of potentially picking it up. It's going to make things incredibly spicy because everyone's going to wait for the WWCD. It's a good mix between the WWCD rule and obviously the superset rule.
I like it.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's gonna be interesting. We'll have to take a look and see. But I think just reading the rule set already is making me hyped for the games, and I think that's a good sign, isn't it?
Well, it's really good for us as viewers, casters. Like, I think it's really good for watching of PUBG Esports. We're not going to get those scenarios where we've seen it so many times, guys, right? We've seen it where a team's won and it's like 3 games left to go. As a viewer, you're like, well, we already know who's won the event. It's not going to be the case, and we are going to. Do you know what the best thing that I'm really looking forward to on LAN? The live reaction.
Yeah.
The live reaction.
Yes.
Like Twisted Minds winning the game and they're just screaming and shouting. That's what I want to see.
Well,
that's what I want to see.
The way we know Twisted Minds, they're probably not going to be screaming and shouting. They're just going to be like, okay. Well,
no,
never. Kind
of
expected it to happen. I feel like after winning PGS4, if that was the most hype these guys can show, I think we're not going to see a lot of hype anytime soon from these guys, because that was relatively calm for someone to be the best team and finally break that curse. But either way, Hal in a bit of trouble, and obviously there's no one else but Twisted Minds putting the trouble on them. Good shots coming out from both teams, but Twisted Minds being the team inside the zone, and Hal really not being it, especially with the problem of it being phase 4. Do have the advantage, but as I say that, Keppa goes down, but so does Perfectix. This is a whole different team though. It's WL8. The distance, shooting him out. Straight headshot, he's not going to be able to get revived. Doesn't matter though, because Twisted Minds have shown us, even as a 3-man, these guys perform better than a 4-man.
But
in different
good
teams.
for the rest of the lobby though, isn't it, Felix? Because like with Secure Sense and fighting Twisted Minds, arguably teams like Ascend, yes, they're out, they need some points, but the guys that have been coming in today are Group C. They're going to be happy with this. Like, get them out of the lobby. They're just stealing points that we need to get because they've got to make a huge attempt to get to the 16th spot where they can now. And as a Group C, you've got to think, actually, do you know what? I want to try and hit 16th place now. Like, I've got to get above that line as it stands before we finish off tomorrow.
Yeah. Absolutely. How the hell did they make it into the compound so fast? No one was really playing that edge. Yeah, no one was really playing that edge, and I feel like Secure Sense still kind of scared of approaching this. They know that Twisted Minds has to push towards them, but they've kind of given them the space they kind of want and need.
Yeah.
To just wait for them to make a mistake, and that's usually how it goes with teams playing against Twisted Minds. First player goes down. It's going to be Example and Lou. Actually, both being knocked down. Good shots coming in from the distance. Once more, I think that was the second time WA kind of hit one of these really long-range shots. And now it's suddenly just Batulin's. So that wouldn't be the round unless Batulin's make some crazy play. That wouldn't be the round where they win the tournament. But they will have another chance.
Because you can't get the 100 points and the chicken in the same round. But it'd be...
anyways, you're completely right.
Yeah, because remember, this should be the last game for today. We'll come back tomorrow, right?
So that's just done, yeah.
this will be the last game, so they'll be out now, but we'll be ending today, right? Technically. But we're not. We're in the playoffs. We're in the playoffs. We've got 3 groups. We're looking for a top 16 here, guys. Twisted Minds will fall, but not too shortly. We'll see how. It's going to be, I need to get unused to saying how. I love that logo as well, but Eternal Fire, massive shout for them. They'll be back in the finals if they're qualified, but they're in a good spot now. No, we'll get used to it. We'll get used to it.
Well, we'll get used to it, but it's still going to be weird. To some degree, some teams, some players just stick. I don't know. Sometimes there's just certain players that just belong to a certain team. Like James does to FaZe, for example, and EB does to Liquid to some degree. But yeah, 100%. Things are changing, and sometimes I'm just missing the memories. Either way, Int has taken down Lurix. That's another really long-range shot. Couple of skirmishes around the edges. Nothing that we haven't really seen too early, but just goes to show you how tough this circle is. Whenever it shifts into the southern part, the southwestern part, especially of Los Leones, there's very few instances where you can actually get a hold of any kind of position later on, depending on obviously how these teams inside Los Leones play. But if the 5 side, for example, is taken, it's really tough for any team to rotate into the northern side. And if all the high buildings up on the road towards the eastern side, just on top of the ridgelines, are taken, then it's just as hard for any to rotate into the eastern side. So very few positions can be taken later on.
Yeah, and the expectation is it's going to play in towards the factory, so over on the east, the Ints, etc., Kitchen, Smokeworks, arguably coming towards south. They're going to have to reposition, though. For now, Kido, who's on the second day now, gets a bolted as a big shot now. BB team obviously going to wrap their way around. They're going to now clash heads with Esports. The util dump will start to happen. They want to try and take the fire Spyro. Well, he's just peeking his head over the top at the moment. But every time they peek up, it seems like Smoke Wall, Whack-A-Mole down as they hit the heads of BB team and keep them located where they are.
Let's see how this one's going to play out. Once again, this is an EWC qualified team, and the recent qualification, they have been one of the best 3 teams in the EMEA region. And I mean, just look at the names. They are always a team to be feared. We've talked about first the young, I want to say the young new star. He isn't necessarily new, but he is in my opinion, one of the biggest stars in the scene, especially for his age. Taking everyone by storm, definitely me. I'm a big fan of his playstyle. He's going to have to, sometime soon at least, gonna fight all 4 Esports, right? A big disadvantage, not only man-wise, but also position-wise. They have to make their way to the compound, and then you can see the sidelines already. They're already looking towards the western side. There's going to be plenty of teams watching them make their cross.
This is difficult, you're right. It's going to be how and when do you cross. The teams in hard cover will be favoured here for a chicken dinner at the moment. So they're going to try and stop anyone moving on in. Inty's going to whip a few shots over towards Secure Ascension. They did lose 2. And so obviously Safety was down. Obviously the push from Twisted Minds, but eventually the attackers and him already in zone. There comes that shift. No surprise really for me where it's going, but it does house the option of where does Foot Esport play into. If they keep on this side, they're going to have to clash with BB team, which I think they're looking at now. But if they move over, well, they have to try and take the fight with Secure Ascension. So there's a decision to be made. BB team, they're not quite in zone, but they could get the containers and then try and deal with that cross next. Bananas are in a great spot there as they're going to try and hold out everyone on the south. And then we don't even look at the north. Look at that. Int need to try and get themselves in. WLA hold the outside edge. Aikido moves their way in. The Solo already there waiting.
Yeah. Look at the Uzi's position as well. If you want to point that out, he's been holding that he's on ridgeline really, really carefully. But with this new shift, as you've said as well, both of these teams need to move. So we might not even see the 4 Esports against BB team fight straight away, because I think 4 Esports are going to try and take the direct approach. They've got the cars to do so as well, which is something I'm not sure we can say about BB team as well. Do they have the cars inside the compound? I'm not so sure. I think they approached from the eastern side, and I think they lost the car in the process getting there. So making that across the street in the upcoming zone is going to be quite dangerous. So 4 Esports is going to try to make their drive in. Unfortunately, Mogor has lost a tire, and they are very well aware not only Sakura Zenzen is, but WLA as well. And they just do not want to let 4 Esports cross. It would have been a good rotation, but unfortunately, Mogor is going to go down. That's a beautiful nade coming out from Kujak. And I think the rest of the 4 Esports players are going to follow sometime soon. Unless JETZT can do something massive. That should be a pretty good nade. He takes down one. He gets taken down beforehand. And now it's just T-Bone left alive. And he's trying to pick up Mogor. That's a really risky play. Maybe he's got the breathing room to do so. There is Tekkas still being knocked down, but Himon is very well alive. And there is a smoke wall
That's
that
helping.
they have thrown. That's helping them for the time being. But how long is it going to stay that way?
Look at the mini-map as well. We see BB. They also leapfrog. The cars are gone. They can hear that FAMAS now in the field. So they want to take the opportunity. They actually get the first knock. And there's that breach now coming in. If BB team clear this quickly, it won't be long before they go watch over for Esports. Inter, unfortunately, going to fall now in 11th place after losing one of the players very early on. Again, Best just having a look forward. He jumps his way back into KLICKEN. Now they've got to pause slightly. They've got to be able to get Phil first down. That's why Best is putting those smokes out on the wall. He's assuming that FUT Esports might have cleared their fight already. And what he's trying to do is stop a push up over towards him.
Good shots coming out from FC9. Unfortunately, only one of them connecting. It's a big difference. Very big distance, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Squeaky is going to stay alive, at least for now. He's found himself a position in the new safe zone. 2 more teams need to be eliminated for him to pick up any kind of placement points. I think that's the most he can hope for. And for the Esports, because T-Bone drove down there, I think has lost the other vehicle as well. And from there on out, it's... Yeah, I'm not sure if there's going to be any way. They would need to hit massive headshots on towards the crew sense in this player. It's not impossible, but it is really tough. But meanwhile, BB team has made their way across the street. You can see them playing in the backlines. They've secured themselves a warehouse that is currently absolutely prime real estate. And thus, BB team has made a really good approach towards winning this game.
They're in such a good position now. They will be able to have cleared the fight, but on the third final player for them, not in the same compound. So not going to worry about it. He's in that God compound, and BBT can focus on this fight that's coming in from the west-hand side. They've got to keep their heads down, secure sensors. They're going to try and make the push there. Hitman comes over the top. We always know how much he can cause. Tekers will get confirmed. Another point for them. There he goes. Should be clean. It is. It's number 6. FUT Esports, well, they are going to fall 9th place for them, but secure sensing. Another point, another steal, as they will now run their way to the little bowl, but again, it's a question, actually, how far does BB team maybe push out? Just it can go 100%. There's no other team now pushing in on the west.
Well, the team indeed. So take a look at the warehouse. Solo spill being on the roof.
Look at this.
Like
This
two
is mental.
teams right below them. It's a 2v2v2, if I saw that correctly. I think WLA is a 2 main only. So Solo and Solo Sakaido have lost players in the process for getting there as well. Back in Dark and Dex being the players left alive. We've talked about Dex plenty of times. Let's see how much he can do with this one. They are not inside the circle. The players up top will need to move, and so does WLA, and I'll take it back. WLA actually 9 frags and 4 players still left alive. They're trying to make it one by one, but
Difficult.
you can see the pathing is going to be really tough on this one. I'm not even sure how you would rotate out of this one without driving straight into BBT.
Yeah, you're right. It's so difficult for them. They've just lost one to zone as well. They're trying to send it down the long wall line. Akido Dex, good to see him back again. He's now coming in. Solo obviously going to have to give up the positioning, and that zone's going to be the gift. They did try. Solo will enter zone. 7th place for them. They got the placement points. They were down numbers. They parachuted in there as an E pickup, and it held out firm. Akido down for 2 as well. No kills for them. It's just that confidence we speak about, but the confidence at the moment, they're in a top 6 position. 6 teams remain, 14 left alive, as all the teams are now in. It's worth noting as well, if you're on the map feed, the Doozy, who is holding an anchor play here, that he's going to fall down to zone. So it does mean BB team are 3 strong. So everyone has an advantage and everyone has a disadvantage when it comes down to these final zone. Phase 8, and there are 13 players here, FedEx.
Good nades coming out from WLA. Sakura Zensen is being pressured back towards the street on the southern side. Tekers knows he's got the time. He hasn't been knocked down, and the enemies do not know how much damage they have done. They couldn't have seen that. Just going to promenade out on the open. Good shots on Heeman on the other side. LW is still alive and kicking, and he will return. Zedrox takes down Heeman. This is disastrous now for Sakura Zensen. And depending on how well WLA is reading the kill feed right now, they could have an option now to push this western side, but they don't decide to do so. I feel like that maybe is a good thing to do, but then again, the sightlines from BB team are pretty good. They would need to get at least the door smoked off. Not necessarily a problem, but
yeah,
there's only very limited utility at this point. And Sakura Zensen actually being taken out now. Tekazi eliminated by Mossboard. I feel like he could have done more there, but he tried to go for the pig, and it just was meant to be.
5 teams, 11 left. It's got to say a little default style of zone, so this would be well rehearsed. Here come the util dump. Now I'm going to see a stack up nades will go in, followed up by the blue zone nades. Obviously, you get a little bit of splash damage. The blue zone nades should get the ending for it. LURW, well, they had a 2-1 split. Now they've lost one. And Jedrox, who was holding the south side, You've got to continue that job. But they've got a good position. They've got the high grounds. If it plays back towards the east, they'll be happy. WLA popping a few shots towards HKD. Kiddo, obviously going to have to lay low. Confidence growing. Good to see them in an end zone here on game 2. Unlike what we saw yesterday with an end zone on game 6. So let's see what they can do. Let's see a couple more placements though, as Hobo will launch as many shots in towards the side of that car as possible. Needs to be cautious. If that car blows, that's the cover gone for them.
Yeah, there's not going to be any more cover for them available in this round. Dark is taking down Schengen now. That's a really good pickup. Well, W has to be careful of not being eliminated completely now. And Mossbud, he's going to go down with this one, right? I think he just missed the last tag. Oh my lord, that is so fortunate for Mossbud, as they were still alive. But there is going to be a quick trade either way. Dex takes him down. Good return, though. I think that's Mossbud taking down both of these players with the help of Lil W, obviously. So Koido is not making it in either. Now the first shots are hitting against BB team as well, as WLA is trying to pressure themselves out of this one. I don't think that's going to be a way. I think they will just deny this point. There comes the blue zone. There's no chance for them to make it inside. Maybe now. Fade is actually taking out Phil first. This should not have happened, but he will be taken out immediately after. This could be disastrous for BB team. I don't think they will have time to pick him back up. And if they do, there's going to be very limited time for him to get picked back up in terms of health points.
WLA playing the long game tonight, but good amount of kills for them. Banana split, unfortunately. W on one side, BB on the other. P90 in the hand. There was a smoke wall come in. Bit of parkour from Jedrox as he will go full send. Schengen not too far behind, but I've talked about this team. 10 kills already. Another P90. So 2 stacked up in the Gotti compound. They might try and draw the fight. Jedrox, though, is definitely going to be the one that's going to be punishing BB teams. They have launched their way. I think they know they can't get up on that side, so they're forcing them to fight. They take the opportunity now to get a few more meds on, because we might go to the dot. This is going to be blue battle potentially, as BB team, well, they got to launch forward. Banana not going to launch out, and Lol W would expect them to fight for BB team. An aggressive end game here, but it would going all the way to the blue.
Oh, this is a good nade. I feel like maybe if they would have waited another second, it would have been even better. They're kind of wasting the utility at this point. I feel like the 2 nades in the blue zone should have been enough to take down all of BB team, but it's going to happen either way. Bestelog is suddenly the last player left alive. Sparrow goes down as well. It's just Bestelog, and Lil W is taking control of this round. What a play to get to the roof. What a play to take down all the BB team members now with all the utility they have left. So the P90 in hand. Gedrox does have him in his sides, and he takes down Bestelog. And suddenly it's down to a 2-on-1. And all they need to do at this point is just chill, because they're in the center of the zone. But will they do so? That's the big question. It's a 2v1. They could just pressure this. They could not let it go down to a healing standard. I think that's what they want to do as well. P90 against P90 potentially.
P90 and P90. There's one. There's a 1 versus 1 now. Technically, Banana have the ability to heal after their push comes through. Here's the movement. He has to scramble his way upstairs. Oh, more shots. Schengen knows he can't take it to blue. Schengen knows he hasn't got the meds. He goes on the outside and Schengen claims it. It's a winner chicken dinner. It's 13 kills from Lol W. If it went to the hill, I think the Banana team might have got the win, but he went aggressive. Well, that one, he bagged himself second place. I told you, watch LUOW. That is a huge 23 points, and that arguably put him in a top 16 spot already.
Yeah, massive game. That's the game they needed, and that play to get to the roof, I think that was the winning play. Even though I kind of did some criticism with the way they used their utility against BB team. I feel like there was more in there. Let's be honest, there was more in there. I think they could have immediately eliminated them, but BB team couldn't do it anyways, right? It's that the zone's just working against them so hardly, and well, Lil W not really letting themselves get pressure also by the situation they've been thrown in, making it down the hill from the eastern side. It's a tough road to even get to that point, and then even be able to jump up on the roof. And we saw them fighting against Chris Jensen, for example, even 2 or 3 minutes before, and even at that point, it was already only a 2-man. They still make it work. Massive congratulations to Lil W, and as you said, that's a massive step. Also, I feel like that's 1/4 of the points, maybe 1/3 of the points even, that you need to qualify.
Yeah, that is a huge game from them. Big shout out to a couple of other teams as well. WLA played really well, pushing their way in. Obviously, BB team able to get that compound and take a 3 versus 3 fight with Banana, who were there. They obviously found themselves in the second place. So good game number 2. That does mean, though, for Group A, that was the last Miramar, unfortunately for them, as it is a best of 12 for these groups. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, it is time to take go. Let's see who's going to be bagging themselves a chicken dinner.
the double as well. The double elimination.
And it doesn't
It's
matter how this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down!
Miramar done and dusted for Group A there, FedEx. So good showing. Twisted Mind's able to bag themselves a winner chicken dinner. If we are reminding ourselves of that smash format, that's what they need. Now they're over the 100-point mark. Yes, it technically be day number 3 now, but it's the winner chicken dinner battalions mentioned between day 1 and day 2. They're now going to be focusing themselves on. We are going to transition across to Tago, which does mean a difference of dynamic, and I still feel like we're not seeing all these teams firing on cylinders, but it was nice to see I-Banana at the end. It was nice to see WLA and BB Team and LURW, all from Group C, really kicking things off though for game number 2.
Yeah, it's the usual candidates that just make it through the EMEA qualifiers, I want to say. We've seen these guys time and time again do it. Just the last season for Reputation as well, for example. WLA is a good example of this. Even though they had lineup changes, I've said it before as well, they seem to be in pretty good shape. And once again, there's just certain teams that you expect to make it through the qualifier that aren't necessarily like a T1 team, that just haven't broken through internationally, but they have just so many, diamonds, raw diamonds, just so many talented players that just need a little bit more experience to break through, and this is a perfect example of this. Low W as well, these guys aren't a new name in the scene. Definitely not. These guys have shown us time and time again that they can perform at the very best, and a round like this just proves it once more.
Well, 2 games in, FedEx. 2 games in, and you're in 9th place, mate. Like, if you don't know who they are, you know who they are now, put it that way. 18 kills. They've got themselves a decent winner chicken dinner, but impressive amount of kills. I want to talk placement points for a bit because some of these teams are farming kills and some of these teams are getting the points that they need from there. But PUBG is of 2 halves. I really feel like we're not seeing the usual names getting the winner chicken dinners as consistently as we'd like. And unlike yesterday with a team like Hypebeast who got a couple of second places, we see different teams so far finding a second place. Is that the trend for day 2? Are we going to see different placement point distribution?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good observation, and I think yes, that is going to be the case. As always, I think the root of it is that we have 8 different teams now in today's lobbies. The dynamic changes, your timings change, your decision making has to change, and sometimes if you have similar kind of rounds, similar kind of circles on similar maps, you kind of tend to play the same way as a team that's played in, and all of these teams are played in, and suddenly, if you do something that maybe would have worked the first day, and you do it the second day because you think it's going to work again, these are the kind of stuff that kind of, these are the kind of traps rather that you fall into very easily. And I think that's also why some of these placement points are so different in terms of day 1 and day 2.
It is going to be different. It's day number 2, and obviously for Group C, they have one more day. So this is the playoffs, guys. This is obviously we had day number 1 yesterday. We've got day 2 today, which is Group B versus Group C, and then we are going to see A return back tomorrow, and then we are going to obviously A versus C. Now it's going to be very difficult though, because for me, I'd rather be playing on the last day, right? Personally, I'd rather be in that Group C spot where you do like kind of back to back, but you're on the last day because you've seen the level caliber teams like Twisted Minds have put on the board. Secure Sense and arguably is putting really high caliber in as well. From a name, I'd argue to say not a lot of people always would know, right? Especially if you're maybe not from the region. So they put a good shift in. I'd rather be fighting on that last day because you know what the target is. And we've spoken about it a few times where we kind of think the point cut off might be. But at this rate, if the point for distribution, especially with placement, go the way it might be going, we might see a little bit higher than we expect.
Yeah, as we said, there's very few teams so far that have underperformed heavily. We've talked about Solo being the one team that's really just not caught a footing in this lobby. But even they had a couple of good fights here and there. So even they, with one good round, could potentially catch up to at least be somewhere in the area of qualification for the top 16. And that's why I also think it's going to be really, really close, even more close than what we might think. And even top teams well, not for esports necessarily, but like Ascent, for example, have been struggling to pick up the points. So goes to show you how competitive this lobby is, and goes to show you also the broader picture of the EMEA scene. A lot of people have been saying that this is one of the strongest scenes in the world right now, and I think it's definitely true.
Can't ask me that, Alex. I'm biased when it comes down to that anyway. But that aside, Tago's a bit of a different bag of a map, though. It is a bit more aggressive. We tend to see teams go a little bit more hot drop. We saw the hot drop yesterday, and obviously Secure Ascension was involved in that. That was against Entropic, who are not playing today. What do you expect from Tago before we kick it off? It is a different map. It can be aggressive. Do you think a team like Ascend and Solo is going to bag themselves a chicken dinner? or do you think it's going to be someone completely new?
Tego, we said it yesterday as well. I don't think Tego has been figured out all the way. I think we've seen so many mixed performances now, but one thing is for sure, Twisted Minds is going to perform, and that's why, if you ask me what's going to happen, I think Twisted Minds is going to come out swinging once more. I feel like if any team has figured it out, how to play consistently on this map, it is Twisted Minds, even though they have had struggles time and time again as well. But yeah, they have had the fewest amount of mistakes, and this time around, they don't have Na'Vi in the lobby either. Sure, last time around, they did have to commit to the hot drop, but they wiped them clean anyway. So not even that is something that can, you know, shatter the potential of Twisted Minds to win a round like this.
Here we go. I said it is game number 3. It's time to Tego. And there's our flight path. It is a northwest down to a southeast. A good flight path, actually cutting through right the heart and soul of this map here. So everyone would get potential of where they want to go for that main drop at the moment. Huge shout out to the observers. I love this. I like these feed on feed plus map stream, being creative. And again, a huge shout if you have just jumped in. Yes, there is a live leaderboard. Yes, there is a map stream, but it's all thanks to the guys and girls at Bing Esports. They turned it around, guys. They turned the live leaderboard around in 4 days. 4 days they turned it around. And yesterday was the first day they were testing it. So big shout for them. Thank you very much for allowing us to be blessed with it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this is going to be, once again, improved throughout the next couple of days as well, maybe throughout the next week. They will continuously work on it. Yes, there has been a couple of technical difficulties, but as you said, this is kind of the, you know, the testing for the finals and for the next tournaments, especially. It's been done in a very short period of time, and to do this, I mean, there's a reason why this is so hard to do, and there's a reason why so few tournament organizers have the capability to do so. There's lots of programming involved in getting it to work. So yeah, can only agree. Shout out to Bing Esports for making it happen.
Thank you very much. Well, the zone, it's a mid-ish bit. We are seeing ourselves down in towards that south to southwest corner. Hosan, I think Ascend would have been in 2 minds of where they would have exactly dropped here. They've gone for one of the drops. Ascend with this map, they go for all 4 corners, give or take, guys. So they went for the early drop. Now they've got to move their way in. A team that's in the middle, well, I call this recliner area. Low W, pretty much not too far from the middle part of the flight path. Now they find themselves in the center. Expect him to collapse here. Is a hard compound to hold late game. You will see, obviously, teams crash on into this area, but I do worry. Jedrock's a little bit further out. He's by fishing camp. Now we've got secure sentinel, will be at Palace. No hot drop there, so they might try and push over a little bit quicker. So there's a bit of time. Jedrock needs to get in the car. He needs to get shifting. He's got to think about prior position and maybe back-to-back chicken dinners.
Maybe back-to-back chicken dinners indeed. 31 points for Lil W. We said it before, that is one of the strongest starts from any qualified teams we've seen in the rotation, one of the T rotation editions so far. And they are definitely in a prime spot right now to maybe have maybe even 2 more good games. Could be enough to also already break them or get them into the qualification spots. Sure, they are in a qualification spot already, but there is still so many games to be played. All these 8 teams that we are seeing for the first time today will be playing tomorrow for 6 more games. So there's still lots of opportunity for all the teams to make something happen. And we've said how close it is. Look down towards the 20 team mark. Plenty of these teams have only played, what, 3 games by now? And goes to show you that there's still so much opportunity left for all these teams to make something happen. That's why there's also very few teams that just haven't picked up the pace so far. Even My Bananas is in there with 7 points out of 2 games.
What are these teams rotating? Let's just talk leaderboard as it's unfolding and what it means. So Group B obviously played yesterday, and this is their final day today. So we're looking for teams at the moment. Hokkaido, who's down in 24th place, that they need a huge game. They need a huge game. Don't know why they're not highlighted properly. Anyway, Bullet Rain, another one. Smoke Wall, again a team that needs to secure their spot. They are lurking down. Secure Sentinel, the great qualification for them. You've already mentioned Solo. They need to have a very good second half, and we are on the halfway point here. These guys are coming to the last couple of games ready for themselves. I'd take away would take away Secure Sense, and I kind of definitely would take away Twisted Minds. I think they've done enough now to get qualified, and these extra points will be blessings for them. But the other couple that are in this group, you got to question. Smokewall doing well. They need to close it, because I don't think they're in the right cut-off point at the moment.
This is so interesting. We have, what, 3 teams almost in Hosan? I mean, there's Hosan towards the western side, but there's definitely one more team inside Hosan, and that is Howl, and they're just rotating in. We know how good Hosan is as a city. We know how many really good sidelines and rotation pathings you have out of it. And if it does center up, we've seen plenty of finishes all around it as well, especially towards the western side, towards the eastern side. So not a bad place to be in phase 1, but I think that isn't necessarily the reason for Howl. I think they wanna catch into off guard, and I think this is a very dedicated, planned play. I don't think this is a play for positioning. I think this is a play for kill points here, and it's supposed to be int. That is the targets, and you can see they've already got one play in the sidelines. I think they know where Brazaya is looting. And Brazaya, by the looks of it, has absolutely no idea how the Howl is in there. I think they silent breached this on the northern side.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're making a lot of noise. But the first 2 games, Int have lost the first player. Hopefully they can get out. No, shoot! Oh, they're going to go down.
Yeah, no idea.
Third time a charm. Third time a charm. They've got to get their boots in the ground. They've got to get looted. And then they've got to keep 4 up. Int 3 games out of 3. They've struggled to play. The second game was better than the first. Didn't get obviously fully taken out by Foot Esports, so they were able to get some points, etc. Obviously placement wise, but they do need to keep numbers up, and that means not losing one player off the rip.
Yeah, that's the stuff you can do then if you're qualified already, and with 52 points, Howl is most likely qualified. For other teams only played 12 matches, should be quite enough in terms of average points. And yeah, if you take down a team like this, you don't even necessarily need to take down other players, just grab maybe 1, maybe 2 points early, so you deny yourself actually of getting that 0-point round that you just so desperately need to avoid. If you already have 50 points, then you're almost safely qualified just based off of doing that every single time. And it's so easy to catch all these teams off guard. I think Int had absolutely no reason to believe Howl was going to breach them towards the eastern side, and it obviously worked out perfectly as a result of it. You might not get all players, but you get 1, and that's enough to damage Int.
Well, Ascends taking the early drop up towards the north. They've got to rotate their way around. Now they go for a full send. They come off the bridge, not too bad, but they actually play towards WLA. They'll be looking for the last card. This shot's come through. It's Chris. He takes a little glance, but no, nothing fully done. The trees of Takeo saved. It's Chris as they will keep on moving, but that was close. And actually, Betsko is the last card, so apologies, but does mean he now has to travel a different way.
Yeah. Oh, that is not good, but Mika, luckily
he landed it.
Yeah, he landed it, and also it was in this little dip, in this little field. No one really had sidelines on it, and he's gonna get back up to speed. Blacksko is still leading the charge, I believe, on this drive scout, but they still have to be careful. There's still so many. Never mind, it's KLICKEN actually. Blacksko's taking a completely different path, and if he's rotating through the city, there's another team. I don't think they're expecting this. There's another team even that is gonna be there to greet them, and I'm so confused. I don't feel like this is a send at all. I feel like they would take things slower. This right now is just a completely blind send through the western side. Yes, of course, you don't necessarily need to expect 3 teams to be there, especially not WLA on that rotation path that close to the bridge. But then again, you've also seen slower rotations being taken by send normally, so interesting stuff coming out from them. This is a pretty deep one already, and KLICKEN has luckily found himself a pretty good spot. But Bananas all around him, and Blacksko, Mika, and it's Chris are all towards the western side. They're not going to get there in time if he does get breached.
Is it random from a send? Kind of, mate. The only thing I've seen the traits of this before is this is where they used to drop, but obviously Na'Vi and them were clashing here every single time. It was a hot drop like we're seeing with Twisted Minds and Na'Vi with Rondo, right? It was always a send and Na'Vi landing here. So it's an area they know really well. I think that's why we've seen a full send. They've made the right call. I think they've seen some shots and heard players rotating around them. They've opted to go back north. That's the right play. This is the ascend we used to control PUBG. Now they need to get some points on the board. They're currently in 14th place. That will not be enough as it stands. Yes, from the qualifying points, but we've still got more points, and we've got tomorrow as well. For Esports, well, they got a UAV up. Vard will be taking that information now as he's looking on WLA as they are leaving their compound slightly as the rest of the Esports are there. There's the UAV. It's taken quite a bit of damage, so T-Bone will have to figure out coming down. He might be tempted with a seat swap.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage actually. I think that motor is going to explode sometime soon. I think maybe like 4 or 5 more shots are going to be needed with a DMR to bring him down. Obviously, he's not going to be eliminated just because the motor explodes, but he's not going to be able to scout any further. But I think at this point, T-Bone, let's get a pretty good idea on where the rest of the teams are playing towards the southern side. And that's the information they need. Good shots into a surfy. Wow, these are some really good shots, actually. He has to be careful of not driving any further. He needs to have that support of his teammates. There's only another player rotating straight through the same way. I'm not so sure if that was meant to be. Something is definitely wrong. He's got the FAMAS as well. That's such a good weapon for exactly these types of situations. But yeah, I'm not sure. Smoke wall deciding to turn one player around and send the other one to the exact same pathing. I'm fairly confused, to be honest. I am fairly confused, but at least for now, it kind of works.
I think we should highlight
Where is he
the
driving
FAMAS
to?
that short clip.
Where is he driving to?
Well, look at the zone. The zone has been sent away. It's gone fishing camp. For Esports don't need to cross. They actually now head back slightly as the send have to go for a full send through these teams. They do clash with WLA. But again, a big migration. I do worry there's areas of the south side, there's some high ground. These teams are going to have to hunker their way down. I'm also worried that Hosan, we might hold on some numbers. But talk about some numbers. There's some numberless shots coming out. And Smoke Wall, well, they go one. It's going to allow Solo to pick up the Lone Ranger that was driving around freely. A huge miscommunication. Let's see if they can pick up the last player. That is some long distance shots from Smoke Wall.
Yeah, that is massive. I think even if he prones there, this is a really, really tough shot to hit, especially if he moves around left, right, and center. But let's take a look at Twisted Minds. They will be breached. It's a 2-2 split for them. And Kaido takes out both of the players immediately. It is Dex and Wooly to immediately destroy the hopes of Twisted Minds of defending these positions. I think there were very limited sightlines from the rest of the two players to support them. Yeah, you can see it's really, really tough. There's more shots raining in, but Kaido should be able to grab all of the four. Yeah, all of the players actually to.
That's horrible to live in there as well.
He did get a headshot up right there, but I'm saying that, but I think he should be fine. Kaido, make sure to save Woody there. You want to have all four players up if you want to continue playing this position in phase 2.
Well, Smoke's bloomed. They should be able to get that up. That's a difficult place to live. That is a difficult place to live. Good crash from them, taking it away from them. Obviously, Twisted Minds will be down to a 2. Go back towards the towns I spoke about. How are sitting here as well. We do have BB team lurking. They're not quite on that mini map just yet, but they are in the south to southwest of this town. They will potentially try and stop anyone coming out to this area. Obviously, if they do play out, the next ridgeline, the next section is those Twisted Mind dangerous duo from Batalions, an example. For now, I can't see this one kicking off just yet here, Felix. I think this would be more of a gather information, but if we have a hard shift away, we know it plays back to the water, and that's up by fishing camp now. That's maybe why Send have bounced their way back to the north. Eventually these teams are going to have to clash paths, and it's kind of always around that last half.
Yeah, eventually this is probably going to happen. So you're good, Solo. You've been talking about that team for some time now. Once again they've been struggling. 17 points, but they're not out of it. That's the crazy part. They very rarely won an isolated fight this round. It has happened. They've caught someone off on rotation. First try going their way. And even these guys, the ones that have been struggling, are still very much in contention. And we said it's going to be close. The cutoff point might just be a little bit higher because of that, because so many teams are still in the running. And depending on how the next games go, that, as we said, very well might happen. BB team. Also interesting talking points. They haven't had the one big round that we've been waiting for so far today, but it is very early on. But they
only 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds, fellas. Give me a chance.
Yeah,
mate.
but they've despite that, they've shown us in the 2 rounds themselves that if maybe they've gotten another phase 6 shift, they would have picked up a round as well. So BB team definitely not playing.
Oh my god!
As weak as Leaderboard suggests,
What?
that is, oh my lord, that is nuts. That is completely absurd. Wow.
What just
This is
happened to the zone? Look, it
this is
plays
massive
towards
for
the
Foot.
water, but that is insane.
What is
Look
Foot
at
gonna do, though?
T-Bone.
What is Foot going to do? Are they going to cap the bridge?
They have
Please
to.
let them
You
cap the
have
bridge.
to. You have to. Looks like Ainsley's going to position for that high ground at the top, but they've got a decision to make. It's going to be a full
Wow.
ascend now as the moment
Oh my
FaZe Clan
lord.
sees secure ascent, and T-Bone tries to make it the bridge on fire.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I love
T-Bone
it.
will put down
Oh,
one.
yes, T-Bone.
But Esports are going for the defense. They are going for the kind of camp on the bridge. Gustav looking for the steal, and he backs the
Gustav, are you
steal as
kidding
well,
me?
as he will beep his way through and claim a early point. Oh, Mixie, you don't want to be able to. No, Gustav goes down. This is going to be punishing for teams that need to get themselves over.
Yes, but despite that, so many teams are making it across, and that's a problem for Esports. If they
What
would have held
is
down this
going
bridge
on?
completely, no one would have been on their side, and no one would have been able to have an easy cross. And I think even swimming across with how many teams are going to be focused on the water wouldn't have been possible. So for Esports, despite only letting 2, maybe 3 players through, that is enough for them to lose control of this round. And obviously, it is a tough it is a tough nut, and it happened so fast. These teams were ready, but despite that, for Esports, they might have not secured that northern side completely, but they will pick themselves up one good elimination point and potentially a second one, depending on how Twisted Minds are going to get out of this one.
This is a throwaway game for some teams now. This is we're not going to get in and try and get some points. And you can even see that from the map. If you're on the map stream, the guys haven't left Tosa. They know this. They've seen the map feed. They're going to try and clear the fights and get as many points as they can. Ascends that, well, they got a decision to make and then play that towards back to the north to fishing camp. That will now get to Hull. Brexco now looking over here. Bananas there. Going to try and relocate. Great shots from Brexco. Gets one, gets two, but the car is going to maybe be going first. Banana will go for a full send. It's Chris chasing down as he's eager to get some points on the board. He takes the position away from him now. But this is about Ascend control. Hold this area, and looks like it's Chris has been called back.
Smoke one. Also trying to find any kind of space in this one. WLA probably one of the last teams now to route into that northwestern side. So many teams had to make that far rep now. There wasn't any other option to get across, right? That bridge towards the eastern side, everyone knew that was going to be taken.
Yep.
So that bridge on the western side had to be used, and so far it did seem like was working out pretty good for most of these teams. No one really getting into a skirmish too early. WLA didn't. For Esports, obviously didn't make it towards that western side fast enough, and I think that wasn't even their goal either. And Smokewall also only losing one player up until this point. Ascent, though, in the meanwhile, has been picking up frags quite well. 2 frags being secured. I think another knock that unfortunately hasn't been finished by them has been taken on that southern side. Question is, though, that was one of the teams that had the biggest prior on making to the western bridge, and they decided to stay south. So when I see how Ascent is going to make it across sometime soon, I don't think there's going to be any boats.
Does it play back? We've got so much water. There's more land mass on the top, so you'd expect it to play over. Surely it has to face forward. You can see it all in Palace now, so they now need to get themselves over it. Even if it's saying swim, this will be so hard to play. But Tornage won't allow it. Look at the fighting that's happening on the outside edges now. It's insane. FaZe, this is in Palace. They obviously lost him on the position in. We do see, though, Kitchen Way went for the wide wrap on the east side now. For each boy's position to the top, though. Gustav fighting here. This is where we saw Seifu yesterday for the boys. Secure Center taking on Entropic. Claim out. BBT and what they're going to annihilate Bullet Rain. They need to try and play a little bit further through. Kitchen, this is difficult. This is a very, very throwaway game for me now. It's like, get any points you can, fella. Yeah. Get every kill.
Especially for Kitchen, who is surrounded by 2 players from FaZe Clan. Second frag being secured. So FaZe Clan they haven't had the best of starts, but they have a pretty solid start with 14 points. But a big round has been missing for them as well, which isn't any indication on how well they're going to play today after the 6 games have been finished. But yeah, they have lost 2 players now as well. So, goes without saying, they will be weakened going into this one. Emergency drop comes in. Lil W is going to be raining in. They have lost the first round, have won the second one. So they are in good shapes, they are in good spirits. And as we said, 32 points, I think that speaks for itself. Secure a frag in this one too. They will land with all 4 players securely in Palace.
That was the only place to go, and actually that must have been gold dust to find any rotating pick up there. And they actually land and looking to claim their second point at the board. Schenken will make a steal. It's BBT wrapping in that sort of south side now on the water. We are going to be giving up the water. Send on fighting on that south side still in fishing camp as we are low W all 4 on the ground, and now they might reposition. You're not sharing. Let's see what you can do over there. Footy Sports, they've got to catch up. Kitchen as they are now leaving the Palace because FaZe produced the Palace heat. And Bardwell looking to try and get himself a kill on the board. And the guys are really pinned now on the outside edge.
Good shots from AT. I think one of them was actually a headshot with the SLR, but is really close to it. Should get one, gets 2, maybe the third one. T-Bone is there to support him. This is a clean-up from Foot Esports. They've just been waiting for Kitchen to make that move up from the northern side, and my goodness, were these guys ready. Foot Esports, 3 quick frags in really quick succession, and this is how you do it. No risk at all to them. 3 points on the board.
Oh, so Inter won that fight against House, so there's some early points for them. And now look at them, they've just picked up Mika. They can't stay out here. This is phase 4. They've got to get a crossover. This means they're going to have to go for a full send on the bridge. 4 kills. 4 kills from Mikan. Take it. That's a good game number 3. A game recovery, should we say, after losing bodies. If you can keep that 4th up here. Looks like Twisted Minds versus BB. BB is best. He's now sitting on the outside edge now, and the nade will come in. Petulians have got his numbers. He wraps his way down. The nade kind of short, actually. As example, trying to roll it down the hill. Let's get the opportunity now to look back. Oh, he gets stolen by the zone. But Batorden's doing most of the damage.
Unfortunate for him. Best look, it's eliminated by the blue zone as well. BB team out in 10th place as we head on over to the placement points, which is one more team needing to be eliminated for them to be secured by everyone. But Tulin's still in this one example as well. They've said they have played rather consistent, depending on the tournament, rather consistent on this map. But today it's at least not supposed to be the win. 4 kills being secured, and I think there's a couple of more heading their way. First of all now, though, it's going to be WLA against Foot Esports. And Foot Esports, only 2 players in this compound. The one team that didn't really have to move when the original circle shift happened. It might be a trade because of the nade, but no, it is not. It's a 1-1 trade. HC goes down, and only 1 player from WLA. But the cavalry arrives. You can see it on the minimap. Mogor and I think it was T-Bone have just arrived at the compound too. So it is back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, it's an unexpected crash. I don't think he was expecting him to come through the window like that, but able to claim up though. Fate takes a huge amount of damage from T-Bone. Mossboy's got to try and hold the angle. Vard wiggling his way over. Great nade from Vard. He puts Moss down. WLA's crash is getting picked apart. And they're down to the one. Actually, Hakido, well, they're going to win that one there. Dex comes from the wide wings, and he will claim the final player. Foot Esports, 6 kills, 1's DBNO. Should be able to get the res. Maybe Hakido will be looking over watching, but no need to push in just yet.
Good communication by Foot Esports. Everyone, as soon as they arrived, and that's the thing about all these top teams, as soon as they arrived, everyone knew exactly where WLA was positioned. And that's why some of these nade are also, they don't necessarily look that easy. But if you know where they are, then it's an easy one for Vlad at least, and that's why we've seen it happen so consistently for Foot Esports as well. Just really good communications. Everyone knew exactly where everyone is going to be positioned inside their compound as soon as they arrived, and yeah, goes to show you good communication on Foot Esports' part.
Yeah, good communication, good reaction speed as well. And then they instantly go back for that split. They know they want to take that high ground, right? So they've moved back. T-Bone's leading that charge back. Dex does get number 3 on the board now for Hido. They are down to a 2 now, and I'm making the push towards the smoke wall. Nade cooked, primed, ready from Woody. Will bounce, but will he get the confirm? No, it does get huge amounts of damage. Another nade comes in. Dex is going to be too short, and smoke wall, well, they live to the name. There's a smoke wall, but Dex gets a nade. That one should have come through before. How much more util they got? Vard looking to try and get involved. That's part of that T-Bone split. They're producing damage, and T-Bone picks up Dex though, and Hakido, well, they fall in 7th place, but they look good. Confidence, I felt their confidence there. I felt that push.
Yeah, that was really good confidence. I thought they were going to pick it up, but that nade unfortunately puts down both of these players to 20 HP. But it's not going to be enough. They will survive another zone. Next zone shifts towards the eastern side, and look, we've talked about LW already, but these guys are in a prime spot now. That emergency parachute works wonders for them because that zone should give them the best positioning in terms of winning this game. Sure, Foot Esports has got a pretty good ridge line towards the western side as well. They've got drops. That's the one thing that could make the big difference, even more so than positioning does. But we know how dangerous it is to be on the roofs of the palace buildings, and also if you have a 4-man. And everyone has to rotate towards you. It could be an absolute massacre for LW. We're going to have to wait and see.
LW just been blessed from the zone. Foot Esports been aggressive though. They're bouncing around zone. Like they're again hungry for the kills. They're looking to have a big day themselves. 8 kills at the moment. They are sitting in a top 6 position with 15 players do remain. They are now eager to try and clear out smoke. They killed at Hakido. HKD will fall. I think it won't be long before we see smoke. They need something magical here. Maybe they need to get that car moving. I think that one is going to shift though, should we say. No kills, but they do have placement, and there we go. LW didn't take long. They are on the kill feed, and that's part and parcel of that height elevation. They have a little bit sitting in Palace.
Good shots for an example. We'll get the flush as well. That's another point being picked up by Twisted Minds. We said that these guys will continue to stay really, really dangerous, even as a 2-man. And what we're seeing here right now is exactly that. Half, though, has repositioned really, really nicely. The rest has come through, but Foot Esports and Smokewall at this point have gotten their sights on Twisted Minds and the remaining players. Batunans has already been taken down. Example is trying to stay alive desperately, but he's only got that one shield, I think, going for him. And Foot Esports should have an angle on him. In just a second, as soon as they realize it doesn't even matter. How with a good nade right behind the UAZ takes down Example. And Twisted Minds is eliminated in 6th place.
Still not there, but this one's talking about Foot are just chasing kills. They know someone's here. Like, where are they? I need another point. We need to get to number 9. Car rolls by. I think he's looking at the hardcover going, that's where he must be if the nade came from there. But they know they can't go any further. They know they'll be exposed. I think they're going to reposition and try and watch the cross. They would expect that hardcover to leave the zone next. The zone, well, it's in Palace. Teams are having to send their way in towards Palace. As FaZe here, our low W, where they positioned him from that E-pick, as Felix mentioned. So they're going to be happy. And this is the height advantage they've got. Now, Panzer in the back pocket. Blazer has the M4 in his hand. If he uses that Panzer a little bit too early, he needs to be cautious. He does need to pick up a secondary, especially in the late game.
Yeah, but he's got time to do so. I think for now they're just waiting on any team to make a move inside Palace. As soon as they realize that there's a 2-man or maybe Masola in there, I think they're going to clean them out methodically. That's what they should do, take control of the round. Don't let the circle now do too much for you. But then again, if shifts like these happen, there's really nothing wrong you can do, right? No. It's too big of an advantage right now. That no matter what, you should win this game, let's be honest. There's only a 2-man and a Zolo in there. And you've got the full 4-man. The other really formidable force in this game, apart from you, having to close down on you from the outside. Even one frag against them on the rotate in should be enough to secure them the round, or at least give you a big advantage. And there it is. That's what I was hoping to see, actually. OW just has to make sure that after getting this frag, to reposition nicely, because they know 25 seconds until everyone has to close in on them.
Well, there's 2 halves to this end zone. There's a 4 versus 4. One's in zone, one's outside the zone. Arguably, the one outside the zone will be eager and hungry because they've been chasing those kills. And they reposition the cars, and he only needs those 4 wheels to get to the outside wall. FaZe, though, they're lurking on underneath. There could be a real thorn in the side. If they time it correctly, they might be able to take on the Clash of the Clans that might happen. And for Smokewall, well, needs to pray that no one's looking his way because he has a long open run. He's got some smokes, but not much.
Not much for them. And now the rotation comes in. 40 Esports has to breach Palace. There should be some pretty good sidelines coming in from Lord W. They are on top of the roofs. Oh, look, he has to be careful. Lurix has to be so careful of not being traded down. It's only a 1-1 trade so far. How did this happen? This should have gone way more towards the team of Lord W, but at least now Blazer is coming alive, and that nade should seal the deal against Vard as well. This is good. This is so good and so important as well. Somehow Vard still makes it past the next, wall, but somehow it's still 2 players from Foot Esports standing.
Pack to back, though, Low W, the Pandas with the money are parkouring their way to potentially another victory. FaZe could cause some huge issues. They are closing down this one, so watch the space now as they will activate eventually. Looks like Foot Esports, they don't want to go out just yet. Ainty gets a knockdown. Jedrock's repositioned now. Gustav goes wide on the outside. He's going to be looking in. They want to play peekaboo around the outside edge. They're denying the opportunity for Low W. The numbers remain. It's still 3 versus 2 versus 1 versus 1. But FaZe's position is looking strong. Looks like they are going to claim that final one. There's another point for them. They activate 3 versus 2 versus 1 in the final. It could be anyone's game here.
I still can't help but feel like with the way that Foot Esports has across that open field, just not enough has been done. And look at this. As a result of it, Lil W has not only lost a player immediately, Lurix on top of the roof, but also Gatrix is down in an almost unreasonable place. And that means FaZe Clan has now got perfect opportunity to pick up the first round for them in this tournament. On the very first day that they're playing, Group Z, remind yourself, is going to play tomorrow as well, so they will have 6 more chances even. They've already got 16 points. This could be a rather early decision, just like we've seen from Twisted Minds too. But it's far from over. Smokewall is trying to get back up on towards the roof, and they are doing it. This is a really good spot now coming in from half.
All of that commotion has allowed Smokewall in, so huge GG's there. Anyway, Schengen's moving his way back as he's parkouring his way. On the outside, not quite outside. That might actually play in his favour. He doesn't know that. But we'll wait and see how quickly Smoke will be waiting. Shots come out, does get a few, but not enough though. The flash has to come. It has to make the push. Schengen will have to go for the reposition now as he jumps down. The flash is there, but he jumps in, and Smokewall will fall in 3rd place. That is a great play from Schengen, and he got caught out on the flash, but drop shot, baby. It's going to send it down to a 3 versus 2. The unresable res came through. FaZe in a good position though, but so is Lol W, and they'll be itching to get themselves a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner.
I love this from Gustav right now. They're splitting up so far, and this is what you should do if you're in a man disadvantage as a 2-man, right? Because as soon as one guy activates, the enemy team not only has to reposition towards it, and the 3rd man can strike, But also, he's going to be unexpected there. Oh, he's picked apart. Yes, Schengen has spotted him out. Gustav, no chance. And that's why I've been saying these roof positions are just too damn strong. There's so few things you can do against them. Except take one yourself, and that's what Maxi is doing. He's been spotted out, though, in a 3-on-1. What more can Maxi do? He needs to pick this first one. It might not even happen. Gatrox hits the headshot, barrel in hand, and 9 kills. All W with the first back-to-back chicken dinner of the Rotation Summer Edition, and deservingly so. But let's be clear about this one. I think everyone else had a way tougher road than Low W in this one.
Well, LW had the golden ticket though, FedEx. They had the E pickup. Yeah. They saw that commotion with that north shift, which I still can't get my head around. I completely discombobulate with that zone shift up towards the north. And again, like what we saw from round number 1, teams getting caught out in the zone. LW got the E pickup. They rotated their way in towards safety. They then claimed the high ground, and it felt like a ranked game. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a fan of the higher ground in Palace Bet because it has such an advantage. And I think you put it right. If you don't like it, you got to do it, because if you do it, you're going to get the win.
Yeah, that position is just too damn strong. And yeah, as you said, Low W, very fortunate with an emergency pickup. I got to be honest, I was very surprised it shifted back into Palace. I thought FUT Esports was actually having the prime position. Because looking back at it, Phase 9 would have ended inside Palace. It's something... Have we ever seen that in competitive? I'm not sure. I think we've seen close endings to Palace, but not inside Palace. It's much as this one would have ended inside. So, very surprising to me. Goes to show you, circles also have changed, obviously. Everyone's been talking about it for quite some time now. But maybe that's a good thing, because I would have expected, once again, I would have expected FUT Esports to pick this one up, but just not happening. LW instead. 2 chicken dinners right away. First qualified team, I want to say, with that dominant of a performance as well.
Well, definitely putting a statement. I think there's a couple of people in chat said, who is this team? Well, you now know. The Pandas with the money, they bagged themselves the chicken dinner. Let's take a quick break, because it is the Royal Rondo time for game number 4. And that there is another interesting map that teams haven't quite figured out. So don't go too far. We'll see you guys shortly.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker. The return of some tactical items. And a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Finds one, finds the double as well. The double elimination.
And it doesn't
It's
even matter how this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down! Well, day 2, first half done. We are now going in the second half of this, but it does mean, FedEx, that some teams are running out of time. I think it's worth now talking about them in a little bit more in detail because we have already mentioned them a little bit, and I want to kick things off with Ascend. I'd say that last game was maybe the better game that we had from Ascend, but I think they were done dirty by the zone.
Yeah, not necessarily. I feel like they had as good of an option as everyone else. Actually, they were one of the only teams really close to the water when the original shift happened. They were just off the coastline towards the southern part, so they did have the option to drive towards the western side, cross the bridge, play the game off of that. But I feel like they really wanted to go for a high kill game and kind of hinder everyone who tried to rotate towards the coastline and maybe swim over or try to get a boat or something like that. But yeah, it just wasn't going to happen. Unfortunately, Ascent keeps on disappointing us in this tournament. They aren't necessarily out of the qualification yet. Not even close. I think for the amount of bad rounds that they've had for their standards, I gotta say for their standards, we're talking about their standards, they are very well in the running. I think one good game is probably going to secure them the qualification. We've been talking about higher 40s, maybe start of 50s, which is going to be the cutoff point. Maybe even below that, we'll have to take a look and see in how many of these top teams are going to secure the majority of the rounds points in the remaining rounds. But matter of the fact is, no matter where the cutoff is, they need another good game because they're definitely not in it as of right now. It's not going to be 30, it's not going to be 35. It's definitely going to be in the 40s at the absolute minimum. And that's not where they are. And I got to also say, their fragging isn't necessarily the part. It's been their rotation. It's been their problem staying alive as 4 and getting to late game. I don't think there's been a single round where they've been in the top 3, top 4 without being farmed by one of the top teams in the process of getting there. And right now, it doesn't feel like they're playing for it either. That round was actually the perfect indication of it. Why do you not cross the bridge when you have the prio on the western side, or drive towards the eastern side of the bridge like Twisted Minds did and play yourself off of a good position, or at least off of a position where you have great kill potential? That just didn't happen.
Let's just hold here for a second because there's a couple of other teams I want to talk about. Solo, obviously they are on the second half of things going down. We just mentioned Ascend, Kido obviously as well. For me, these are 3 teams which I really want to highlight, especially to people watching, because we've already seen Solo do this. They've changed how they play to try and get as many kills as possible, but bagging a game number 3 with only 1 point, Ascend with 4, Kido with 4 as well. They need a higher consistency, really, really do. We've only got 3 games left for these teams here. Let's bring up the overall leaderboard though, because that's obviously going to paint the picture a little bit more. I'd actually take away people like our Twisted Minds, would take away the Hows. Well, I can say How for a few more times. How and Secure Ascension, because they're in that really high spot. But it's that cut-off point, the top 16 we're looking for. You've got to get yourself in that middle table. And for the moment, Solo sitting there quite far down. Ascend are thereabouts. But as Felix, as you mentioned already, that's not going to be high enough. 28 points for Hokido, who did look better the second half of yesterday. They really, really need to look good. They can't leave that to the last game now. They've got to put every bit down on when it's kicking off, especially with Rondo.
Yeah. Perfect analogy, actually, if you look at the leaderboard and see that Hokkaido's struggling with 28 points, and Sen is only 2 points above it. Goes to show you how even a mixed team coming in for the qualification that wasn't meant to be here. Let's be honest, it was a complete mixed team. Yes, they have really good players, but they weren't meant to be here. Not with how many strong teams we have in the qualification, but they still made it through. And even these guys still have a chance. But yeah, as you said, they need another big game, maybe even 2, and they need to start now. The last game from yesterday, where they did get their second place finish and potentially even were in the running for the first place, but VP stole that away. Was a good indication of how well they can play if they do get the option to do so, but it needs to happen now, and it needs to happen fast and convincingly.
Well, what needs to happen now? It's time for Royal Rondo. It's going to be the second half, but the last 3 games for some of these here is we're going to kick things off. The flight path is a south central up towards a north central. We do tinker a little bit of favouring towards that northeast. But for now, it's going to be down for these 3 teams. There are 3 names you need to keep an eye on because they're 3 teams that need to start getting huge points on the board. But it's the balance of getting the kills, but it's also the balance of getting the placement. And oh no, please, Inter, keep 1 player up, at least for phase number 2.
I'm going to see in a minute whether or not that is going to happen. They, as you said, they've struggled with this so much, and it wasn't even a fair fight every single time. This time around, it isn't either.
No, it's not. He just needs to keep alive. He needs to keep on that right side.
Oh, that was smart.
It's smart. Fakey. It was a fakey. But he's out.
Yeah.
How are here? Oh, again. How have you had 4 games out of 4 games and you lose a player off the rim? Just play the 3-man because you're clearly strong. Go for it. Or maybe it's a distraction. Hey, look at this player. The other 3 are looting. I don't know. It's been consistent so far. Give him that.
They've been consistent, just the wrong way around. INC just cannot catch a break, and yeah, this is not how you qualify, unfortunately. This is just not how you qualify. You need to pick up all the chances. They haven't had a single chance. So if they would still do it, actually, that would be a huge upset. If you place 3 for 4 rounds already, and you still qualify at the end of the 12 games, that is a huge upset. But we have to wait and see and take a look whether or not that is going to happen. Zone is relatively centralized. Once again, no contest here in Phase 1. We do not have Twisted Minds and Navi in this lobby at the same time. That is going to happen in the finals, most likely. But for now, relatively calm early game, except for obviously Inter losing a player
yet again. But they did get the win on How on the last game. Let's give them the love where the love's due, and obviously they were caught, and there was a little bit of the zone shift. There's an argument to say, well, they just had to really fight that one and get points anyway. So it's not bad. It's pretty central on the flight path, and as Felix mentioned, though, obviously that Navi / Twisted Minds hot drop won't exist because Navi's not here. They don't give up, so Twisted Minds actually able to should we say, get a bit of time. But yesterday, they did get hot drop, but they did get a chicken dinner. And they done it in style. So we'll wait and see how things are. How could it get looted up? Faye's going to move their way in as well. It's very cautious, this map. It's those sort of high pillars you see in the background. They tend to pull the zones back. They tend to survive out, especially if teams try and play them a little bit earlier. They're not in the end zone, but they will find themselves in the mid. And also worth mentioning as well about those E-flares, those Doritos that I keep harping on about. I think we saw really good use of them yesterday, Felix. And actually, Ascend were one of the teams that deployed them out really well. They just weren't ready for the push from Twisted Minds out in the open. But I think, generally speaking, the mechanical use of those deployable Doritos, I'll keep using that terminology until it sticks, I think it will execute to perfection.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Dex has been one of the players that, interestingly enough, we've talked about quite a bit yesterday. The chat was going crazy. Was this the guy that won before Phase? Is that the Dex? It is actually the Dex. It's quite an interesting roster, right? It's quite an interesting mixture of players. Something that, if you were a gambling man, I don't think you could have guessed would be coming together for this lineup. Wooly, who's playing in a completely different region normally, and hasn't played actively for some time. But he's been at the top of the very top of the international scene. Still, though, he's always been invested in PUBG Esports ever since playing the NPL himself. And then you have Xerath running in there, young, talented guy, but not necessarily someone you would expect to have ties to Meckendark, on the other hand, who's had pauses in his career as well.
Yep.
Who has obviously played at the top of the international scene as well, but not as much as Wooly has. So, yeah, interesting mix. It seems to work out for them, even though this qualification for the playoffs has been rather lackluster.
It's actually really interesting if you go back and look at some of the stats from their qualification from the EU qualifier phases. They really struggle with placement. Maybe this is something they just need to focus back on, not focus on the placement, but focus on the kills, because arguably they qualified on kills. Every single round that they put a high number of kills, and now we're not seeing it quite come to fruition here. I'd actually say that they're more balanced here in their getting placement and they're getting kills. Maybe they just need to go, guys, we've only got 3 games left. We kind of need to go back to basics, and the basics that we have is farming kills. Let's just go and pick everyone off that we can.
Yeah. I think with a top team like this, almost anything can work. All of these teams have been all of these players have been in so many different teams, playing so many different game styles. They are quite adaptable, and which is why also some of these top teams always rotate players around, because if you are a top player once, high chances you're going to stay there. And there's reason for you to be there. And sometimes just some type of game style that suits you more, and the team is playing. There's as we have Solo rotating in, Reliance she's going to pick the ball like Sarah. This is a loot delivery almost, with how easy that was for him. Shoxy's still alive in this compound, though, but he's on 1 HP. Should be a pretty clean frag for Lurix, and he does. Hits the headshot. He wasn't even needed, but hits the headshot. He takes on the second player as well. What did he just do? That's a quick double pickup by Lurix, as he gets the second confirm as well.
I think it's the point. If Solo go out early here, I think that's the line drawn for me. I can't see him coming back with only 2 games left to claim. Solo player Scooby Warrior is going to have to hide out in Bamboo Forest. We've seen an endings play there. It won't be the case, I think, on this one. I might be shocked, but as an individual, he's got to try and play this one out. Okay, well, HKD going to get a crash here from Smokewall. Smokewall looking to confirm the points off as well, and potentially dice. Blue zone nade is going to go out. You have to launch multiple, and there goes the second one. They're going to try and defend out one side of this one. And Smokewall haven't breached fully yet, and they do have an anchor player as well. So it's a bit of a 3 versus 3. Solos either side holding an anchor angle.
Couple of long-range shots. Nothing really being hit so far, as it is still half. Right behind all these smokes. Also, the Blizzard grenade that we've seen not really done any damage. I don't think they're really committed to this one yet. It feels like Smokewall is waiting for something, but I don't think they're sure themselves what they're waiting for. I feel like that push could have happened earlier. And thus, Dark finds an opening, takes down the first player. Can't get the flash though. There's too many players around him, all around that rich line, and there's, as you can see, still that one player in the distance. Dark though, not a problem for him. He takes down Muslim as well, and that's a double knock. And now will deactivate. Once again, do be reminded, there's one player in the distance, but with the way the smokes are positioned right now, I don't think there's a way for him to support them as good as he might want to. And now the flashes are coming on through. He doesn't even risk anything. And suddenly it's down to a 2-on-2. Up on the front lines, doesn't matter. Dex tanks down half as well, and there's just one player left alive, and he's all the way in the distance. This is a cleanup for Hokkaido, and we said these guys need to activate, and suddenly they have phase 1 full frags.
Just like, they've got to get kills. That's what they need to do. Maybe they've had the discussion that actually, look, do you know what? The placement's not working. Let's just push what we can. Let's pressure where we can apply pressure. And now they know there's a solo player somewhere. I wouldn't be too surprised, especially if the zone shifts this way. If it holds on to the north, they might play. Well, 35 seconds to go before we see that solo going to work their way down as well. Ascend looking to, I suppose, farm information in a completely different way. We saw this work out for them on a Erangel. Let's go high in the sky. Is Chris a bit further up? Talk about high in the sky. Besco might be want to try and park that not too far away. I'm going to wait for the zone to pop. I think this will be a big decision. And there's lots of differences coming to the IGLs, and this really tells down to not everyone fully knows this map just yet. But we are going to get a blessing for phase number 2.
There is the glider. Maybe something that brings them back the memory of actually winning rounds, because it's been some time, let's be honest. It's been some time. And Ascent needs to get these memories back ASAP. It is time for them to bring out the big guns, and that is a good circle shift for them. Straight down the southern side. Now the glider really becomes valuable, because look at how much space he can scout. Yes, there's the one big position in the middle of it, which is the big, obviously the big hillside. But that's also good for him, because that's a position that almost all the teams except for emergency parachutes can play. So all the spots around him are going to be below his glider position, and thus are to be scouted. And looks like they want to breach this one player from BB team. He's all alone. Rest of the players all around him. I feel like BB team wanted a little bit too much.
Oh
but
my
this
God,
just cannot happen. They are in luck though. First has been taken down, and that's the one player that was close to them. Aduzi has driven close to the compound now, but I feel like it's already too late for BB team to do anything about it. They still want to engage this. Look at this. They know Mika's knocked.
They know Mika's not. That is so unfortunate for them. That's kind of talks to how Ascend have been playing. They've been a bit unfortunate. Doozy turns back around. Obviously, it could have been a bit of thorn in the side for them. It's Christo really held together, pushing forward, able to get the knock, able to get the confirm. And now Bexco with the UAV above. Well, he's going to be able to let these guys know they have now fully disengaged. Take a moment of breath. But as I mentioned before, the high ground, those pillars of rocks, well, they will continue to bring the zone back. So watch your space. No one's up there at the moment. And as Felix says, you've got to get an E pickup unless Bexco wants to park up. But he was got other options because Ascend needs some kill. He goes for the seat swap but doesn't quite get WLA. Great attempt. But look at the information. At the moment, he's stopping anyone pushing into Ascend. He's flying around. It is a pure UAV.
Yeah, it's the UAV. It's the pure UAV. I love your wording.
Version.
It's and even though we pretty much only see Ascent do it, at least consistently, it is a pretty strong tactic. As we've said, if more teams were to pick up on it, it might lose its value. But so far, Ascent has used it for good reason. They will lose a couple of cars by the looks of it. That's going to be dangerous because rotating off of this compound, we know how dangerous this entire area is. There's so much open space. That's something we've got to talk about here as well. So much open space towards the southern parts of it, all around the hillside. Yes, there are positions that sometimes you can play, but it only needs one team with emergency parachute to land on top of the hillside, and you're doomed to some degree. Yes, they cannot play there just yet. Obviously, it will be seen by plenty of the teams. There's very few positions that aren't open to all the teams around it. But the later it goes, maybe phase 3, phase 4, and I'm betting on it, that some teams are going to use the positions that you can play. And at that point, it's going to be really, really troublesome for everyone else to play anything around that area.
Well, that's great. Yeah, it's going to take opportunity to just land, should we say, tactically. It's worth noting as well, in scrims and in the practices coming up to this, we've not really seen the EMP zones cause effect. We saw it happen yesterday. Teams got caught in the EMP zone. And if you're on the map stream, we also have it on the southeast corner again, where we actually have Kitchen, Lol W, and arguably an element of Bullet Rain taking a bit of a split. They have been stopped by the EMP zone because it does sit on the outside edge. Now, I'm not a fan of that personally. I'll make that very apparent, but it is having an impact at the moment. WLA, they're going to spread out a little bit more. They're trying to figure out exactly where it's going to land, but it won't be long before we get the outside edge play, and then everyone needs to start sending their way in or holding the edge. And if they hold the edge, it will feel like Sandhawk.
It will feel like Sandhawk. I never thought about it like that, but it really does. That's just wow. Okay.
See what I mean with EMPs as well.
We will. Yeah. For any SM fan out there, this is horrible. WLA all around them. BB team at least has lost a player and can't hinder them as much anymore on that rotate, on that wrap down east rather. But they still need to be fast because depending on if BB team goes north or east, well, west or east rather, around the hillside, they will only have limited positions they can play to. Right now there's big space towards the southern south side, but as I said, if BB team over-rotates them, even that might be gone. And then meanwhile, all the teams on the northern side are going to be struggling to find any open space, and the remaining open space with how split some of these teams are in the middle. Twisted Minds being one of them, trying to deny Hakoido any position right around them. But so far, nothing really they can do about it.
Nope. There's nothing they can do. Actually, the zone's coming back to their drop spots. So they've ventured out a little bit. There's a bit of a split now going for these guys. Lose on one side, you can see Petorans on the others. The other guys are a little bit further up in test track, and they're holding there to stop anyone backfilling. Then we see a couple of other sporadic teams lurking around. Giresensen, they've got a bit of a split. I think they're qualified. I think we can put a tick against their name at the moment. Anything drastic happen? No, they're definitely in. So I think they've put their placement. So this is a bit more of a run of a show at the moment. Trying to figure out how they want to play this map, because don't forget, in the finals, we've got 3 of these, or maybe 2. Well, definitely 2. Maybe 3 of potentials that we might get, and they could be the difference between claiming a victory, because if you already bagged yourself 100 points and you get the winner chicken dinner on a map that people don't really know, you gotta love it.
Yeah, gotta love it. Well put. BB team does decide to play the eastern side, and I think now is the decision that Ascent has to make. Quite an obvious one. Are they gonna fight this? Are they not? They already have the sights on Ascent. BB team at the very least has, as they put out a couple of shots towards Ascent. But yeah, I think Ascent realized this is BB team. They know it's only 3 players, and they've been kind of... Look, let's be honest, they've shied away from all these fights. And I feel like now would be the right time to change it. Now would be the right time to take control of a round, maybe engage BB team, wipe them, and have control over the complete southern side. But looks like they want to try another rep. They will have the space to do so. But if that is the correct decision, well, that's something we're about to see in the next couple of phases.
But that is normal Ascend play, right? This is, they know they can't get in, they're not overthinking it. This is how they normally break the game down. So they position their way in. They're going to be able to hear this car now from Kitchen coming in, so they will be ready positioned. And I suppose Kitchen might hear the backup cars and might turn around slightly. So a bit of a sound cue. Sees the car now. The seat swap will come in. He's under pressure now. He goes down to a 1 shot. He's got to try and use the trend as he turns back in towards these shots. Thought about the opportunity to seat swap, but it's been called back by the boys. There's a bit of a line of defense set up here by Kitchen, and they will be set and wait, watching, but the zone shifts further away. It bounces back the other way. We do get up the high ground now, but send our position for the game.
Interesting little skirmish around that eastern side. I want to see them win it now. Once again, these 2 teams, they need it so desperately as well. WLA finds a Headshot to the face, actually. From Howl, I do believe it was, who've been struggling to find a footing for the northwestern side too. Haven't really been able to make their way past all of these teams around it, and you can tell why. This is such a tough cross, but oh, this might be an entry now that could give them the advantage. It's the flush too. Howl does get that flush. That's massive. And then meanwhile, Ascent is trying to find a way into the southern side, and they just will not be able to do so. Too many teams all around him, and that's what I've been saying. I feel like they've been losing control. They needed that round so desperately, and this time around it hasn't happened either. Very unfortunately, 15th place for them again.
Quick question for you. Is that a line now underneath Ascend? Do you know that they've got anything left in their tank that they can maybe put out in the last 2 games? Do you still count them in? Because at the moment, 30 points plus what they bagged here, like, I don't know if it's going to be enough, mate.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, as you said, it's going to be tough. 2 more games to be played. The opportunity is there, but they will need a hard reset. Mentally, I think especially mentally. We all know what these guys are capable of. Like, all these teams are capable of amazing stuff, but especially these guys. So, 2 more chances for a big reset. In the meanwhile, Lil W takes down Lou with the nade. It's a pretty good 1-2 to open things up on that edge. And then meanwhile, Inter, though, being taken out as well. How slowly but surely creeping up that hillside. They did get that 1 entry into Zakura Zenzian, which means it's down to a 3-on-3, and at least the man advantage is not there anymore for Zakura Zenzian.
Nope, here comes the push though. How making the run forward. Zakura Zenzian already there. Look at them. They're in 2nd spot. 74 points as it stands. Smoke will fall. They're going to be falling in 13th place here. And there goes the Mollies. I think they're trying to figure out. Sparta with the Famous. He's waiting for a little surprise. It won't be an easy push coming through. He doesn't check back. He sees. Oh, it's the actual camouflage that kept him up and alive. He puts on the first. How going to try and make the move. Quebec are going to be there. He's going to keep the pressure on. He does get the pressure on and puts him down. That's huge. But Seifu is wrapping his way round. How need to get the defense on quick.
I think they know where Saifu is creeping around. Yeah, you can see Kappa's already smoking off his left-hand side. Do they know he's already at the wall? He's being shot in the back. Now Saifu just needs to repeat this corner, and he does. Keppa goes down. Howl is losing players left, right, and center. It's just Rurin left now in a 1-on-2. Sees the first player. Good shot.
Whoa.
Takes down the second one as well. Can he turn it around? He might just be able to do so. He's very low HP now inside that shack. Unfortunately, no utility left on his body, and that means he has to delay it at least for a couple of more seconds. Good blue nade from WLA. Might even be in Howl's favor, actually, the way he's playing this right now. WA is creeping up now. Does he see him coming out the smoke? Oh, he clutched it! Howl wins this! Somehow miraculously turns it around, and 6 frags. That's all they need to safely secure the spot in the finals.
Well, Seifu went for the flush and should have gone for the fight. But he's going to fall out, though. But obviously, I think the security, and obviously both those teams are very up here. The team that came lurking in, came looking for what they could get out of it. Only 2 kills for them. They do claim the area, but the area is not in zone. We are now 8 teams. We are on the placement points now. We have seen us send obviously 4. We did see LW go toward our Twisted Mind teams as they lost a few bodies in that kill feed. They're going to rotate their way in. On the other side of the zone, on the southeast corner, BB team, well, they're going aggressive. The rice fields here and the dips and crevices are providing some cover, but for Esports, well, they've been positioned in the hard cover some time. I'd argue say good position now if the zone continues to shift back down to them. But it rained. Different game, actually. But it rain, they like to play quite wide, don't they, FedEx? They will go on the third parties. They're happy to be in 2-2s and try and be a really disruptor, be disruptive to some of these teams that are coming in. Open terrain, Rondo style, ending phase number 5, and we're already down to 7 teams.
Down to 7 teams, indeed. And there might be another team following very shortly, maybe even 2 teams, depending on how WLA is going to rotate in. Now, first of all, Ibanana needs to move. And Gustav, he should have... Look, he has a pretty clear idea that he needs to rotate in, but he's you know, he's taking his time around that corner.
1-2.
Mexi, though. 1 shot, 2 shot. This is 2 quick knocks. This guy's on fire right now. And maybe with a nade, maybe he can actually get the full frags.
No.
Always lonesome. No, Fegs chimes in. Nate doesn't take down the last player either.
Clean.
But the shots from Fegs are going to be enough. All players go down. I think Mossboard was the last one to fall, and FaZe Clan with the vibe is going to clear out that western edge. So strong and so important for them as well.
So clean as well. Fex obviously hit that nade. The shield popped out, and he tracked the shield, but you could see his brain went, there must have been someone behind that shield. He brought the gun straight back, spray straight through. Easy pickings for them. FaZe can look good. Great double tap, though, from Mixi WLA, unfortunately, despite trying to take the aggressive stance on that security sensor. And how far it left them too short to come in towards zone. Open terrain, arguably, there are dips, there are crevices. Teams want to try and play in here. BB team have gone from a southeast corner now to a southwest. They're going to be trying to find their way forward. We are 16. There is a solo in our midst, though, from Ibadana, who's now coming back. And is it Gustav that's going to maybe potentially spot? Will do, but his head hasn't peaked up and over that ridge just yet.
Nope. No one's really been able to take him down. Would be good, though. I feel like FaZe Clan would have way more options to like branch out if he's gone. Otherwise, there's always this opportunity for him to maybe take down one player, get a quick flash, and that would really hinder their chances of winning this one. Just like last game, to be honest, where they lost 2 players relatively early. But it's not going to happen. He's being taken down, and that means FaZe Clan knows this now. They know they can branch out more than they would like to. Then again, it's a tough spot. There's 4 players above them, and 3 players from one of the also qualified for the WC teams, BB team, with a 4-3-man towards the southern side. So it doesn't make it any easier. And also, FaZe Clan, the way the circle is right now, one of the first teams that has to move. They think they're going to be the first ones to actually be touched by it with the way they did this position. And the first knock has actually happened. Maybe a second one. First one is going to be quick. 2 knocks, though. Whoa, this is good shots coming out from FaZe Clan. Spyro and Basilog being taken out very, very immediately.
I'll give it to BB team. I think they're doing the right thing. Knock and push. They know they've got a difficult zone rotation in. They're trying to claim the points. Do you know what? Yes, he might have gone down in 5th, but I think that was the right play for me. If they would have gone back, they could have rotated around more passive to the end of the zone. They most would have run into a foot Esports. I like that style, though. I've always liked that style. Not push style of PUBG. And yes, they were unlucky. Look, FaZe Clan, undeniably hyper aggressive on their guns anyway, so despite the knock, instant reaction to try and stop the push. Really good play for them. They now need to figure their way into zone. 9 kills. They will move in. Aikido, well, they are in a position now to try and hold it. It's 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 2.
Thanks. Oh, McIntyre, he tried to get the shots off, but it's just not going to happen. Dex still defends it beautifully. Oh, he takes down Gustav and Maxi at the same time, and Xerath is there to support him. Gets the flushes immediately. Hokkaido, it looked like it fell apart, but no, it didn't. That is good defense from Dex. That's what they needed. He's been the player to take down FaZe Clan in a completely different tournament before, and we all know that club. We've talked about it millions of times, and this time around, Dex seems to be their kryptonite.
That hit him hard. I'm going to tell you that hit him really hard. Dex putting 2 down like that, it was like flashbacks, people. Flashbacks. Well, FaZe Clan want to try and not ensure the same. Here comes the push forward. Well, he will go down. Fex get the confirm there. T-Bone looking to get example, though. As Dex puts down Fex. It's down to 1. Is this a reenactment? No. James tries to get 1. He then positions himself. He has to try and get it. He has to use the Dorito. It's going to go down to it, and it goes down. Dex puts down 3. It's not a full clear, man, no, from the OG, but Dex is there swinging. Oh my god. 4 versus 3 versus 2. Interesting zone. Great use of Doritos. Great use of car fortification. But great use from Vard. He's going to show FaZe how to put that man down.
In the middle of this skirmish, FUT Esports has taken advantage of it. Close the distance to this Ridgeland. They know this is the winning play right now. Taking down the remaining players right in front of them. Dex has already been taken out. Xerath obviously by phase 2. They want to get all the remaining pill points. If they can get them, this will be a massive step towards qualification for FUT Esports too.
It will be. Points will be on the board. This is what we need to try and look. These guys are leapfrogging. They said they needed some kills. That's what they got, mate. They might not get the chicken dinner. 1 remains now for them. The tides do turn, but FUT Esports looking strong to end. And all we can see is Doritos falling from the skies at the moment. There's another confirm. Triple goes up, and unfortunately, our HKD, Kido, will go down to a solo. Here comes the push coming from them. Looks like it is going to be a sea of Doritos now, but it's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. And you're eager to say maybe FUT Esports be claiming the victory.
Yeah, Twisted Minds has played it smart. They waited until the very last second where they needed to use that Dorito coming down, but I don't even think that's going to be enough. You can tell the position is just too strong for FUT Esports. Too many angles. I think there should be a very easy cleanup now for FUT Esports. By the time the circle closes, I think it's just going to be Hokkaido left Because realistically, there's no way in hell Twisted Minds can close the position. They're just trying to stay alive, seeing if Mekinduk somehow goes down before them, because that means they will secure another placement point, and maybe depending on how many of the FUT Esports players overcommit another kill point. But I think even that is very, very unlikely.
Good night. Oh, that's close. Look, Hakido, they're just trying to get every point they can. Does get eliminated. So trying to get what they could from Twisted Minds. Arguably a good game. It's like they reset and went for kills. Vard will pick one. One remains. There's no point to deny, really, if they want to. Twisted Minds going to try and be aggressive, try and deny, try and take anything they can. Flash, push, grenade, all wham, bam, thank you, man. And FUT Esports, it's a 17-point game. But it's not the talking point. The talking point was the reenact from Dex, and I was getting flashbacks, mate. It was nearly a 4-man tuck-in.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy does it time and time again. He hasn't performed in quite some time because he hasn't played anywhere, right? He's been on pause almost, and then he comes in, qualifies immediately with the biggest mix of any kind of team that we have in this competition. Let's be honest. This is an absurd mix, and they qualify. Huge upset in and of itself. They come in here and then, go head-to-head with some of the absolute greats, some of the absolute best teams, not only in EMEA, but in the entire world, and they are able to take him down. Obviously, they did have the advantage. They were the ones getting breached. But was it easy? No. The first 2 frags actually did go the way of FaZe.
They did. They went in the way. Actually, FaZe arguably were the conquerors, I'm going to say, of that match, as they were farming the kill, they're farming the damage, they were getting the assist, they were just unable to take apart Dex. But FUT Esports will claim the Royal Rondo, the risky Rondo, as some of them call, but it is a good chicken dinner underneath the belt for them. Well, before we transition to Erangel for our Game 5 and Game 6, and actually the last 2 games for some of these teams that are in Group B, but let's remind ourselves of Brutality. You have the last opportunity now to sign up, though. Brutality, it is season number 9. It is Brutality 2. It was the first event of 2024 this year. So thanks to Esports 360, PUBG and PUBG Esports, but we'll get you some information in chat. Get yourself, your team signed up. You could potentially be on the stream for them and looking to claim the lion's share of the prize of 8,000 USD. Well, that's what you need to do during the break, but it's a very short break when we come back, though, and it is Erangel time. We only have 2 more maps, though, left for today. We'll see you guys in a few.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker, the return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait. I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well. Rondo, Tego, done. Miramar, done. Especially for the teams. And I want to just talk again about these group of teams because we've got a bit of time before we get going. And it comes back to those three, the dangerous three for me. Solo, Ascend, Hokkaido. All three had different outputs. Solo dipped out, unfortunately not performing. I drew a line for me then. I don't think they're going to qualify. I don't think there's enough in the tank for these next two games unless they have an absolute blinder. The other side of the story was Hokkaido. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they went back to basics. And the basics for them are getting kills. And the kills will deemably put them in a position they could maybe qualify, but they need to have a good couple of games. And then we've got Ascend in the middle. And we was having a heated debate during the break. It's a short break. I had to put Felix back in his box. But there are big questions about that performance, where they should have gone in. And yes, we've got a different view on things, haven't we, Felix? We are looking down on it. We're not in the players. We're not in the comm stream. They have a capability. Well, you're saying they have a capability that they might qualify, but they need some big games. I'm maybe toying on the other side of the fence. I don't think they can now, just from what I've seen, mate. Like, convince me otherwise, basically.
I mean, it's tough. Even as a diehard fan of the Ascent roster, it looks really tiresome. It looks tiresome. It has been tiresome, honestly, as a fan. But then again, we know what this team is capable of. I know that sometimes, I know they've been struggling under pressure, but at the same time, sometimes they do perform under pressure. It's kind of a. It isn't a one-way street for them in terms of pressure. Sometimes there's things going right for them. Sometimes there isn't. So when I see them now, maybe. Once again, get them into mental reset in. Have Koval talk to them maybe a couple of more times. Get the coach in, say a couple of words, and then come out swinging. Because as I said, I feel like it hasn't necessarily been an individual mistakes. It's just been the complete game plan that hasn't been working out for them. Continuously striving for positions, and if they do have the position, kind of throwing it away. And these small individual mistakes as well that happened here and there. On top of that, just. Puts them in the position they are in right now. 31 points. We set 40, maybe 45, maybe even higher than that, depending on how the rest of the teams down there, with Hokkaido, for example, now having a good game as well, will be needed. So we need a big game now. Hokkaido has done that. 41 points. They have performed under pressure. Yep. But that's a mixed team that isn't even supposed to be, at least not judging by the rest of the good teams that we have in the EMEA qualifiers, supposed to be, and they're still performing. So Ascent has got to do the same. Solo at this point, I don't even think 2 chicken dinners at this point will be enough. They might be, depending on the frags, but even that is going to be really, really tough. But yeah, Ascent has still got the option to do so with 31 points as opposed to 17. They are still in the running, but 2 more rounds is all they have. Otherwise, it's in the hands of the rest of the teams playing tomorrow.
Yeah, look, I've got to agree with you that Ascent have the mechanical, have the mindset, have the org structure, have the coach structure to be able to do it, to be able to bring it back. but then the mixed team's doing it. So you've got to question at what point do they engage. Well, we go to Erangel. It is game number 5 of game 6, but it is the last 2 for these 3 teams, should I say, because very much we're focusing in. I don't want to focus too much on them because Solo for me is unfortunately down and out. I don't think there is a coming back. They need some huge games. Huge games. And they need them back to back. But let's get ready. It's game number 5 of 6. It's Erangel time. It's the OG. Maybe Ascend can put it. They jump early. They're going for their early rotation down to mid. It looks like we've got a south-southeast towards the northwest. That's a good flight path. It's going to give everyone the opportunity to get the prime drop spot they want.
Yes, it does. Welcome back to Erangel for the last time, for the second to last time. Not exactly the last time, but at least for the second to last time for the first 8 teams that we have in this qualification stage. The first 8 teams that have to be looking at the games tomorrow to figure out whether or not they will make it. Plenty of teams has already qualified just based off of the predicted cutoff, even if it is the absolute maximum that it's ever been out of any competition. We know that certain teams have made it already. Twisted Minds being obviously one of these teams that have just consistently performed and to no surprise will be in the finals already. Do we have a contest? Yes, we do. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. We've seen this yesterday. And I know Abanana has a couple of skirmishes here and there and where, but I think there's a different kind of scenario between Solo and Bull. Last time it was a 2v4 that I do believe Solo won at that point. No, excuse me, Bullet Rain won the 2v4 actually.
Correct, yes. Remember, Solo went up first, but Bullet Rain came back and got the win.
Yeah.
So let's see what they can do. They've gone for the drop, but wait and see how things stick out. Solo and Bullet Rain in the same group. That's why we see them again. But they are contention here. Solo going to try and get their Panzer. They're going to try and work in. They need to get a win. Now it's bad. There we go. There's the first kill, and look who it is. 5 games out of 5 games, and Inter_TM are still playing as a 3. Back to the main fight though, 4 versus 4. The push is going to come up. Bullet Rain will be strong on the push here, but Dogs hasn't got the lid, so he needs to be cautious as the Dog is chasing down the Scooby, as he's going to get himself back over to the other side. Solo need to be cautious. They need to make a big decision on where do they dig their boots in and try and hold this push.
Once again, last time it was 2 players that were able to eliminate all 4 players from Solo. Oh, this is so smart. Do we have someone diving around the entire Bullet Rain roster? Was that Scooby just a second ago? Wow, this is a massive play coming out from Scooby. I love it. Put this into the 200 IQ compilation. Unfortunately, he didn't get a frag based off what we've just seen. Otherwise, it surely would have found a place in there. But no, it's going to be a 4v4. And he's immediately repositioning his, obviously, his position. Too easy to be isolated there. He's trying to find a different way to support his teammates. Reliant has also made his way through the water. Also, in a very cheeky spot. I don't think Bullet Rain is going to expect this.
No, this is huge. He's jumped in, he's swum over. Is there a sound cue? Maybe they might have picked him coming up, but at the moment, the fighting engages, now he's relying on the outside players. Scooby's hit and run, so he's repositioned, and now he's going to be relying on these guys on the south. Losing shock, Scooby there. There's the Panther. So as soon as the information, the intel comes in, we might find the Reliant activate, but he needs the team to play inside of Boatyard. If they play back to the outside edge, Reliant is going to be made redundant, and it's going to be down to the outside. There comes the initial shots. Doggers will get Reliant down. He did try to activate, but he gets spotted. Doesn't work out. Great plan, but the execution wasn't to perfection.
First one goes down. M24 in hand. It's going to be a one-hit on 2 of the players, at least, for Bullet Rain. It doesn't look like there's too much medical supplies between the 4 of them. But they surely will have enough, just judging based off of Ground's inventory, to heal back up. But then again, the more time passes, the more time is going to be...
Does Shoxy jump in the water, though? Does Shoxy jump in the water and swim and get that res? I think that's a possibility. Scooby holds one side.
Yeah,
hold on the other side. It actually looks like he is going for it. No?
Yeah, okay, never mind me. They've just been waiting. They've waited for Bullet Rain to make a move. And I mean, about Bullet Rain, quite in contrast, has also waited for Solo to make a move, and this also gives Solo the opportunity now to get that res. Interesting.
No meds. So, who has arrived here? I wonder if Reliant's got any meds though. Doggers obviously now has got a lid. It will take a few shots, but the Bolty will send that level 1 lead clean. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, Scooby.
I can see in the future, mate. Oh, no, sorry, I got the script. But now it changes. They get the res. But you've got to remember, there's a player in the middle. Reliant hasn't got the ability to heal back, I believe, unless... Oh, he did have a med on, so he is back. So now this could be the pressure. But remember yesterday, Solo did get the upper hand, but they were unable to finish it.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Reliant. Still looking around now. He has been picked back up, and he's got surprisingly a good amount of loot. He's got that first aid in hand. He's got a couple of smoke. And I see a Panzerfaust in the distance. This might be the difference maker. Bullet Drain, unfortunately, not really showing too much initiative in this entirety of the fight. They have gotten the first frag and not really done anything with it. They've just been waiting inside these warehouses. They've been surrounded to some degree as well. Even though they were stacked up as a 4-man, to be honest. Could have decided to run out the left or the right way to potentially isolate some of the solo players. But now it is back to the 4-on-4.
It's back to the 4-on-4. They were making the push further around. Obviously, they were the aggressor. Solo picking it apart as they run back. Scooby then dug his heels in. He held the push now, and now they are on the aggressive 60. But it's remain. It's not enough here. Ryan does get one back. That's going to be the push. The res now happen. There's the second one coming in. Bullet Rain does get shocked down. The pressure has to come on. The UZ at distance not going to be helping. There comes down the number 3. Down to their final. Groan's looking to get it confirmed. There's a point on the board here from Bullet Rain. Let's see what a Solo can dig out here, Felix. It is possible, but it's such a hard hill to climb.
Oh, yes, it is. That's the next shot's coming on through. It is a 4-on-1 trade coming out from Solo. I will secure this one, and they will get revenge on Bullet Rain for that hot job yesterday. And it's been pretty good. Good stuff coming out from them.
Let's take it. They need the win. They need the points. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've written Solo off too early. We'll have to wait and see, though. It is going to be 15 teams now remain. 54 players for Game 5 of Game 6, though, for Day 2 of the Rotation Summer Edition group stages, a.k.a. the playoffs, a.k.a. some of the teams fought really hard here. Now they're fighting and clashing against the best of the invited teams. And one of these teams, though, is Hal. But this will be the last 2 games I get to say Hal.
Yeah. Oh, might be an opportunity for another player being picked up by Howl, especially since Inter's had, well, let's just say a history of troublesome early games. This would have fit right in. But at least for now, at least for the time being, he's not eliminated. He was still alive and can continue with at least the 2, I think even 3 players they have left.
Central zone, give or take. We're not going to see the rotation come in. Hal will put down one of the bananas. Now we'll strip to the other side. Second one will go down, and they are completely slipping and sliding. They're going to get a few shots back down. Quebec's got to dodge him, but no, he's not going to be quick enough. He does unfortunately go down, but Marco's there to stop the nade. Can he get the confirm? Utterly can't. Oh, he gets it. The final shot, though, hits the heady, and Marco's going to send the bananas flying. 15th place for them, and they should be able to get the res as no other team is pushing in just yet.
This is some pretty fast stuff. Coming out from Howl. I think that is almost record time in how fast they eliminated all 4 of the players, despite all 4 players being in different vehicles. No one was really being picked up immediately after arriving, so good stuff from Howl. Quick trade happening from Int. Shouldn't really put Howl in trouble, let's be honest. They're not going to rotate back up, so nothing more than a little bit of utility being wasted, and obviously a player having a shorter rest time for the next one.
Esports, they're trying to climb their way up here on towards the highway section, but they overlook Smoke Wall, obviously rotating their way in, so they have picked that, so they have to try and get to cover. They can't get caught on the rotation. South Pachiki Hill is taken by Lowell W. I think they'll be disappointed they didn't get 3 chicken dinners, but they have put 2 chicken dinners back to back. The only other team, though, to put 2 on one day has been Navi, but Twisted Mind also have double chicken dinner, but 1 a day.
Good shots coming out from Bard. We've seen them, sometimes at least, hit the headshot on these kind of distances as well. This time around, it's not meant to be. It's gonna let Smoke Wall survive with 4 players. They will secure that single compound towards the eastern side of the original compound, which is instead of Gatka as well. For Esports, quite happy with the split they have. 2-2 split. You have to be careful of those players all around them. And there we have it. This is one of the most important finds for Ascent. Ascent will lose KLICKEN almost immediately. Mika rotates in. Good shots coming out from Itzkris. This is a headshot. This almost secures KLICKEN's life. This is massive. Itzkris with a big shot. Over 400, maybe 500 meters. Might have secured KLICKEN's round and their chances of still being in the run for this.
Well, trying to push the pressure though. Schengen gets down first. It looks like the push coming in from the other side now. They're going to know their spot. For Ascend, that's huge. Huge for Ascend. They're no foot fighting on the other side. But oh no, it's Chris trying to keep the pressure, but JETZT releases it instantly as he goes down. Mika's going to try and make the push now, but there's already 2 down. Make that 3. Brexaco is the final player. It's a jump, it's a hop, it's a skip. He gets 1. Needs to continue the pressure. Going to try and get the kill. He does get the kill on, and he has a bit of cover to remain. He has to continue pushing forward, but JETZT has the reach.
Yeah, no chance. Brexaco, oh, he had the opportunity to do so. 8 bullets left. It's not gonna happen. Ascend has once again been taken out very early on. 14th place despite all their effort to keep KLICKEN alive. And it's just not meant to be here at the rotation. It is just not meant to be for them. They crumble under the pressure, apparently.
Have you drawn a line? Have you drawn a line? Have they fallen into the solo
I think they
side?
might. I think I might have drawn a line. 11 matches played out of the 12 chances they have. They have played yesterday as well, and I think with this one, they might be at, what, 32, 33, 34 points, somewhere in that area. So unless it is going to be a big round, definitely a double-digit round in the next one, I think there's just not going to be a chance. And this fight didn't look promising either.
You're not the only one that needs a big round either. That's the scary thing. That's what worries me. They have the capabilities, but I think they've left it too late. I think the Rondo was the right for me. Smoke wall, well, they're going to rotate their way around now. They're a team looking for qualification himself. BBT, first they were seeing him. Great shots down to 1. Can he connect this MK? Whistles a few shots past, few shots come back, and BBT, well, they have to let that one go. The zone shifts, it goes towards the east. Actually, some teams already repositioned as they will take prio spots quite early.
I've not given up yet, Mark, but...
You have. You have to.
I've not given up.
No,
I'm going to retract my statements. I have
no.
I'm never giving up on them.
Done.
I am never giving up. BBT.
No, it's been clipped, mate.
BBT on the... I'm going to delete that one afterwards. BBT on the rotate. Driving to the compound. We smoke ward straight towards the east. It's a pretty strong compound, actually, even though it is a fairly north circle. Smoke wall. Got to be careful of not losing Muzmin. He's shown us, yeah, an interesting rotate, but luckily for him, it's not been deadly. And they've also realized, wait, this compound down here is clear, so why not split it? And they will do exactly that.
Dangerous split is risky, but it could reward them nicely. They've got to keep the cars alive as they will go for a little reverse park onto that back wall. And you'd argue the same. Must be no team is going to play on that south side. LW, well, they lost 1. Now they're going to try and catch Solo as they rotate really wide here. A couple of shots coming from JETZT. Only glancing the car. No connection just yet, but they continue the pressure. Schengen now moves his way down. Let's see what we can do with the M4. The spray comes through, looking for the tire. Doesn't quite get it. Solo continues to move. Shots to the MK. The spray comes through. That car is surely done, but no. All 3 of them hammer shots in. Oh, there we go. Now it's spun out. Now the car goes, and 2 of the Solo teams are isolated in the field. You don't want to be there. It's only phase number 2, Felix, but potentially it's another 2 kills here for the Money Pandas.
Might be a good pickup for them. They could secure this. There's a couple of small smokes being thrown, but yeah. Depending on if Little W is now opening up angles with JETZT who's already rotating around, they should not be away unless maybe the pickup happens in time. This is a good pickup, but JETZT, as we said, he's already on the road.
On it.
Oh, and he might have the perfect opportunity to get a good chance at 2, maybe 3 frags. First one goes down almost immediately. I think no more shots have been hit, so maybe 2 players will make it out alive.
I don't know. He's looking for the spray, takes the elevation. It's going to be a worldie of a bolty. Oh, must have whistled past the car. Solo, they're moving on out. Second opportunity, maybe. Then the shots come through. There goes a confirm for them. That's number 5. Scooby, well, he's got to hide. There'll be no mystery machine getting him out of this one just yet. As the AWM from JETZT will continue to whistle by, and that car is spent.
No chance. Do be reminded, it's all happening inside the blue zone, so each and every single one of these tags is a one-hit with the AWM. A very easy one-hit at that. But JETZT also has to be careful of not losing this vehicle. Next rotation coming in, Zakru Sanson. They haven't really had too many big struggles with the rotations they've had, but then again, they haven't really taken risky rotations either. They've rather stuck to the edges and fought their way in. Playing in contrast to phase 3 here, apparently not many other chances for them, and at least they will secure 2 players into the Wizard Tower and 1 into the shack right east of it. So, fairly successful rotate, except for the 1 player that they've lost.
All right, so we're down to the points. We see that live leaderboard again. Thank you very much for being Esports, for popping that up on screen for me. And we are looking for a top 16. This is day number 2, so we do have 1 more day. That's tomorrow, and game 5, game 6. They were mad yesterday, expected to be mad again today. So we keep up a couple of shots coming from Kitchen. They have qualified their way through a team which you look at, you thought, oh, they're not, it's just a bit of a fun team, but they're qualified strong as well. Now, let's see what they can do. Security Sense underneath. They lost some to Twisted Minds on that rotation, but Twisted Minds, they've got Potato Hill. They've got the higher ground, but Kitchen have got a split. Security Sense, and if they want to push up, it's going to be very, very difficult for them.
Going to be incredibly difficult, actually. Well, that's also the beauty of the Wizard Tower and the positions that they've taken. Yes, you might get a spot inside the circle, but is it really going to secure you any points, except for a couple of placement points at best? Well, it's not really what you're looking for.
No.
Unless you're obviously Secure Sense, so I got to retract that statement to some degree. With 77 points, you're far, 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 far from being in dangerous territory. Done. You're qualified.
They're
so
dangerous.
Do whatever you want. I'll take it back. Do whatever the hell you want.
They're looking good. They look good. They look good. I think people have said yesterday they might have looked at this team unknowing, unwilling to give them the time, but now I think they secured that spot. They only got that chicken dinner under the belt, but it was a very high level of consistency. The point average for this team was huge. As a result, they find themselves going potentially towards that final. I can't see anything majorly dropping the wheels off. What the zone does, the crazy things, is it does shift again towards farm. That's the south-southeast. It's given not just the madness to the teams that are chasing the points, they're now chasing the zone as well.
Okay. Twisted Minds. You don't need to do this, but you're doing it anyway, and I like it. This is the type of control. When I talk about control, this is what I mean. You have other options to rotate around with this phase 4, but you want to clear your way and then play off of that. And you look at how early they do this. They do this the second they realize they need to move, clear up the way that is in front of us. Unless obviously it's at a big disadvantage. But no, they've lost a player already. They were actually the ones to take him down from Sakura Sense. Nothing. Cypher was the one that lost his life. So they know they're at a big disadvantage anyways when taking this fight. So why not pick up these frags in the process and then play off of the positions that you gain because of it? And you can see, easy pickup by Perfectix.
Easy pickings. And talk about an easy picking. Jedrock style. Well, we took him to put another point on the board. And I think the guys knew. One example was like, here, have my loots. And no, there's no way they're going to pick me up. Luby's looking back that way. And here we come back to that push. Twisted Minds, they could rotate their way around. But they're qualified. 122 points on the board for the playoffs at the moment. They're clearly practicing the smash rule. But for now, they're going to keep the pressure on. Secure Sensor in front. Kitchen's going to be there. Kitchen will be, if they can come out this one alive, they will be the victor, but not this time. Battalions will lay down a nade. Squeaky won't know, but he's going to know now. Now he might want to try and push his way in and try and claim that. Perfectus will try and get the stop here. Here comes the Molly. Will come back out to remain here for Twisted Minds. Smoke will have to continue forward as it gives him the opportunity to launch stats. Molly out. So not the Molly, the flash. The Molly's already come out though from Kitchen. Squeaky have to try and reposition now, but he knows he can't do it clean. He has to look back as that blue zone will dissipate. He's missed the player shifting out.
Perfectix and Lou will stay alive. There's still quite a bit of time until they will secure the placement point. So up until this point, it's only the 4 frags they've gathered in terms of points being secured. But there is potential for more, especially with this fight happening. Lou W and obviously Kitchen fighting for this compound. This could give them the opportunity to maybe make something happen, but he's gonna have to hit the timing almost perfectly. Gadrox, wow, that's the vector in play. If I've ever seen a good example of it, then I guess it's this one. You start shooting later, but you still get the frag. Massive stuff coming out from Kitchen, and a very important frag on top of that as well.
It's a good team. Very, very strong team. Look at these individual players, but they just gelled really well. Here comes towards phase number 4. We are down to 11 teams now. There's only shifting. It's shifting again. Footy Sports getting aggressive as well as they're looking to secure their spot after day number 1. Kitchen, well, they've got to continue to move on out. T-Bone is under a bit of pressure. He's got to try and get a med on that zone. He's going to chunk, and so many people are pushing out towards blue. They're pushing out to the fight. FaZe will fall, but this is screaming to me, Felix. Everyone is looking for kill points. Everyone is looking to try and take that team out. And Aikido, well, they fall short just of placement points. They will drop out in 9th.
Yeah, no chance. Absolutely no chance anymore. Let's see. We'll pick up Squeaky now. I think it's only 2 who are left alive for Kitchen. And he is in a pretty, pretty tough spot as well. If that isn't any indication on how tough it is. He's going to walk into ruined sidelines any seconds. And there it is. Clean pickup for How. I like what they're doing. Slow and controlled. Not too much risk. Sure, he could have been taken down in theory, but Howl is, that's the Howl way. They do like to risk that as well. And well, that's how you see these big rounds coming out of Howl. 9 frags now, and in a pretty good spot to take the round as well.
I definitely would say they were very well known for finding middle ground, right? They always used to send straight to the middles. They've changed slightly. I'd argue to say they've kind of taken that ascend play or that after all play that we used to see ages ago, where you now play on the outside edge and you move your way in. But it's controlled, it's settled, it's working. They're getting points. They're on 9, looking for number 10 now, and they are just looking to clean up the remainders now. And there's 1. Well, there's number 2. Is you fall on the sword twice. Are you happy with that one? And how, more importantly, be happy there are 10 points already for them. We are 6 teams, but how already qualifying, which means those teams that need the points, they will not be happy that How are stealing it away from them.
No. I don't think the side, it's kind of a good sign for... Is it really? It's kind of a good sign for the teams down low, because if all the top teams steal away all the big points, then obviously the cutoff point is going to be a little bit lower than maybe what we predicted as well. At the beginning, I thought it was going to be lower than 45. Maybe it's going to be around there. Actually, I thought it might be close to 50, but I think by the looks of it, probably not going to happen. Colt Marco is going to pick up the last player from W. Blazer goes down. Quick pick up with the MK12. No chance for him in this one, and that means 5 teams left alive in phase 5 already. It's a tough zone. So understandably, less teams alive here, but 5 is still kind of surprising to me.
It's difficult. I think your point is so valid when it comes down to if the teams at the top will sponge the points, it means the mid-table is going to condense in, which is dangerous. If that compresses, it does mean the potential cutoff will be lower. Actually, I would argue to say I think we're seeing that now. I think we might even get a low 40s, maybe in a 45. We might even come down to that. Let's see how it falls. BBT, they're on 2 kills. Spyro does check back and picks up Solo, and we go for our top 4. How with 4, WLA with 4, BBT with 4, and lucky enough, actually, despite losing the first player every single round so far, they make it to the end game, but they make it with 2.
Is 2 going to be enough? That's the big question. Is it going to be enough for the one big round they need? They've gathered 6 points. Is it 5? I think it's 6. Yeah, it's 6.
6 points. 6 points.
Yeah, 6 points in 5 matches. Up until this point. Well, 4 matches to be fair, because this one is still going. We know they're kind of points somewhere around the 40, so yeah, they will need to win a round, most likely, if they want to qualify with how few points they've gathered up until this point.
But it's not crazy though, Felix. They found themselves in the end zones a few times now. They just are losing players off the rip every single game. 5 out of 5 games so far. This team, Int, has lost a player pretty much first, if not second, straight away. Imagine if they got here but they had 4 strong. That's a complete different end game. Different game end style. They've got to play defensive now. Defense crashes come in. How making the push. There goes the Molly. Great hold from that one. As they now got to try and rotate their way around. Molly, second Molly will go. They're trying to try and push. And there goes the nade. They do pick up the first knock here. And How? Well, one's DBNO. But they do get one straight back.
Ooh, Hoba, though, with the trade on Ruren. How with their breach is in big trouble because there's shots coming out from, I believe it is BB team on that eastern side too so far. Not too much happening. Colt Marco suddenly the last one alive. Oh, wow! He will be traded out though, but he does get that knock beforehand. So Colt Marco stays as the last player alive. 7 frags on him. Absolutely massive performance in this one. Something that we haven't seen in recent time coming out from Colt Marco, but he is so very dangerous. He's been widely regarded as one of the best Turkish fraggers in history. And, well, if this round doesn't speak volumes, I don't know what does. He's been taken out to HHP, though this should be his downfall, but he somehow finds a good spot again. No! Spiral comes in! And I thought maybe you could hide behind the car, but it's not happening. The sideline is there.
Talk about the throw at the nade. He had to get rid of it, right? To throw it out. But the fact that he was able to jump out the window and lay down, Spyro doesn't drop the ball there, does he? He picked him up. Long distance shot. That's where he shot him from as well. He just saw his little tippy toes and body underneath that car. But I like it. Good play. Good reaction speed. And Code Marco's definitely going to be up there for one of the players for me. It's a 4 versus 3. WLA losing 1, unfortunately. But BB team looking to try and claim their first chicken dinner, but they've got to claim WLA first. Best will now put one down. It's 2 remaining. Could be a quick ending now as BB team will completely collapse now, but they are controlling the zone.
There is still a chance, but very... Yeah, let's be honest. We've almost never seen that happen. That kind of an upset, but that's a good rotation, actually. I really like what I'm seeing right now. Fade is driving all the way around. That could be a quick rest. Depending on how BB team is going to play this, look how aggressive they are. Besselog could also be almost too dangerous, depending on the sidelines. Maybe Besselog is going to be expected here, but no, they're too focused on the rest. This is a good nade, though, but it's not going to end anywhere close. This in return, though, it's going to give WLA the information. Someone has pushed up close.
Right trajectory, was going to the right location, just cooked. I thought he definitely... Do you know what? He thought he was in the smoke. So give him that. We'll give him that. BB team, well, they pushed all the way. Now they've got the zone. They don't need to push any further. They don't need to risk not getting the chicken dinner. Yes, they've got the numbers. Yes, maybe chat screaming to close this one down as quick as they can. But BB team now hold the brakes. They've got all the cards in their hand. WLA, let's see if they can make some magic happen again. They've got to move in. It is a difficult zone to move in because there's not really much terrain. There's a little hill ridge, but that's it.
But first, he's got the nade in hand. Maybe that could secure him the knock. It does. Oh my god, that is pinpoint accuracy. And if that doesn't seal the deal, I don't know what does. Fate goes down. 2 players left alive. They should know exactly where these 2 players are. And you can see First is already scanning around.
Get in the tower. Get in the tower. You know you want to. You know you want to get in the tower. First, great nade though from him. 2 remain. There's going to be a very, very hard ask though for WLA to try and get that res as he will now bleed out. He's in the zone there. They've isolated his solo. First will pick up Fate. That's a confirmed done and dusted. Best now to get the initial shots, but not all the way down. But it does give him the information. Nades in the back pocket. You never want to go out without the util. And that there's a huge... There goes the second one. That should be a knock. He does get the knock, but Spyro is there again to get an answer. As BB team have got Spyro on his shoulders. Now he's even moving to try and get the res. Is anyone able to stop that man?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but I gotta give credit to WLA. We thought this was gonna be over very fast. Now it was down to a 2-2 at some point. Actually, it is down to a 2-3 now, but it was just a second ago. So crazy stuff from WLA, but the position in the end, most of the times, does secure the deal, and that's why we love PUBG Esports. It's not only about fragging an individual skill, it's about strategy, and that's what we're seeing here right now coming out from BB team. They're leaving Besselog to bleed out. They want to make this a 2-on-3 and want to end it this way. Spyro's up close, 2v3 now.
Oh, he's got another one. It's going down. It's actually gone in the favour. There's 1. There's 2. And Spyro's got the team on his back shoulder and he lays it down. It's only 6 kills. It's a 16-point game. But for Spyro, that was huge. He claimed the winner chicken dinner for the team. And if it wasn't for him, you have to argue WLA dug in deep and they were putting a potential win underneath their belt.
Yeah, good stuff, WLA. I mean, we said these guys never to be underestimated. Did I expect that big of a fight in the end game? I don't think BB team did either. No, I've got to say it like that. No, I didn't. But they're hitting some crazy shots, and in the end, it does go the way of BB team. But once again, not without a fight. Pretty good showing from them. After what we've already seen from some of these qualifier teams, it is safe to say that Group B and Group C does seem to be a tiny bit closer when it comes to partner teams and qualifier teams going head-to-head.
Well, they definitely are going head-to-head. Well, we've got to go head-to-head as it is our final game for some of the teams. Let us know in chat what you think, if these guys are going to be able to dig themselves out of the hole and get to the qualification. Let us know where you think that cut-off point is going to be. For now, it's a quick break. And when we come back, it's the final game for day number 2.
double as well. The double elimination.
And it doesn't
It's
even this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down.
It's time. It's the final game here, day number 2, where Group B and Group C are going at head-to-head. But it's the last opportunity, the last game for Group B. We will see Group C tomorrow, though, Felix. So they've had a good start, and arguably, I might even say they've been the better teams today. They've been putting the chicken dinners apart from that twisted mind, secure sense, and causing people issues. We've seen some great plays from Esports. We've seen some great plays from some of these other game or these Group C teams. But have the Group B got what it takes to get the final opportunity to put points on the board?
It's a fair assessment. I think the teams that are struggling are partly the teams, or the majority of the teams that we've seen yesterday, right? We're talking Ascent, we're talking Solo especially, we're talking Hokkaido. Lots of these teams are coming out of Group A, especially if you take a look at the mid-table as well. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see how all of that is going to go. There is one more chance, though. And we said Ascent was one of the teams that still have the opportunity to perform. They haven't used their last chance. There is one more. We said maybe 45, 50 is going to be the cutoff points for a good game. Not even necessarily a chicken dinner, despite their horrible performance up until this point. Could be enough for them to secure a ticket. After all, it is only 8 teams that go out and not maybe 10 or 12. So the cutoff point is doable. Once again, despite their bad performances. Same goes for Hokkaido. They've made a massive step. They're somewhere around 41 points. So a couple of more points. Maybe a team fight, maybe an isolated one that you can find. You win that cleanly, you're done, and you go into the finals. And that's why this last game is going to be so interesting. It is down to a best of 1 for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's down to best of 1. Let's reaffirm what you're saying with some of these points on the board. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, though, before we go into this last game. So, the main teams that you're looking for are those Group B teams. So, Solo, look, as I said, after Rondo, for me, that was them done and dusted. Love the team, great team, mechanically good, but not produced here on the playoff stage, on the group stages. Only 24 points, but... you are right in the sense that Ascend are technically in the top 16, because we are taking 16 teams. They are there at the moment. But 32 points for me, they need to be in that 45 back mark. Now, there's a load of caveats around that, Felix. We've already spoken about some of these. If the top teams that are already on that left side of the leaderboard will sponge points today and tomorrow, because we do have one more game today, and obviously we've got the games tomorrow. If they do sponge those points, that will make the cutoff point a lot lower. That there in turn might be capable for a team like Ascend to get through. Hokkaido, well, they did send their way through. They're now in an 8th spot, and they are just shy of that point spot we're saying. But it's down to the last game. I just can't see it. It's all or nothing for Ascend.
Yeah, as you said, well, we're expecting it to be about 45, maybe 50 points at the very max. So, yeah, what do they need, realistically? It's almost going to be a dinner. I said it doesn't necessarily need to be a dinner, but they definitely need to pick up frags. And that's also something that they haven't necessarily struggled with, but picking up more than just the usual 4, 5 frags at max. That's what they've been struggling. They've been struggling to break through that barrier of getting double digits in a single round. I don't even remember, to be honest, I don't even remember a single round where they've gotten their double digits. I got to look back at it. I don't even remember a single round where they've got to gather double digits. And goes honestly speaks volumes about how much they've been struggling to get into late game. Every single time they've been in late game, or it was close to it, it's always been a situation where they've already lost a play in the first place, and then maybe get farmed by one of the top teams. For example, I keep on referring to that 3-on-4 that Twisted Minds put up against them, where they just pushed across the open street and still wiped them, even though they were at such a big disadvantage. And if that keeps on happening, they will unfortunately, deservingly, not be in the finals, despite my big hopes for them and the team Ascend in its entirety. So, last chance for them.
Well, it is last chance, people. Last game. Game number 6, though, is day number 2. And the teams you need to keep the eye on. We've spoken about a few of them. Hokkaido, Bullet Rain, Smoke Wall, Solo, and Team Ascent. As I will securely say that Secure Ascent and How and Twisted Minds have done enough. So there are some teams here that need to have a big game. There are some teams which I believe may have already tapped themselves out. I think Smokewall might be in and around that same conversation that we're having with Ascend. Bullet Rain, they produced really well yesterday. I don't think they've done as well today, and struggling really with placement points. And again, I'm pushing Bullet Rain in that group. So for me, Smokewall, Ascend, and Bullet Rain, one game could do it. But it's not just about this game, Felix, is it? Because they are also going to have to sit back in chat and watch the games unfold tomorrow. And it's only a matter of time, or maybe not, that they might get tabbed out in a top 16. But here we go. It's one team versus the other team. And I mentioned both these names a minute ago, but they are clashing. Hot Drop Central, game number 6, though. Bullet Rain taking on Solo.
Yeah, I only understand this to some degree, to be honest, because you're still fighting for qualification. And this isn't Picard on Miramar or Pochinki on Erangel. This is Boyard. So, like, it only has limited amount of favors in terms of macro strategy, in terms of rotation, or in terms of rotation time. You don't even have more than 2 car spawns. So, yeah, I don't understand this completely. Why you would contest. You're also not fighting for a spot for the later stages of this year in terms of PGC when we're talking about Twisted Minds and Navi. So, yeah, I don't really understand this. Either way, it's going to happen. Shoxy picks up the first one. Ulsing jumps down, gets punished for it. And you almost had the opportunity for another one. He wants to be very careful as he's only got 6 shots left.
This is difficult. Solo have got nothing to lose. Bullet Rain have everything to lose. They could have won, but there's 1, there's 2 down. Bullet Rain, the reign of them might have ended. Now let's see what they can do. They have to dig deep. Doggers gets 1. He jumps off the animation. Oh, blessed. As Reliant goes into the building. Shotgun now comes out the other side. The shotgun goes in the problem, and Doggers gets 2. Can he save this team from annihilation? Can he get this team back into a qualification spot?
That's the big question. That is the massive, massive question. Look at this lurk now from Scooby. He knows there's still one more player somewhere around the warehouse, and I think he's trying to go for that. Only one dog, though. Meanwhile, he snuck up. He's almost found that immediate shot. He has to relight. Oh, wow, Reliant. The burst sometimes does come in handy. And this is one of these few situations where it does make the difference, and he will pick up this one too. Corpseback now being the last one alive for Bullet Rain.
Does he know Scooby's out here? I think he does now. He's taking a few shots though. It is down to Bullet Rain. Final player though. Nade will go over the top. Oh, it doesn't quite clear the fence. It bounces away just a little bit looking for the flash. Can he get that one over? Does get the flash over. Might not be able to make the push now as the Nade wouldn't have done the damage, but he has to go back. Shoxy moving away around. The Solo going to get the reses back on. It was all to gain for Bullet Rain, and it's all to lose for them as well. Solo had nothing to gain, nothing to lose. They are playing for pride now. But the pride, well, that might be conquering all. Let's see what this final player now is to confirm. Does gets 1. Let's see if he can dig deep and pick up another 3.
Falling apart. Once again, it's a troublesome spot for them. I can understand why you would contest this and why you don't want to give up your entire strategy, but
Out.
Most of these teams have to reposition in terms of loot spots anyways in a lobby like this. So everyone's kind of in the same boat if you're not a partner team already. So, yeah. Once again, I don't understand. Look at this. I mean, even Rozog is obviously Twisted Minds did loot it in the beginning, but even that would have been a better hot drop spot than this one, I feel like. Either way, done and dusted, as you said. Solo's going to pick up 4 frags. We'll secure everyone. So I'm going to eat my words, apparently, because it's a good start for them. And they will continue to have a chance in game number 12.
28 points. They've got to get to a mid-40s or a high 40s. Is it possible? Probability says no. There's a possibility they might get away with it. But for me, Bullet Rain confirmed, done, dusted, 17th place. They haven't done enough anyway. Even if we got no more points, yes, on tomorrow. They had a good reign. Fall short when it comes down to playoffs. What is worth noting though, for one game and for one game only in_LT, well, they keep 4 up. They keep 4 up. We are here. They are here within the precipice of phase number 2 potentially, and still having 4 strong. I won't try and hold out just yet. We will wait and see as they are in zone shift. Is on that east hand side. We are seeing How in a great position already. Kitchen Owl rotating their way through in the south row. They have multiple teams working their way down, but we've got a few teams outside the zone. Foot Esports would be for South George, but we've also got to send maybe very much out very on that southwest corner.
Couple of shots, for example. Last time it was quite successful around here and picking out some of these rotation players. Pun intended. But this time around, not going to happen. Twisted Minds goes into phase 1 empty-handed. At least for now. One team, that is obviously Bullet Rain, will be the only team that is eliminated so far. And they will also be the one team that is already out of this one. They will not qualify for the finals.
It is unfortunate. you know, I'm going to start losing teams. This is the point where you start getting that confirmation where who is definitely not going out. It does help the teams that will be coming back in Group A tomorrow because they will know where the point line is set. Secure Sensing is over that point line. Smokeball looking to get themselves above the point line themselves. And there's a great shot though as Seifu will fall down. Smokeball will get the first knock. No confirm. He will be able to crawl himself to safety, but Secure Sensing, there's no risk to this play for them, but they might want to keep the pressure on. They might want to continue levitate themselves up. 77 points after 2 games is good, but it's not as good as the Twisted Minds.
No, I think no one can get close to the dominance the Twisted Minds is showing us consistently. It's so interesting because you would think maybe someone can reproduce what they're playing, right? It looks so easy if you're just watching it, but the fact that no one can just goes to show you how tough it is to play that way. Quick trade to get back into this fight. It's a 2-1 actually, going in the favor of Smokewall. They've only lost Knight so far, and I think even he is in a pretty good spot to be picked back up, depending on third party. Surf, he has to be careful. That's a cheeky spot. Wow, Tekers with a really, really good spot. Excuse me, Sparta actually, to almost trade things out and equalize it. But yeah, not happening so far. Cypher and Himman continue to be knocked, and no real chance of getting them back up, at least for now.
That's correct. Smokeball working their way back. Don't forget as well, guys, like, let's just remember why we've got a little bit of time. Actually, scrap that. I'm going to come back. Pin the group final point in because we're going to have an explosive way out. Wow, and Smokeball overshooting there. Maybe sending a bit of a message to Secure Sensing saying this is our compound, don't push, but the Pandas with the money, the low W's will push in on this one as well. They should have heard the arrival. They've not quite got the shots off just yet, but they are positioned. Here come Nate. Here come those flashes. So Smokeball do know they're here. LW don't need to make the push just yet. They just need to get set in. But here comes the U-Tool dump. Let's see if they can pick anything up.
Looks quite good with the way these nades have been thrown, but it's not catching anyone. Unfortunately for LW. The one team that has had one of the most impressive first days. 66 points for LW. These guys have proven everyone wrong when it comes to favorites for today. 2 massive wins. First team also to back-to-back win. They haven't proven you wrong, is what you're saying?
Oh, I love this team. Pandas with money. What more do you want, mate? What do you want? Schengen and Jedrox. I'm not going to take anything away from Blazer and Lugrox because they're strong, right? But there's something magical. Something magical about these two players. They're great shots. Here comes Shingo, and here comes the spray that goes through. Doesn't quite catch the players there if he goes down, but look at that straight in. The pressure being released, though, instantly on the shots. Looking for the player to cross over. Now we'll go for the confirm. And be looking to put the first point on the board. It is phase number 1. Shingo now focusing the attention over towards the other side of Smokewall, and they might have popped a few extra shots into Secure Sensing, but they need some more, though, because look at that. Hakido roll. They're in the top spots at the moment. I'd say they need a few more points, and there's 1. Let's see what more they can deliver. They are hammering the shots out of that mansion location.
Yeah, and Half has to drive away, has to dodge that fight, understandably. Sure, his chances outside of it are not necessarily better. I think he's heading for the Wizard Tower, which is also occupied. But going into that 1v3, even as a rat, the chances aren't really going to be that high. And, well, this is getting worse and worse. Twisted Mind to his right, Howl to his left. What more? Where else can you drive? He's losing a tire now at this point. I feel like it's already over for Howl, but he's still alive. And that zone shift is once more absolutely disgusting. Oh my lord. FaceClan in a pretty good spot. WLA is surely going to group sometime soon. And look at this. Everyone's repositioning already. Everyone's trying to get as many spots as they can. This is big. This is so big. This gives them confidence. Ascent needs it. We've been talking about it. It's one of the big favorites to make it into the finals. What they haven't shown is that so far. They need a big game. 10, maybe 15 points might be enough. And they're starting off with a frag against Spyro.
Look, I'm with you. I love them to qualify. I'd love them to qualify. I've got a lot of love for every single one of these players and this team. But they are leaving it, Alex, to the wire. Leaving it to the wire. And it's game 6 antics. We've already seen teams being aggressive. We've already seen teams going down. We're phase number 2 on 14. The numbers will fall quickly. Ascend cannot let go of that W key. They can't play their normal game.
They like to make it a best of 1, don't they? They like to make it a best of 1. They like to bring it down to the wire, as you've said. And this is it. Doesn't get any closer than this. They need not only a good game, but like a big game. 33 points, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, they are going to be out just as much as Solo is. And the rest of the teams down there with already 11 matches played.
11 matches played. Oh, Solo moving our way around.
6
Scooby
frags.
is looking for some points. And remember, this is a team that's not qualified to the moment. They're clawing the leaderboard. Maybe they have the big game because they're not far off Ascend now.
Wow.
And they've got 6 alive. And they're maybe arguably warmed up enough because they've been fighting up the rip. WLA looking for the shots. The parachute will protect and potentially go back as he does. The animation on the roof just saves him. He doesn't get caught on. Scrap that. Anybody's was there and he does get fallen, but he will have to drop down. Okay, Marco will be looking to get the confirms.
And he does as well. Hoba gets flushed out. This is good reaction from how they knew the WLA was having a big split before grouping at Military Power. And they took advantage of that. They rotated in. They're not shying away from these fights. It's what we like to see. And so far in this tournament, they've won all these fights as well. So not surprised that it's once again working out perfectly for them. 3 players left here, excuse me. Now Military Fire from WLA. Make that maybe 2. That P90 is dangerous. And somehow he runs out of bullets. That's something that usually doesn't happen with the P90. Especially not before securing the knock. But this time around, didn't happen. That nade is not going to hit anything either. Good timing as well. He knew he was going to throw that nade. I think he's seen that. So he repositions just in time.
Reposition well done. Information gained back from house. And they will know the players now move back. So they'll focus their attention back towards these double warehouses. WLA on 1 kill. Look, it's the first day. So they will be looking to continue climbing. They're on 10th place at the moment with 41 points. Is a great first day from them at action. As I said before, some of these Group C teams have had a really, really, really strong first day. So the clash between them and Group A, well, that's going to happen tomorrow. For now, the zone needs to give away the water. How much so, we don't know. Well, not that much, supposedly, to PUBG, because we're going to Military Power. There's nowhere else it can go. But here we go. 14 teams. 47 players need to send, and there's a few of these teams that need some big points. They are going to be producing them now because everyone has to rotate on in.
I can't believe this. This is...
You don't want to see this, did you? You didn't want to see that zone. You did not want to see that zone at all, did you?
It's chaos. I think it's especially for the teams that need to put points now. Having a round like this that you just cannot plan for in the last game, that makes it all the more dramatic. Someone surely has had a script for this one, but it's all thrown out the window. Good pickup now from FaZe Clan. Let's get right back into the action. Twisted Minds is in all sorts of trouble. Maybe the second frag can come out from James. He does as well. Not 1, but 2 frags from the man. And there's only 2 more players left standing.
James repositions, uses the rock nicely. Perfectus be looking to launch that. They're going to have the intel. Yes, you might be down, but you're not out. James gets huge nades. It's a perfect Tix nade lands. Kobe at his feet. That's a way to stop that man. Example would have been key in that intel with the communication coming through. Mix is going to try and now move his way. Fex down to a 1. Here comes the smoke. Fex going to launch the nade as well, but Perfectix says no. He's going to deny. Swaps his way back now. Swaps across to Gustav. Push Gustav down to 1, but Fex continues the pressure. He relies him down. Baton is down to 1, and that might not be the chance that FaZe need to be able to get the numbers back up in phase number 3.
FaZe has had a pretty good day, but they want to make it even better by winning this fight. No third party, that's what I'm most confused about. No one has had an angle on this the entirety of this fight. How does that happen? Surely someone from Military Power, but apparently the sidelines are just about perfect enough, and I think FaZe Clan knew this, otherwise they wouldn't have committed to it. But yeah, once again, it worked out perfectly. Just 1 play now left alive for Twisted Minds. But even if Twisted Minds is gone out here, they will stay in first place, so no problem at all. And second fight that is being concluded here is Howl and WLA. It's been some time. It's been some time. Oh,
go on, Baton.
Never mind me. What are we seeing here?
Oh, he missed him.
Oh, he's being greeted.
Oh my God, he got him.
There is no way you just did that, but Tulins, he cannot believe it himself. What have we just witnessed? He takes him down. Oh my lord, Batulins!
What just happened? He's laughing. He's 100% laughing because he missed it. He
There's no
parkoured
way.
his way back up, and he was like, "I'm dead." And he wiggle, jiggle. Action replay.
production,
Look
I
at
love
this.
it.
He misses it. He holds on to the outside edge. He comes up. The shots come on, and then he just wiggles his way. Wham, bam. That dot
My
did not
goodness.
move from his head. Thank you very much. But Tornings is laughing in Game 6 now.
My goodness.
Thank you, production.
If we needed any more reason to call this guy one
my
of the best
days.
players in the world, I mean, he wasn't
my
even the
days.
scope when his first bullet connected, and he was at a disadvantage of easily like half a second, which in esport terms is an entirety, and he still made it work. Let's get right back into it, though, because FaZe Clan has almost an equally as hard way staying alive as Twisted Minds did. They will have to fight through this compound now. Flora picks up one Stratus in the distance, is able to third party and takes down Mexis too.
It's difficult. A lot of teams have to go for the send. It's worth if you have the map feed up below, you would see some teams that have worked their way in on the other side though, and LULW are also on the edge. FaZe eager to work their way through. Needs to try and get the confirm now, but here's the click. Here comes the flash, trying to get the med on, but going to go down. FaZe, good day for them. They're going to be 13th place, and they're sitting in 10th spot at the moment. A good showing for this team.
Good stuff. FaZe Clan 41 points. That's a good first day. That's almost at the cutoff of communication already. Is at least what we're expecting it to be. So with the remaining six rounds, they could easily catch up to even to Howl. I mean, just look at Howl, 83 points. Sure, there's going to be a couple of more points being secured in this round. I'm fairly certain about this one by the way the circle shifted. But even if you put it in half, there's almost what FaZe has gotten in the first day. So they're almost at equal terms, despite that favoring Howl just a tiny bit.
Still can't get my head around not just the Batornin's hot drop onto a ledge, getting the knock and getting the high ground, but this zone. We now lost the water, now it's playing its way back. We can see a lot of edge play. The sender on the south, they actually have rotated through. A lot of people haven't held out the south, so they're on the coastal bit, you know, just where the beach is. So they're on the other side of this though, and LULW Schengen is looking forward. I don't know if they know that they're here. They're on 7 kills, they're down to 2, so they lost one on that rotation. Now it's going to be dangerous now for them, but a push I can't see happening just yet. It is phase number 4. It will be spotting. Schengen will take shots towards Badulins, but Solo
He doesn't know he's right in front of him, right?
No.
No, I don't think he would have taken these shots if he would have known that one of the solo players is that Hurricane is that close. I think Hurricane doesn't even want to engage this. They're smart. He knows LW is not alone. And he needs to secure more placement points. I mean, let's be honest, he needs to win this round if he wants to qualify. And he's only that one solo left alive. Now we can see it, Ascent with big split towards the southern side. This is a good setup. Right now, let's I mean, realistically look at this. Hokkaido is going to be able to be playing in as a 4-man. We have Howl as a really dangerous 4-man as well in the midst of all of it. But they've had a couple of fights as well, and I'm not even sure how many of these players have been knocked twice or at least once. So I think surely almost all of them have at this point. It's definitely going to be a little bit of an advantage. But look how much space they have. Once again, this could be the round everyone's been waiting for.
This is going to be an interesting round. How been aggressive though, haven't they? They've not sat tight. They went aggressive for WLA. They knew they had to take him, especially with that zone shift. The zone shift instantly action from them, and then they spread out. They've really done everything they can just to stop anyone moving on in. Kitchen will pick up 1, and the car will pick up the 2nd. But Bananas will now fall. First aid for them. Twisted Minds has all the intel, but not the players. Here's the final player causing issue and the top of the leaderboard. And maybe with the lull, we might get the opportunity, but not yet. Solo now have to try and make the move. These teams will scrabble their way now. Surely Howl have to give up the wide split in Mill to Power.
Might have to. He's going to have such a tough road in. I don't even see a way in which he survives this, but he needs to. He's the last hope for Solo. They have had such a tough and long road through all the qualification phases. It's been 4 to be exact. And it was a really tough top 4 in both the groups at the end of the playoffs. And that is something, once again, that is so tough to do. A top 4 in in a qualification. Oh, it's Chris. Stop that talk that I'm doing right now. They're destroying BB team right now. It's what they needed. Best of luck, though. He brings things back. How are both of these players falling? It was a 2-on-1 just a minute ago.
Oh,
now they're
gets
eliminated. Good shots from KLICKEN, but they're losing a player. This is big. This is so big. This could play a massive role in whether or not they qualify for the finals. They're having 4 frags right now, but they've lost a player now in the fight with BB team. And oh my goodness, Snade comes in von Horv. Everyone's praying that this one doesn't hit, at least if you're a fan of Ascent. There's more frags right around the corner.
There are more frags around the corner. Mr. Mines laying down the law from the high ground. Doesn't have to leave that position just yet. He's going to be able to cause quite a few. BB obviously had to make a huge play in. Chris was on the hold, but unlucky for him, the nade did come down. Wait and see, Smoke will have to try and confirm out. Kitchen, they will go. How will clear that one? And looks like Baturian's, well, he's up to 5 kills. 5 kills already, and no one's really going to be able to contest him up there.
Yeah, no one can really do anything about it. It's crazy. Even as a solo, he's got that much impact. It's Chris. Takes out the last player. The nades do not hit. It's 5 frags. We said 45 might be enough. So maybe a second place already. If they've survived that far, could be enough for Ascent to qualify. That is the big part. For Solo, it might have just been the last frag. There's no way to dodge this. Solo's out. And with 31 points, 32, depending on how many more are coming on top of this. But I think it's only been 1 placement point. I think there's no way they will ever qualify with how good some of these teams are for playing up until this point. So Solo, yeah, they're not going to make it. They're not even inside the qualification points right now. Unfortunately, Hurricane, he's tried his best. It just wasn't meant to be.
Nope. Now Ascend got a different objective coming back on, as they do need to look towards going in. How we'll be sitting there watching that P90. He's going to pack a punch. Now he's only got 50 in the chamber, 40 in it. He's only got 2 clips that he's going to be able to whistle out. So he's going to have to deal the damage first, but you'd argue that Ascend have no idea he's here. He's not moved just yet.
My goodness.
If he has to reposition, no. KLICKEN has a run. He has an opportunity, 50-50 chance. Which way do you go in? If he comes in behind him, he has to turn. He might hear him, but it's going to be down at what gate does he choose to enter?
Also, what does Ascend want to play if they enter here? Shouldn't they realistically, wouldn't the west side be a little bit of a better entry?
No way.
Again, Hokkaido is also going to pick at them.
Baturian's
going to be
gets him. Baturian's gets him. KLICKEN claims him.
This is such a big thing. This is massive.
Saved.
Oh my lord. Kappa peeks from the warehouse, but even he gets damaged back. And Int has not made a move thus far. Also, Howl has to hold Hokkaido during the entirety of this fight. So Ascent has just maybe gotten away with a big scare. The blessing
from the gods, from the heavens that has been called Baturian's. He actually picks him up as well. So they get to now move in. Now they got a Famis. If they want to try and loot the body, they're going to find themselves with a P90. Arguably, that is a gun that you want to put in your back pocket. There's not many bullets though, but I definitely argue to say you might want it. Baturian's could though. He might be a gift from God, but he might be a gift from hell for a team Ascend as he's running his way around. 58 bullets left. He doesn't need to jump off just yet. He's still in zone. 6 teams, 12 players, and it's going to be Ascend potentially coming into line of sight on that 8x.
This is so big. Look at this. Ascend is now pressured Howl away from the warehouse. So they've gathered a spot in the circle, and depending on how the next one shifts, they have a pretty good spot to play off of. And Howl also, look, they were a 4-man, and they were the only other 4-man besides Ascent, even before that fight with BB team happened. So now it's down to a 3-on-3 at max in terms of the teams that have man advantage. So Ascent, this has been more than big in just one way. That he just went down there. More than just the P90 being secured and him not sneaking up on any of the plays, but also securing them at least a tied position in terms of players alive with the top teams. So massive stuff. Once again, be reminded that Ascent needed a big game right now. They need 10, 15 points in this one to secure for the qualification to the finals.
4 out of 6 teams as well. This is their last game, don't forget, for those that might have just joined in. And Ascend, well, they need a big game. 6 kills in the moment. Oh, looking good, though. Baturians might play peekaboo, though. It's Chris doesn't drop the ball as he has to cut that med. He's going to position himself. That smoke will try and help him out now. They know he's there. Oh, no, but Int comes up. They lay down the damage, but they can't get the confirm just yet. But neither can Baturian. So Ascend have the opportunity now. We are going phase number 7. Only a few more remain, but Baturian's restoring. Gift from the above is not giving anything back to Ascend.
Ascent has to bring its Chris back. They have to bring him back. It's top 6 only right now, and if they realistically want to have a chance of winning this one or even getting second place, they need to get him back, and they do. But Tulins is already... Look at his IQ. He knows that they're probably going to walk this way. Almost had a chance of catching him off guard, but not like this. Circle shifts relatively central, and the more we see in terms of circle shifts, the more we realize how strong Batulin's position actually is. Look at how much control he has. He can deny anyone from playing outside.
It is a very, very difficult placement points at the moment.
Oh, no way.
And it goes again. Batulis doesn't need to move, mate. He doesn't need to move. He is going to be a disruptor all the way forward. Solo Batulin, solo Schengen for Lol W. Nice duo, though, for Hokido, as they are trying to hold out the outside. They're going to have to try and move an associate duo. Yeah, it's a duo, isn't it? Yeah, he's dub. And then, obviously, we've got 2 for Inter, 3 for Ascend, and we got 3 for How. 4 of 6, as I said, are on their final game of 12. But the other 2, they got coming back tomorrow. Jordan's, he's going to cause issues. You just wouldn't expect him up here. Great shots.
But look at the timing. Ascend in the meanwhile is using this to push out, and they've now found a position in the circle they didn't have before. They could have only played the north side of their warehouse, and that was almost not in. And that not only secures them another placement point, almost, with Mekendark most likely going down now. Yep, there he goes. Actually, it's Lil W even, but also secures JETZT and his team and position the circle. Look at this. They take down one of the players from Howl as well. They just have 2 main. One more shot from JETZT. They might just make the impossible happen. 7th frag being secured. It's just a solo right in front of them. He's peeking it. Oh, JETZT, what are you doing with us? He is single-handedly securing qualification for his set right now. 41 points. And you might just hear the passion out of my voice because that is one hell of a turnaround. Oh, my lord.
Oh, my God. Ascend. Arguably, Batulins has to come off here, right? So count him out at the moment. A 3 versus 2, clear How. Ascend might have left it to the last game, and I have to take back my words because if they do this, they prove me wrong. Look at even Batulins is pointing at me going, Mark, you might have got this wrong, mate. And he knows Ascend are looking strong here. He's sitting back. Wow. He's making the decision. He's making a call. He's in control because the zone is there. Oh my God. Ascend. Talk about a heart attack team. Heart attack team.
Yeah, you do not want to be a fan of this team. Let me tell you.
You're a fan of Ascend?
Don't be reminded.
Never knew that.
Well, you do want to, but also be prepared for heart attacks. Anyways, to be reminded, Ascend has also not gotten their placement points yet. So they have already secured 5 placement points, which means they're on 46 points right now, and that's the big part. If they if they just wait this out, and I don't think there's a way Batulins dies after Ascend at this point, unless Ascend just runs out into the open and nates itself. So that should give them another placement point on top. And then it's also just a 2-man team from How. The opportunity is there, and oh my goodness, it couldn't get closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned to find out if Ascend has a good chance of qualifying, or if they will fall just before the finishing line.
The problem is they're leaving it in the hands of others tomorrow. And that's, I know, Koho, I know these guys in the context that they like to be in control. So I think there's still an element of them sitting back. But this is so far the best game. Apart from the second game, I think, where they got like a second place, right? Like,
it was
out of their 12 games.
The performance of this, though, let's be honest.
No. And even I can't even say they've been given zone
on that Miramar game.
Yeah, but this one they haven't been given.
No.
Actually, they've had some really bad. They've actually worked and they dug deep.
Yeah,
they've played the outside edge. They've played the outside of Ascend. Let's see if they can claim it. It's a 3-2-1, as we will claim ourselves into the final 3. Batulins will have about a 3-second countdown before he has to jump off here, because we are phase 8. We are going to the dot. The dot will be in between. It will split and divide. How versus Ascend, and Batulins will cause the issue. He is having a little cheeky look here. There goes the dot. Batulins needs to figure out how he jumps out. Do you suppose you try and jump into the middle while you can? You've got to, haven't you? Maybe not. He has looked that way. There's no. He goes full in. Maybe jump on top. No, How already. Laser from Code Marco. Now they got to answer V3 versus 2. Batulins, well, he was the disruptor, but he couldn't disrupt anymore.
It is down to a 3-on-2. Who would have thought it was going to turn out this way? Howl already safely being qualified. knows there isn't much on the line for them. But Ascend, on the other hand, they needed a round. They needed a big round. They needed a win, maybe even potentially, depending how the games tomorrow go. And that is what they have at hand. 3-on-2 now, with Code Marco and Kappa being on the opposing side.
See if it's Chris can dig deep again, because he has been digging deep this round. He's been keeping the team up. 7 kills for them, 2 for KLICKEN. Brexco will be driving the slip. He'll be steering their way forward. Can he master the mind his way to a chicken dinner now? How going to try and see what they can do as a duo, but it's a duo with a big impact. 8 kills for them, and the last time that we are going to see How as How, so big cheers for them. It's Chris digs deep, and he puts down the first one. It's a 3 versus 1, and can Code Marco turn around? Ascend go for a full send onto this one. P90's in the hand. Shorty's going to claim it. He goes for it. It's a winner, chicken dinner. Ascend will take 21 points. They left it to the last game, but they're now on 63. What an ending. They've got enough points to qualify. I will eat my words, Ascend. You produced at the very, very end, and you're giving me a heart attack. I would have expected you to do it a lot sooner.
I think not only a heart attack on your side, I think on my side as well. But I accept your apology, Mark. I accept your apology. I think it has happened.
I'll take
53 points. I think that is going to be enough for the qualification.
Huge.
But Ascend securing that last round, and we said it before, they haven't been able to clean up these edges. And yes, there's been a couple of coincidences. That cat buff frag, for example, that happened, that definitely played into their cards. But the zones definitely didn't. They had some tough fights right in front of them. Some good timings being taken. Just when Maturin's focused on Booty, for example, making that push towards the east side happen. Good on Ascent. My goodness, who they needed that for their mental state as well. I think Brexco was not happy with the way the first 11 games went.
I needed it for my mental state. I'll be honest with you. That was an insane game. Insane game. So obviously there are 6 games though, but it does mean our Group B has been done and dusted. They produced yesterday, they produced today, and Ascend produced at the end, despite looking like they were on the draw. I drew a line. I said they were out.
I told you, Mark.
And if their performance was the same as the other rounds, and I can't even give them, like, they were gifted from the zone.
No.
They worked hard. The zone played against them, but they still won. They need to come back next week if they qualify, and I'd expect them potentially they're above that line. But they need to come back next week and really assess those 12 games, because they can't leave it like that. And there's a big reason for that, Felix. Before I let me eat my words again. Next week is the Smash Rule, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the first time we are seeing it on the main channel. The first time we're seeing this actually unfold. Now, it's not the 70 points that you would have heard from PUBG. Being Esports and PUBG Esports have opted to go for 100 points. What does that mean in real life? Well, it actually means for day number 2, you're going Twisted Minds. Well, they got themselves a winner chicken at 100 points. No, they got the winner chicken before the 100 points, don't forget, after game 1. So technically, they still wouldn't have won at this point. Twisted Minds would have still been going to try and get that winner chicken dinner, but they didn't. So the games will continue. So to give you guys context, if this happens next week, we still will be going, because Twisted Minds were the only ones above 100 points, but they haven't bagged a chicken dinner after it. So I think that's huge. I do think that's huge. But again, back to Ascend, mate. Huge game plan for them. Huge execution. Huge survivability. But I got to give it to my MVP. It's Chris. Like, he really dug deep, and he pulled out of the bag when he needed to.
He wants to play in the finals. He definitely wants to play in the finals. He says, not like this, not like this. That's literally, I think, the emote that describes Ascent the best today. Not like this. It did come down to the best of 1. We've had plenty of instances where Ascent struggled in a best of 1, right? We've plenty of instances when it came to PGS qualifications where Ascent just couldn't make that last step, that very last step. Even the very early stage of this roster back at G2 Esports, they've always struggled with making that last step. And at least in this tournament, it happened. And we're not yet at the finals. No, it's only about the qualification on the finals. And even...
Feels like the finals, mate. Feels like the finals.
Yeah.
My heart's going like 10 to a dozen, mate.
We don't even know
my
yet.
watch is flashing.
I think we're taking 2 steps too far now. We don't even know yet if it is going to be enough. We most likely it is, but 53 points could, under crazy circumstances, not be enough either.
Well, let's talk about what we're looking ahead, though, because
Yeah.
what Felix is alluding to is the points of the split off. We have 3 groups, 24 teams that are battling out. We've seen Group A. Obviously, yesterday we saw Group B yesterday, and today and tomorrow we are going to see Group A versus Group C. They're the final 6 games, though, for the playoffs. Final 6 rounds before we will cut off that line at 16 teams and above. For those teams that do make it, they will be working their way back next week, same time, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that they'll be playing off. But it is the Smash Rule. So yes, we got Friday, yes, we got Saturday, yes, we got Sunday, but we might only have one game. We might have two. We might continue going into the night until we find ourselves 100 points and a winner chicken dinner, not in the same game, don't forget. So there's a lot to be had, though, for that. I'm just waiting for the leaderboard just to be updated. I'm assuming it will be thereabouts. Let's just debrief from that last game, because a lot did happen. It did feel like Game 6 antics, though. And let's just park us in for a second. How they played in quite well. The zone was quite mad, but how really also showed us what they can bring to the table. As the last game as how, because they took the compound, but they spread out. We see teams sometimes, FedEx, they will try and hide into the corner and hold the compound, especially with the zone coming in, but not how. How opted to go push out. They had a 2-1-1, and they were denying entry into Milta Power for quite some time.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is they didn't originally have prior on this. WLA actually had a big split with 2 players already in Milta Power and 2 players being somewhere around the eastern side of Milta. So they actually were the first team to be there. And Hal just said, no, we realized this. Wait, you're not a full 4-man. We're driving into you. And then also, this is the stuff that originally, coming back to Ascent just for a tiny second there, I've been missing from them. They take the fight to them, despite not necessarily needing to do so. You realize if you're in Milta Power this early, you've done half of the work you need to get into late game. They could have just stayed calmly. They didn't. They want to bring the fight to the other ones, and that's also what I mean with taking control. That's what Hal did so perfectly in this one. They did engage it. They won it as well. Obviously, that's the next step you have to do in order to not lose control of the round. But they did do it even when it wasn't a necessity, and they could have just delayed it until late game. And that's what I love to see from Hal. And they've been so deadly when they do it so far, at least in the qualification stages. And part of the reason also why they've performed so well in recent tournaments internationally, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's control. They're in control. They play really well on the edge. To play aggressive when they need to play aggressive, they play passive when they play passive. But they really break the game down differently. Look, for me, we're just waiting for the match leaderboard to update. We'll go match leaderboard, and then we'll bring you back the overall leaderboard, because I think it's really important before we digest and say goodbye and obviously set you guys up for tomorrow. But obviously, I'm sure in the production we'll just send the match leaderboard as soon as it's ready. Anyway, and I'm sure they're poking the machine, because I think the machine has to double check some of their points. Solo had a huge run at the end. At the end as well, and as they did make a huge run, actually, it's your time to make a huge run towards Protality, actually, as it's your last opportunity now to sign up. Protality season number 2, the EMEA Tour. We saw this one kick off. 8,000 USD up for grabs. Open qualifiers. It means you have to get signed up. Thank you for PUBG Esports and Esports 360. But you've got to be in it. Get in there. Try it. It's a great event. It's such a good event.
Oh, yes. Do we need to advertise PUBG Esports more than what we've already seen? I don't think so. So get in there if you haven't played PUBG Esports competitively. So obviously you've all played PUBG, but if you haven't played PUBG Esports, right, it's a little bit different to ranked. It is more competitive. It is more sweaty, yes, but also that's where the real adrenaline comes in. Sign up for Brutality. This, I think, once again, just look back at the last round. This is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of dreams you can also get yourself when playing in a qualification. Maybe not at the stages of this. It's going to be a little bit tougher getting into the main playoffs, but even in phase 1, phase 2 of the qualifiers, you will have this kind of action going on.
In one game, we've just been proving it, one game can turn it around. So if you are a team that can produce, like, you only need potentially one game to be able to produce yourself into a qualification spot, because it is huge. And Ascend obviously causing. Let's break down some of the other teams, though, before we get to see these numbers. Twisted Minds, an outstanding 12 games, as we expected. As I said before in the pre-show, Batorian said that they were trying to see when they could get to 100 points, and if they could get a winner chicken dinner. They couldn't. So I think these guys are going to go back and dissect how they get chicken dinners at the end. They're finding themselves in the end game. There is no pressure, so it is slightly different, isn't it, FedEx? But you've got to remember that Smash Rule. They need to get the 100 points, and then when we come back, they then need to get a winner chicken dinner. So they've got a little bit of work to do, but I do think, as I said before, that team will favour this rule set, I think. Yeah.
I think this favours teams that are able to close out games. And I want to say Na'Vi and Twisted Minds both have been doing an amazing job. Besides Lil W, for some reason, at least up until this point of the Rotation Summer Edition. But yeah, it favours teams that are able to finish out games. And I think, yeah, once again, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi have the perfect example of this. So It's going to be so interesting. You don't want to miss the last. You don't want to miss any final days, but I think especially the last final day is going to be absolutely crazy. We might have massive amounts of games. We might have a finish after 2 games potentially, or even 1 single game potentially, depending on how the first 2 games go. So it's gonna come down to the absolute wire. That is for sure. And as a viewer, that is what makes it even more interesting. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. We finally have it ready. So, Ascent has made its way into 5th place with 53 points. Would be crazy if that wouldn't be enough. Lil W, though, the real stars of today, the real upsets, with 73 points, ending first day. That is first day only. Be reminded, that is better than Navi by 22 points. That's how crazy they performed. First team also to get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the entirety of this tournament. Sakura Zensen, also shout out to them. Last day for today. For the playoffs, 77 points, safely securing themselves a ticket in the finals too.
Worth noting, people. Lol W have put more points on after their first day than Twisted Minds. More points. Now, there's obviously different lobbies and different standards and all that jazz, right? But they're a team. If you don't know who they are, they're a team you need to write down. So, yeah, Shakira Sensen done well. Twisted Minds, how these guys are all being qualifying.
As well.
Ascender, Hakodo, they had that one game. They've sent themselves to 50. I think that's a good shout. But I think it was that point that they turned around and went, okay, we're not getting the placement points we need. Let's just get kills. And the placement points seem to fall in line with them as Dex was putting up a huge wall with FaZe trying to get in. So that was a huge game. I think it's worth mentioning, though, before we catch that middle table, I think we do have to say goodbye to Bullet Rain off the rip. Now, they are in 18th place. They're on 30 points. And as it stands, they are not qualifying, so they will not be back. So again, thank you very much, guys. You smashed 3 quals. You got yourself through the playoffs. And unfortunately, you couldn't get above that top 16. Solo have... technically at the moment they are in 16th spot, but I still got that line above them. Now that line was wrong with Ascend. Yes, I know, Felix, you can take the mick out of me, but they're on 32 points, mate, right? Bumble Squad, they only need 1 point to be able to deliver, and Bumble Squad we already know are huge when it comes down to placement, so 1 point for them, that's going to say goodbye to Solo. But let's see how long they can hold on to. But the mid-table, not too bad. I think the VPs, like, they need to get shifting. Foot Esports, we've seen on the first day. Today, I think Foot Esports started well. We normally see that team maybe coming in a little bit later than expected, but I think tomorrow's going to be really interesting.
It's going to come down to the wire. The more I look at this leaderboard, the more I realize how many top teams we still have at the bottom there with 6 games only. And yeah, I think Hokkaido is not safe. I think even Ascent now, looking back at this, it's not safe. I'm going to have to track my words to some degree. But also shout out to...
actually. I think they're in a good spot. 53 points, mate. I'd argue that if they got the win, I think we are going to potentially be around
because
the
Bullet Rain, Smoke will probably be overtaken. Solo, yeah. No, actually, you're right. You're most likely right. Either way, we're gonna have to take a look and see. I mean, that's what tomorrow is for. Shout out to Hokkaido. Quick one to shout out them and Solo. Solo had a really, really good game. They started off the way they should. They should get into this very last game if they do need a big round. They started off with 6 frags in phase 1 and phase 2. That's massive. That's how you need to start this. Yep. Get into the fights because you needed like a 20-kill round almost. Maybe a little bit less than that, not looking at it. Maybe like a 15-kill round would have been enough as well. But you need to start early to do so. And with a circle like this, unfortunately, it just really wasn't possible for them to work themselves in. But also shout out to Hokkaido. Once again, this is a mixed team. 50 points. Yep. They also made a huge effort in the last 2. Hokkaido, got to throw it back to that fight from Dex against FaZe Clan, bringing up memories once again. But also Woody and Makandark with a good last game. They're also a team that was in the top 5 literally just minutes ago. And Woody sneaking himself in, Makandark having that big survivability up in the Wizard Tower, secured them a couple of more precious points to potentially secure qualification. 50 points, it's going to get really, really close, but might just be enough as well. And once again, a mixed team out of players that some of them haven't played internationally or even as a player for quite some time. For them to have a reshot of qualifying to the finals in this region is massive.
Yeah. Sneaky NA invasion. That's what I'm going to say. But no, they are a massive team. So 12 games have been done by Group B. As I said, we will be back tomorrow. Group A versus Group C. So stay tuned. We will be crowning our top 16 and taking them through to next week, where we'll be engaging the smash rule and seeing how many days we can get out before a team claims 100 points and they win a win at chicken dinner. But more to come with that. Before then, though, we're going to see Group B in chat tomorrow. Thank you very much to everyone that has been involved. Thank you to production. Thank you for being Esports massively again for all of the live leaderboard, the map streams, etc. All of the VODs and stuff will be on YouTube. So again, you guys can go check that out. Thank you for Phalanx for being a co-caster and being a part of this one, and everyone behind the scenes. And more importantly, thanks to all you guys at home watching the PUBG, because it does make it more interesting when you guys are commenting. That's it from us. We'll see you guys same channel, same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you get that PUBG going. We'll see you guys soon. Peace.